What's good, y'all? My name is Dom. I go by Dom the Healer. Uh, Please don't be afraid to like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell to know when I post another video. If you like to book a personal reading with me, or make a donation to my channel, all the information should be down in the description box below this video. And if you want to follow me on social media, you're more than welcome to. I'm gonna put it in the description box as well, and it's also linked to my about section here on YouTube. But what is it? Oh, my Instagram is, if you want to know, my Instagram is goodfelladom. My Twitter is goodfelladom, and my TikTok is dom.thehealer. All right. So today's video is going to be different. This is not like a collective reading or a pick a card reading or anything like that. This is going to be what I would call a story time or Dom story time. This video I've tried like shooting before, but I just wasn't comfortable with it, so I didn't make it happen. I never posted it. However, I feel like the universe has asked me to do something. And they asked me to do it like not too long ago, but like a little while ago. And I didn't take the chance to do that because I was like honestly scared, low key, to mention it. But I'm at a point in my life where I'm really starting to get annoyed with things that have like just been going on for a while. That is, they've been going on. Um, do I know where to begin with this? No, because it's gonna get all over the place. All right. I got some notes. Like I did write some stuff down here, like on my phone, to make sure I'm not bugging. But it's a lot of shit that has happened and unfolded within like these past couple of years of my life, and hell, just in my life in general. Things are starting to make sense. Thanks to spirituality, like I've been seeing things a bit more clearly and understanding what the hell has been going on, and I'm not happy at all. So, starting here, I guess. Let's see. For those who don't know, I'm from Bridgeport, Connecticut. All right, I'm from Connecticut. I'm from this small town city. I'm not sure. I think it's a city. It used to be a city. But it's called Bridgeport, Connecticut, and that's where I grew up at. That's where I was raised. All that. I went to college around the fall of 2017. I went to St. John's University in Queens, New York. Um, and I had like a lot of experiences there. I had like a lot of friends. I had a lot of people that I hung out with. But somewhere along the line, like shit really just like fell the fuck apart. Spirituality helped me understand. It maybe like not in the moments that it was happening. You gotta just gotta learn how to go with the flow. Divination helped me. Like I never know what they call it. I say spirituality, divination, tarot, astrology, whatever it is, because those are all the things that I know that I use. I can't figure like a singular like name for that. But some shit has happened or has been happening for a while, and it's in like multiple like aspects of my life. But yes, I've been in college since the fall of 2017. I technically finished around what April May 2021 of this year. That's this year. I'm shooting this in 2021. Today is for the exact date of today. Today is Monday, October 11th, 2021. As I'm shooting this. So like, excuse me. Oh my goodness, excuse me. I'm like a little like belching a little bit here, but um, I didn't graduate college. Okay, let's just start there. I did not graduate college. When my senior year rolled around, there was this one class that I took. I failed it the first semester. Um, and then I failed it the second semester of my senior year as well. Um, and that's like on. I get. I'm gonna say that's on me. I'll hold myself accountable for that. Obviously, that's my fault. This class, it was like my stats class. Like I had taken my sophomore year, but I withdrew from it because like I was sick of like the teacher and like their attitude and like, and I just was just sick of waking up at 7 a.m. And I took it again twice my sophomore year, my senior year, and I failed it. But no, I didn't graduate, and I came home to Connecticut. This is not how I thought things in my life would have panned out. I was like very, very upset. That this had happened. I was like very, very angry. And there's a lot of stuff that even led up to like that moment, like on like the spiritual side of things. But the universe wanted me to come home because they felt like there was something that I may have not learned, or there was like some sort of factor, something that had left out. This video is gonna be long. I'm not gonna lie, because there's a lot to like uncover, a lot to unpack. But basically, I've been home since May 2021. Now, since I have been home, my relationship with my mother has had its ups and downs. And 2020 was like a great example of like the ups and downs we had. In fact, 2020 was probably like one of the worst years for us like ever. Growing up, I was always like the goody two shoes in my family. I always listened to my mother. I always did what she told me to do. I was just like the goody goody of the family. Like everybody in the family always felt comfortable with like asking me to like do stuff for them, and I always did that for them, kind of like without like hesitation, without like saying no. Hell, even if I did say no, I would still get up and go do it because I would feel guilty. That's just like me being like the sensitive empath, like I guess that I am or whatever. But yes, I was always like the goody goody. But something strange had happened around April 2021 of this year, and potentially even March. Where I felt like I was getting like warnings and stuff like in the tarot videos that I was watching that was telling me about like my family and like family secrets and like stuff that's going on. I was warned like a year prior to that the relationship I had with my mom was like karmic. For those who don't know what a karmic mother is, anyone in your life that's really a karmic is here to really just like help teach you a lesson. And it could come in the form of like a partner or like a friend or I don't know, a boss or just like someone in your life. They're there to like teach you a lesson. This person probably like hates you deep down inside, but they have like this infatuation with you, particularly with a karmic mother. She's typically after your money. She treats her children as if basically she's fucking them. Like that's her partner, that's her husband, her wife, whatever. She treats you like shit. Is that the way that I should say that she treats you like shit? That's kind of how it goes. But she like that type of like mother can be very possessive, very disgusting at times. But yeah, she basically treats her child like that is her spouse or her boyfriend or her girlfriend. And they can get very possessive. They want their money. They oftentimes have like a very like an ulterior motive that is like different from how they're presenting themselves, basically. So that's one thing. Before I get into like the whole karmic mother part, there's something else that had led up to like not even something else. It was like a series of events that led up to me even getting to this point. Because this year, 2021, like I've been alone like a lot. Especially when I was back at school, like I was alone a lot, and I had to be alone by choice because there were some people I had to cut out of my life because they were on some bullshit, and I couldn't take it, and it was aggravating me. So that's that. When I went to college, I had like a whole group of friends my freshman year, which was something I wasn't really used to. And like I was the one of the friend group. Like one of them, like when I was talking to him, like we was like speaking, he was like, "Yo, like he was basically telling me, that I was like the kind of person who was, like I may have been like very, very mature for my age. However, as far as like life experiences go, it's like I kind of fell behind at that. And then he kind of like helped me with it. He was like, "Yo, like there's a difference between like, like being mature and then like like having like certain experiences like have to mature you basically. I don't know, like there's a difference between like maturing and like just experiencing stuff, kind of like something along the lines of that. Because like I was like the one in the friend group who had never smoked weed before. I was the virgin, and all this other stuff, but I was also like the most responsible. I was also capable and able of taking care of certain things. Like I remember my freshman year, like I was the only boy in my room who had a job. So it's like I'd be waking up at 7 o'clock in the morning, going to work, going to class, getting breakfast, and even going to a fucking cooking class and just being gone all day. And like doing whatever I wanted to do and shit like that, and then just coming back home or back to my dorm, and then like everybody was just like sleeping or like eating pizza or some shit and knocked the fuck out after class. And yeah, like I feel like that's just like what made me different. With that friend group, for the most part, I can say I feel like we all went our separate ways. We all went our separate ways. We kind of just like drifted apart or whatever the case may have been. Or I mostly drifted apart from them. I don't know too much about what they're doing now, so I can't really speak on it. But there were some assholes in that friend group that we are going to get into. All right, so there was one kid um, in that group. Not gonna say their name, but I will call them by their zodiac sign. This person was a Libra, a September Libra. Um, I don't know what the fuck was good with this guy. Like, I don't know what the hell had happened with his childhood or with his home, but he was just always on like some shit, basically. And even my mom had kind of worried about this because she felt like he was off when she met him as well. But like, this is like the kind of friend who, for some reason, it's like I think I noticed like everybody loves to coddle him and like baby him at times, or just like it's almost like no matter what the hell he did wrong, he was never seen as like this bad guy. It's like everyone just like loved having him around. This person had issues. I want to say with themselves, but they kind of took it out on me. So I guess maybe they had an issue with me that I didn't know about. Whatever the fuck it was, I didn't care. But this is someone who would like, but kind of like if he could, like, he'd take money from you, or like steal from you, or just like do a bunch of fucked up shit and then laugh about it when he got caught. Essentially, that's that Libra shit. When we get caught, it's just like you can't help but to laugh. I get it. Um, man, if my camera cuts off, because my camera nobody does cut off, so if you see like a cut in the video, that's most likely what happened. Uh, huh. Around like my freshman year, I can't even talk about freshman year because like not much happened with this person freshman year. It was mostly like around my sophomore year. Um, so throughout like my sophomore year of college, not even like the second half of my freshman year, that's when I started getting into tarot videos and astrology and just like watching stuff. And as I was like doing that, I felt like I don't know what it was, but it was something about like that entire like year for me. I think it was like 2018 probably. Like I something about me was like getting like very depressed, and like I started like falling into like a like depression or whatever. Like when I came home from for the summer, I remember I was just like crying sometimes and I couldn't like fully understand it. And like I was just depressed and just like getting high all the time and just like chilling. Like I was a hot ass mess that summer. I don't know what the fuck was going on. And I had came back to school. So when I had came back to school, prior to like me leaving like my freshman year, like probably like on the last day or the second to last day, me and one of my friends at the time, who was in Aries, me and her was talking. She was telling me like, yo, like we have like a counseling center like on campus, and she was telling me how she was going there, all her experiences with that. And I'm like, we had that. Like I've always wanted to go to therapy, but I never actually went. So at that point, I was just like, you know what? When I come back for sophomore year, like I'm gonna go do that, and I immediately went and did that. Like probably like on the first day that I had got back. Um, and I went to go like to therapy and stuff like that because I was just like feeling like very very depressed and still sad. And once the semester started, like my sadness had like hit, like it went away, and like I was like happy, like a bit more optimistic again. But then somewhere around we started school, I think like late August, early September, or somewhere around October. Um, I don't know what the fuck was wrong with me, but I was like super emotional, super super sad, and all types of shit like that. To the point where I think I was like crying like every single day for like 2 months, and I went to therapy to go talk about a lot of the stuff that was happening like within my childhood. Oh man, and like things that were just like really really hurting me. And this is when things in my life kind of started changing a lot. because I'm still hanging out with the same people that I knew from my freshman year. All right, my apologies, y'all. I said my camera would cut off, all right? But yeah, so sophomore year, I'm going to therapy. Things are, like I said, like I didn't know what the hell was going on with me. Looking back, like I know it was a spiritual awakening, but it was for like my first ever time going through a spiritual awakening, so I didn't really know what the fuck was going on. And I'm going to therapy, and I'm still like sophomore year. I'm still hanging out with my friends from my freshman year. We chilling, we cooling, blah blah blah. So, um, yes, like I'm in therapy, but like another, like when I tell you things like has started changing, they really started changing because while I'm at school going through my spiritual awakening and crying every day and just feeling like weaker and like upset and just like sad, my mom is back at home and she's like in and out of the hospital and having all sorts of health issues and like they like like she's calling me, like my brother would be calling me or my cousin would be like texting me like telling me like yo like something happened to your mother or like like these issues are just going on in regards to her health. She would be telling me that she used to always tell me like yo like it is not that big of a deal, like I'm fine, like stop crying, because I used to be on the phone like literally crying like upset that this stuff was happening. Like for those like who I was like hanging out with around like my sophomore year, if you ever saw me just like randomly disappear, like that's what was going on if you're watching this. But it's like I was like simply dealing with that and I didn't know how to tell anybody, so I would just like exit the room, like not not like wanting to kind of like put that like energy on other people. And I remember like I'm going to therapy and like I'm dealing with certain things, and I had like this very very important conversation with someone that at the time I was friends with. This person's a Sag. Um, and yeah, stuff like that. It's just something going on. Let me check my notes just to make sure I'm not fucking around. But yes, like I was very very sad. Things about my life were changing. And when I sat down to have this conversation with this like Sagittarius, I wasn't even expecting to like start crying like that. Excuse me, but I started crying. Like I started like bawling out. Like I remember I was just like talking in the middle of my sentence. Like all of a sudden, like the tears started streaming down. It's not coming down my nose. Like shit was getting real. Cause like there was something about me that like amongst like even like my friend group, but then also like everywhere I had went in my life, like I always felt like I was different from other people. I always felt like there was something wrong with me. I always felt like I could never like fit in or something. And it was just getting to me, and I'm like venting to her, and she's like, "Oh my god, like I didn't know you felt this way." Like I even thought, cause like with the way that things had ended my freshman year, like it was like I felt like in my friend group, like I was like a very easy target for everybody to pick on me. I was like a very easy target for people to always try to make it seem like I was stupid, um, or like just be the one that people could call out no matter what. For any little thing that is, it's like something about like how like they got tired of me. Granted, like I did have like a lot of like moments like my freshman year where I guess maybe I don't know if I was too much to handle or not, but like it's my first time smoking weed, and if you ever like it's your first time and you just like overdo it, you gotta tweak out a couple of times, right? Because I've definitely tweaked a lot in front of my friends. Like they put up with a lot of my shit at that point in time, but it was like super easy for them to kind of just like be mean to me a little bit, or I don't know, whatever the fuck. And I had like took it to heart a lot sometimes. So like even like over that summer, like one of the reasons to why I was depressed was due to the fact that I thought that everybody hated me when we left. And then I came back and my friend, the Sagittarius I'm talking to, she was like, yo, like nobody hates you, blah blah blah, and all this other stuff. Mind you, I'm still watching tarot videos at this point in time, and none of the tarot videos that I had watched had ever like hit. Like they never like resonated with it. But me, I used to just watch them because it was like ASMR and I used to fall asleep to them. Um but we're gonna get into that. And I'm talking to the Sagittarius friend, and she's like talking to me and like consoling me, and, like letting me know, like, bro, like we care about you whether you know it or not and stuff like that, and like all this other stuff. And I remember she gave me this like valuable piece of like advice at the time, where she was like, "Yo, like what you need to do is like go to your room, put your headphones in, lay down, listen to some music, and then just be alone." And that was hard to do at first, but then it got easier. And around this time, like I remember, like, cause I was like I said, I'm watching tarot videos, and I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, like I'm psychic. Like I was like, I'm psychic. She's like, yo, like you are not psychic. Like don't even sit here and try to like start that. Like no, like I'm not about to have you walking around here thinking that you're something that you're not. We're gonna get into that too. Huh. Huh. But yes, around this time, I remember I was like leaving. Not leaving, but I was like spending less time around my friends and more time just simply with myself, like smoking, getting high, like pretty much crying every single day. I used to skip class a lot around this time period too. The only thing I did was like get up, go to work, make whatever money I could, buy weed and whatever else, and just be by myself, like chilling in my room. But like I was just like dealing with a lot of stuff around this time, and as I'm dealing with this, like I said, my mom was in and out of the hospital having like all these different health issues, and I'm going through a spiritual awakening. That part is going to make sense indefinitely, like towards the like. And as you continue watching this video, if you're still watching this, I appreciate that because this is just like my story. I'm telling you, it's a lie, whatever. But Yeah, so all of this stuff is like happening and like continuing along with like the therapy and like going through stuff and whatnot. We're in 2018, nearing like the end of the year, it's around like the fall, winterish time. I would say I had my spiritual awakening on probably like what December 3rd, 2018. Like after like after like those 2 months of just me sitting back and like crying basically and like going to therapy and all that stuff, like I started feeling like way better. And I started accepting certain parts of myself that were like just a part of my shadow side that I was too afraid to look at. And I started seeing angel numbers. My angel number was 333. Like that was my shit. That was my shit. I don't know, but that was like my angel number or whatever. And throughout this time, I remember like I was having like a lot of visions and like shit. It was a lot of stuff going on around this time period. Oh my goodness! But like that stuff for the most part is not like important. It's not key here. Huh? But like yes, I had my spiritual awakening, and I remember I was deciding what I wanted to do. Like I wanted to do music. I wanted to rap. I wanted to do like all sorts of stuff like that. And like that's first semester and like even like my freshman year, like I was never a part of any clubs. I never did anything like special to the point where I was like a part of something or like did stuff or whatever the case may be. So I was like over like winter break, like I remember I went home, I started like writing poetry, I was like writing raps and all my stuff like that. I was like, you know what, like when I come back to school, like I'm gonna find like a club or something to be a part of because I am getting like so sick and tired of just like coming back to my room and not doing nothing. Because by the time like December had rolled around and my spiritual awakening kicked in and I was perfectly fine, I was like, yo, like I'm just sitting in my room all day. Like I'm kind of bored now. Like I want to go do stuff. So when I came back to school, um, this like what second semester of my sophomore year, I remember I was gonna go to we have like like the clubs that involve like media and stuff like that at St. John's or whatever. So I went to Red TV. When I went to Red TV, like they was having a meeting, so I couldn't come in there or whatever. Like I was like they was like yo just like come back to like during the activities fair next week. Like we got you blah blah blah. So I was like okay, and like where I'm at like I'm on the fourth floor of the building, Marillac. So like I walked all the way down like the hallway to go like straight to there and they had to like tell me like just come back to the activities fair. So when I left there, um had to walk back down the hallway because that's the way like I had to like take back to my dorm or whatever. And as I was like walking back down there was this place called WSJU. That was the place. We gonna get into that. I'll tell y'all. Um, but like that was like the campus radio station or whatever, and I wanted to be a part of it. Like my freshman year, and even like in the second half of my sophomore year, like I wanted to be a part of it, but I never like did anything with this. I was like the door was cracked, so I was like, okay, well maybe this is like a sign from the universe that I'm spiritually woke, that I need to be in here. Like maybe I should come here because I saw the door was cracked. So I was like, okay, well this is a little inviting. So I just walked in there, and I was like, hey, like how do I become part of a club? Um, and I remember they gave me like the hour sheet. They gave me like the whole spiel. They told me to come like during the activities fair or whatever. So when I went there, I went like to their table. When I went to the activities fair, I went to like their table. I'm hanging out with them, I'm talking with them and all that stuff. And then after that, like I just kept coming back like every single day, just because like that's like how I knew like I could like get involved, like just simply being there all the time. So as I'm there, as the semester is like speeding up, like I'm meeting like different people there because there's a lot of people that come in here. There's students who want to be like journalists and like music producers and like music artists and working radio and TV and all that stuff. Like just simply like hanging out there. So I was like, okay, well I'm hanging out there and I'm meeting a bunch of new people and like a lot was like going on. Like I was telling them like I do like rap, like I was writing poetry, but like I was like super shy. I never showed my work to anybody because I was just like nah, like I don't know like what's gonna happen. I don't want to be told nothing. I don't want to be discouraged. So I just kept quiet a lot, but I still kept showing up. But like as I was there, I had a lot of fun. I was meeting like a whole lot of people, a whole new different group of people basically. And we started hanging out, like we get high together, we like doing stuff, and then like yeah. So tell me why, as this like starts happening in my current friend group at the time, my freshman year friend group, this Libra that I had mentioned to you guys, he started acting a little bit weird towards me. Like the Sagittarius at the time, me and her were like becoming a bit closer because she was having like her own issues with like other people and whatever, and like we both kind of just came together. We would like talk and stuff like that. That was like at the time where we like grew closer. Oh my goodness. Uh, this bitch had the audacity to tell me that I wasn't psychic, but then like all of a sudden she fell in love with tarot, had a spiritual awakening herself afterwards. But wait, that's not important. Um, that shit just got me tight for a while. But it doesn't matter. Like I said, we like grew closer with each other, me and her, and we talk. And she goes out of nowhere and says like, "Oh, I'm gonna call him September Libra." She was like, "Well, I can't even call him September Libra. I might just call him Libra, whatever." But she goes, Libra has been like talking about you, saying like a bunch of like shit about you, and she knew what I was going through. She knew I was having a spiritual awakening on some spiritual shit because like we like bounded off of that because I put her onto it, and we talking about it. And she's like, yeah, like Libra was talking about you. He was like, oh, like he like oh, you know, Dom's not a part of the group anymore, and this, that, and the third. I'm like, what? And I'm thinking to myself, like, how could he possibly say that about me? Because, and this is the shit that really, really got me tight. He had a fucked up living situation, to the point where he wasn't able to come back to campus because he couldn't like afford. He couldn't afford to stay on campus or whatever, right? So because he wasn't couldn't afford to stay on campus, he had like a family member that lived like in Queens or whatever. That he was like constantly flip flopping back and forth from like their couch to the couch of like our like mutual friends dorm. Like freshman year, me and all like my guy friends, and then we had like girlfriends that lived like down the hall from us. Me and all my guy friends lived together, but I made a mistake. I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was a blessing in disguise. But I made the mistake of like picking the wrong room. I chose 503 and they chose 505. In Century Hall. A lot of memories had happened there. In Century Hall or whatever. And I was just down the hall from them, like all the way down the hall, so I was never like fully around them. But yes, like I said, this guy had a fucked up living situation that he wanted to go over in like 505, where everybody else was hanging out at, because he couldn't really come in my room because I was like most of my roommates were strangers. I only knew like maybe one or two of them. Um, at the time, one of them who was like my roommate freshman year, he moved into 503 with me, and then like one of his frat brothers, we was all cool with each other or whatever. But you know they were doing their own thing, and my other roommates were doing their own thing, and I was kind of just like there by myself basically. And like I said, this kid Libra, he's in like a fucked up living situation. He couldn't like come back on campus, so I'm the one that's signing this nigga in, waiting up until like 3 o'clock in the morning for him to show up at campus so I could let this nigga in, and basically, like, you know, make sure he got a fucking place to rest his head, or, you know, be wherever the fuck he want to be. And, you know, since he didn't want to. But yes, I'm doing favors for this nigga, or whatever the fuck, right? I'm signing him in, basically making sure he got a place to rest his head, a place that I know, like, he wants to be in. I'm the only person that was, like, doing it. Our other friend, like, who I was talking about before that I had, like, that conversation with, he was a Capricorn. Um, Yes, but like the one I was talking about where we were talking about like maturity and experiences, like for the most part, I would be the one who signed him in, and sometimes he would sign him in too, but like not that often. It was mostly me. But yes, like I'm signing him in, making sure he got a place to rest his head where he want to stay at. I'm actually like sneaking food, and you're not supposed to do this. At least at St. John's, I know you're not supposed to sneak food out of the dining hall. I was like sneaking food out of like the fucking dining hall for this nigga, making sure he could eat something, whether or not he paid me. Sometimes he paid me, sometimes he didn't. And like, yeah, kind of just being nice to you when nobody else really is, to be honest with you. And I'm hearing word from Sagittarius that you talking shit about me because I'm not doing favors for you no more, or you're just mad that I can't. I'm not. Things are not working out in your favor no more. Like you can't use me like how you were before. Because what had happened was, like I said, I felt like my whole new group of friends, like this is like the second half of my sophomore year. I felt like my whole new group of friends, that I was just like hanging out with, and like I was the only one in my freshman year friend group who didn't have a friend group outside of them. Like everybody else had like a group of people or somebody that they could go home to and talk to. I on the other hand like didn't have anyone because like the one friend I had from high school, me and her had a falling out freshman year. Fuck her, like that's over. Um, oh that was embarrassing. But anyways, yes, like yeah, I had a falling out with her, and I was the only person who didn't really have like a friend or someone to like come back to or like go home to when I left the friend group. So it was just me and like my freshman gang really. And like when I went home for the summer and like winter break and stuff like that, it was me by myself. Like I didn't really have anybody to call because it seemed like nobody wanted to just like talk to me like that. It was like maybe like one or two people that I noticed that could like I could speak to, and that was Sagittarius and Capricorn, because those are the only ones that I knew I could hold like conversations with for like the time period. But let's continue the story. So like basically like I'm hanging out like at WSJU doing my thing, like chilling with everybody. And it's just like yo, like I like Libra called me or like texted me one day. It was like, hey, like can you do me a favor, because we had an ATM on campus, and I was the only one who had like the bank that would fit that ATM. So like sometimes like they would like cash at me money, and like I would go get it out of the ATM and give it to them. Um, but yes, so I was in the middle of like hanging out with like everybody at like WSU, and I got up and I did a favor like for Libra because he texted me and asked me to go get him some money at an ATM or whatever. So I went and I did that. But as I'm like walking, I'm like, yo, like what the fuck am I doing favors for this niggas for? Like he's not doing anything for me, and I literally just got up and left like a whole group of friends and what the fuck I was doing to go make sure that this nigga had money. So I went and got the money for him and I gave it to him, and like I met up with him like in the dorm. Like we was essentially the building that we all had to continue to sign him in. Like we all had to continuously like sign him in. That I would always sign him into or whatever. And he was like hanging out. He came downstairs to get the money, and like right before he walked away, I was like, "Don't ask me for nothing else." And he looked at me. He was like, "What?" I was like, "Don't ask me for nothing else." And I just like he was like, "Why?" And I just like walked away because like it was my first time ever putting my foot down with anybody like that, and I was not comfortable with setting that boundary. I kind of like smiled and laughed about it, but then I just walked away. And he was like, "Okay," and then he left too. So later on that day, we was all like hanging out again. He asked me like, "Hey, like, why'd you say like, like to not ask you for anything else again?" And I just told him like, "Don't worry about it." Like, I didn't tell him why. Like, I didn't feel comfortable telling him because I'm like, "Yo, like, is it really in his business? Like, just don't like, you don't need to know." So that's that. Then shortly after that, like I said, me and Sagittarius, we became close. Like, we going to get tarot readings and stuff like that. Like, we like hanging out and talking with each other more. And she coming back talking about like, yo, like Levy was talking about you, talking about like how like we don't he doesn't think you're a part of the friend group anymore, like how he thought like I wasn't fucking with him anymore, or something along the lines. Like I honestly don't completely remember, but like something along the lines where he maybe have thought that I was like better than them or something. And like I'm just like okay, like that's kind of weird because I felt that he thought that way about us because like I said, we're like I'm for the most part the one like signing him in, like making sure he got food and shit like that. And that was like mostly like first semester, like even like sometimes throughout like sophomore year. Not that I remember it too much, but like I know. And with sophomore year, like the second half of like sophomore year, not is what I'm trying to say here. When the second half of sophomore year had came around, he started hanging out with like a whole different group of people, and he started acting funny. He started acting like he didn't know who the fuck everybody was anymore. That was him. So I thought it was strange that he said all that stuff about me because everything that he was saying was stuff that I thought about him, but I never spoke on because it was just the way I was raised. Like if you like people want to like be free, go hang out with other people, do what they got to do. My mother used to always tell me like, hey, just like let them go, like don't do nothing. So I listened to that and like instead of me getting upset, I almost did get very upset with him about that, and I almost acted on it. But then I was just like, no, I'm gonna hold myself back. But that was that, and yeah. So it's like everything he's saying about me, I'm sitting here like feeling about him, like wow, okay, like that's interesting. And like his whole attitude like started changing towards me to the point where it's like I don't know, maybe when nobody was looking, he would act a certain way like he fucking hated me, but in front of everybody else, what's good, fool? Like I like dapping me up, like everything is just like mad cool and all sorts of stuff like that. So I'm like, okay. So over the summer, we went home, and like I said, me and Sagittarius got like a little like more friendly, like more acquainted with each other. And we're talking, but like there will literally be times like I don't know, like I guess I'm the type of person where it's like at that point in time where it's like if I was friends with somebody, I was calling you like probably very often. I don't know, maybe she was annoyed by this, maybe she wasn't. If so, like I can own that. Like hey, maybe I was doing too much as like a friend. But it's like I'm picking up the phone and calling her and she's not answering. Like literally like ignore me. Like she would ignore me for like 2 weeks straight. And I was like still calling her like every single day, and like for some reason like nothing was happening. And one of the main reasons as to why I was calling her is because like the tarot videos that I'm watching at this point in time that I finally started to hit and resonate with me, they was like telling me like yo like you need to pick up the phone, call your friends, like see stuff like that. Spirituality could get real interesting with messages like that, but I'm gonna keep it going. Um, but yeah, she's not calling me, and like she did call me back like a couple of times, like every now and then, or like, but yeah, she's not calling me. I'm calling her, and she's not answering, and she will call me back like every now and then. And, like I'm that type of person, where it's like I don't care like when you call me, you can call me at 1 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. You want to talk to me, like I will make time to talk to you if I care about you like that much. Like I would do that. So I'm doing that. Like she'll call me like like at whatever point in time. One time she called me at 1 a.m. Another time we was just like talking in the evening. We was just like talking about stuff and going through things. And we both started getting into tarot, like doing tarot. And like she was like very, very into that and stuff like that. And she would do readings for me and all this other stuff and like blah blah blah. Fast forward to like junior year, I told y'all like I'm hanging out at like WSJU, the radio station. I'm meeting like all these new producers and like artists and stuff like that. Um, who I haven't named yet or called yet, but like meeting them, I'm talking to them, and like I was also making music. Like I would be writing raps like on the low and not telling nobody. Like they would used to like send me beats, and I would go home and write to them and not like tell nobody or whatever. So or go to my dorm or whatever. But anyways, like junior year comes around, I start making like music or whatever. But before I even like made my first song, and I was still just in like the process of writing. I had moved from like Century to like the off-campus apartments in Henley. Like me and I think like all of my friends at this point were in Henley because like the girls were in Henley sophomore year. I was in Century with the guys like sophomore year as well. Then we used to like come together and like blend because we're all on campus because they had classes anyway. So they used to come and like chill with us and like blah blah blah. And then we all moved into the same building junior year or whatever. But as I'm like I think it was like the beginning of junior year, whatever, the beginning of the semester. Why tell me why Libra? Because like I noticed like when he was on Instagram, he had like a lot of people like back home where he was from. He was from Jersey or whatever. Um Plainfield to be exact. But yes, like we are yeah, I saw him like on Instagram a lot. He had like a lot of people that he knew, and he used to like post their songs and the music on their story. That was something that like as an artist or just like like knowing that I wanted to be an artist, I never agreed with that because I don't like that. Like you're not about to like post my shit or like be trying to like act like I'm cool and shit and like you know send my music around and have people like promote it for me. I thought that was whack. I didn't want to do that, so I just did it. And as that was like happening or whatever, he shows up at my fucking doorstep in the middle of the night talking about some like so when you dropping music? Because when he first found out that I was going to the radio station and like making music one day, I remember I was in like the studio or whatever at the station, and I'm sitting with one of the producers, and you can hear like beats and stuff playing in the background. He was like, "Yo, like, are you rapping? Like, you about to start?" And I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Yo, like, send me your music," and I'm just like, "Okay." Like, I didn't agree with that even then. I was like, "No, like, I'm not doing that," because I just didn't like that idea. And like he shows up at my doorstep come like the beginning of junior year talking about some like when you make music like send me your music, and I was like, yo, why do you want like my music so bad? He was like, because I want to leak your music, and I slammed the door in his face. I'm like, no, like I'm not doing that shit. And he just like walked away and started laughing. Sorry, excuse me. um but yes, that was that. So the day after that, I remember like I made my first song. Like I'm working with like these different like artists and stuff like that. Not artists, but like producers. It was like three producers that I hung out with. One was a Pisces, one was another Libra, another September Libra. So I'm gonna call him like Libra number two. And then another one was an Aries. And you know, like I'm working with them. I'm meeting like a bunch of different producers. They had like a lot of people at the station at that time that like was just like making music and doing all the stuff like stuff like that. Especially like around junior year because we had like a huge surplus of like artists and shit like that coming in. Like sophomore year was kind of like dead a little bit, but I met those people, the Pisces, the Libra number two, and Aries, like my sophomore year, and I'm hanging out with them and like doing stuff with them, and like we do like we did some work together. Me and the Pisces have made like two songs together. That's like on my SoundCloud or whatever currently. One called like that, one called Talking Shit, but that's besides the point. But uh, yeah, me and the Pisces, we had got together and we made like two songs that semester, and I was like putting them out, doing my thing like with that a little bit. Like I'm like a fucking like SoundCloud rapper at this point in time. I'm a nobody. I'm just a regular ass nigga putting like music on the internet. And here comes Libra number one from like my freshman year friend group. And like I'm not gonna lie, like I don't want to sit here and make it seem like it was just like weird, like I'm being dishonest, but I feel like this person was getting like real jealous of me out of nowhere. Like I had a showcase that I did around like October of my junior year, October 6th, I think it was. It was like a Friday or whatever. And like certain things just started getting like a little bit weird amongst like my these two, like the Libra number one and Sagittarius. So basically, Sagittarius, who was doing my tarot readings, and we used to like meet up and talk. Like she didn't know what my she didn't know what my path was. She didn't know what like my I guess purpose was, but she was doing readings for me, and I guess she thought like with all the stuff that she was telling me, like I guess maybe because she was hearing it for the first time, like she was super happy for me, and she wanted me to succeed and like go 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 go. And then like 2 weeks later, like I'm like yo, like I got like my first opportunity to perform and blah 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 and all this other stuff like that. So she's like, oh my god, like I wish I could come, but like I can't be here because I'm going home that day. And she did go home that day, but the day of the showcase, like I saw her and like her whole attitude towards me was like shifted. Like, you ever just like be with someone and they go from being like incredibly warm, like around you, like they have this warm personality, just like extremely cold. Like, that's exactly what happened. I saw her at the dining hall. And normally, whenever I saw her at the dining hall, I used to just like get up and go sit next to her and like go talk to her like no matter what. And she would sometimes do that to me too. We would like sit, talk together, eat together. And when I had walked up to her, she was on the phone talking to somebody, and like I just waited for her to finish her conversation as I sat there. And she got off the phone, and it's like she had nothing to say to me. And I didn't know what the fuck was wrong with her, because I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what are you... Like, she was just, like, speaking, like... She wasn't even speaking, like, barely, like, man, where, like, I'm talking to her for the most part. And, like, saying most of the stuff. And I'm happy, and, like, telling her about, like, what's going on in my life. Because, like, with the showcase that I was going to be a part of, we had to, like, sneak into it and, like, be on some real rebellious shit. Because the school at the time wasn't really trying to, like, support the event or whatever, or the person who was hosting the event. So we had to, like, sneak into the auditorium and basically make our own event, like, on a Friday night, which was, like, mad fun. But there was, like, stuff, and we're getting around talking about how, like, you know, the event got canceled and XYZ. So I'm telling her, like, yo, like, the showcase today, like, we doing this, that, and the third. And, like, she told me she was going to go home. Like, I didn't think I was going to see her, but she's here. And I'm telling her, like, yo, like, you know, like, the showcase is going on, all this stuff is happening. She's like, wait, but I thought it was canceled. And I was like, you're like, it's canceled, but we're going to go sneak and do it. And she was like, oh, okay. And, like, when I tell you, like, her whole energy throughout the entire time I was talking to her was like, oh, okay. And, like, I got, like, more into crystals and spirituality, because she was, like, heavily into that stuff. Like, when I told her that, like, she did, like, immediately got into stuff, like, all of a sudden reading tarot cards, getting crystals, and just, like, taking care of herself, and, like, being more spiritual and shit like that. And I'm telling her about it, and it's, like my journey and what I'm doing with it. It's almost like she didn't care. And I'm like, okay, like, that's weird. So I just continued to go on about my day, or whatever. She went home that evening and did what she had to do. And later on that night, that showcase was happening. I posted flyers because we had to keep it a secret. So I posted it online or whatever. And, you know, like, people started showing up. Like, my people had, like, started showing up. Is what I'll say. Capricorn from my freshman year friend group and Libra number 1, 2 had both showed up. But at this point, like, this person was still acting a little funny, and I could sense that they were being fake, but I just went along with it for, like, the sake of keeping the peace and just being passive aggressive and all that stuff like that. I went up there, I performed, I did what I had to do, and I came back down. When I came back down, like, Libra and Capricorn were, like, right next to me, and I was like, yo, like, good job, da-da-da, like, trying to see, like, oh, like, a superstar right here, da-da-da. So that's happening, and I knew, like, Libra was full of shit while this was going on, but I just, like, went with it. Once again, I got everybody from, like, WSJU gang there. Like, they hyping me up in the audience. Like, they knew my song already because they heard it. They loved it when I had, like, made it for them. I fucking hated the song. It was called Like That. I hated that shit when I had made it. I thought it was trash. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. But, like, I was just, like, saying stuff. I knew what I was talking about, but then it's just, like, I didn't. Like, I felt like if you ever wrote a song before, like, ever wrote a rap before, I don't know, maybe you feel this way as well. But, like, I felt like, you know, like, when I had put that song out, it was just, like, like, I was just like, I don't know how I feel about this, but I just did it anyways. Same thing kind of with, like, talking shit or whatever, but anyways, that's besides the point. Yeah, so Libra's acting funny. Sagittarius is on some shit where I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, 2 weeks ago, you was just happy for me. Now it's like you're not talking to me, and I'm still sitting here thinking we friends. And I'm a little, like I'm kind of confused, but it's like I know, like, based off of energy, when a person for some reason is not fucking with me. But let's get into Libra first, because what the fuck? Like I said, I'm making sure you got a place to rest your head. Whether you paid me or not, I'm buying you food. Tell me why I fucking go to the dining hall one day, and it's like after, like, having to hang out with, like, WSJU gang my sophomore year, and meeting with them, it's like I never would really hang around with my freshman year friend group as much as I used to, because it's like whenever I, like, hung around them, either nobody was there because, like I said, Libra went and found his other friends and was, like, fucking with them instead of fucking with us. But like I said, I'm still signing this nigga in, make sure you got a place to stay, eating all that shit. And it seemed like for some reason, like, things were just becoming a little bit dry. So I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go hang around, like, these other people, because why not? Like, they got other stuff, they got weed, like, we hanging out, we talking, we listen to music, like, just discuss it, like, just hanging out. So I'm like, okay. So I literally forgot my train of thought. Oh no. Tell me why, like, Monty's, that's like the dining hall, like, on campus right next to the residence halls that everybody would go to. I went to Monty's, right? And this was like, I think this was like a Saturday or whatever day it was. Probably, like, literally, I think, like, a day or two after the showcase, or a week or two after it. I don't fucking know. But like I said, Libra hanging out with all his other friends doing what the fuck he gotta do. Tell me why I'm going to Monty's and, like, I'm eating my food and I'm minding my business. I did not see him because when you walk into Monty's, we sat all the way over by, like, where the windows were facing the strip. So, like, when you walk in that direction, You can't see who's behind the wall. They have tables. They have like a wall right here, and then it's like a window, and then table, and then table, and the table. So it's like I'm like walking in this direction towards them, but I couldn't see him because he was fucking behind the wall, like sitting in the corner. And it just so happens that I sat directly in front of this nigga. Out of nowhere, and this is very strange because he was literally sitting next to a guy that became my roommate my senior year. Shout out to that nigga. It's a whole nother Capricorn. Shout out to that Capricorn because he was cool as fuck. He always got me high. But anyways, excuse me. This around this time of like junior year. Around this time of around this time of junior year, I'm going to sit down, and just so happens I sit directly in front of this nigga, and I'm sitting here minding my business on my phone, and somebody threw a fucking French fry at me. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I turn around, and it was him, and he's waving at me, Libra number 1, and he goes, hey, like, what's up? And I'm like, what's up? Like, what the fuck? So, like, he was just like, oh, like, ever since you started making music, you act like you don't know nobody no more. And I'm like, what? Like, nigga, I've been acting like how I've been acting. Like, I haven't been hanging out with y'all for a while now. Like, why all of a sudden when I make a song and I perform it, it's like, you all of a sudden start thinking I'm acting different or something. Like, I've been being myself for a while now. Like I said, nigga talk behind my back. You know, never bite the hand that feeds you. Literally. So, nigga was talking behind my back sophomore year, and then here he come with this bullshit talking about some, oh, you act like you act like you don't know nobody. And I'm like, what? Like, I'm just minding my business. So, like, I ate my food, I left, because, like, I didn't even continue the conversation with him. It was just like, whatever. Then, like, it was like a series of events afterwards where it's like, I'm still hanging out with my, like, WSU gang and doing, like, whatever the hell I'm doing over there. And, I met some more people, but I'm not gonna get into that right quick. But, I'm talking, like, not even talking. Let me get my train of thought and my thoughts together. Yeah, but like I said, there was a series of events that led up, like to certain things just like happening and like unfolding, and it was getting like super strange, to the point where it's like I remember like because we have multiple different dining halls on campus. I'm in a food court in Marillac. One day I see this nigga, he's scowling at me from across the fucking room. He in the middle of a conversation talking to people, but as soon as he saw me, it's like he looks at me, he has like this like dumbfounded look on his face, and like I knew deep down inside he was jealous because the Terror videos was warning me like, yo, like a lot of people are gonna be jealous of you come like summer, which was like ironically like summer, springtime, around that time, like what, April, May, maybe even June, like was when I got word that this nigga was talking shit about me. But I left it alone because I'm just like, okay, but like I had a feeling he was jealous of me. Like I see him with that look on his face, I'm like, okay, I just kept it moving because it's like, it's okay, it's like somebody's jealous of you, like it's not your problem, it's no big deal. And like I went to go get food or whatever, wherever the fuck I was at down there. And I remember when I was like leaving, I think I was just like standing there. I saw him looking at me. He was scowling at me from across the room where his friends had left, and he was done with his conversation. And I think he was like walking towards me like he wanted to fight me, because that happened on multiple occasions too. Like he walked up to me like he was mad at me. He was just super fucking angry. Like he was just staring at me, and I'm laughing like internally because I'm like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with this nigga? Like whatever. Then another day while I'm at Monty's, he did the same thing again, scowling at me from across the room. And like I literally they had like the little like table set up where you had to come and get your food and put it on your plate. Tell me why, like this nigga, we had like this like big like rectangular like block that like I don't know, you know, it goes between like the floor and the ceiling, like in there. He's like walking around it. I see him out the corner of my eye, literally like not trying to look at him. Like I see him out the corner of my eye, scowling at me, like peeking like behind the wall. Like say if this is the wall, nigga is like looking at me, and I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? Like, and I know what's good. Like, I'm not saying nothing. Like, I know what, like, how he feels on the inside, but I'm not saying nothing. I'm just like, okay, it is what it is. So, I think I had went, like, one day, I don't even know if this was the same day, to be honest with you, but one day I know we are in Monty's, and he's hanging around some of the people that we used to hang out with a lot, like, around, like, sophomore year, and it was this girl here, I'm not gonna say her name, but I'm gonna just call her a Scorpio, and he's, like, talking, I guess he was talking shit about me to her, like, while they was over there, and she's looking at him, and she's looking at me, because I'm walking towards the tables, and, what happened? I'm, like, walking towards the tables. I think I was, like, walking away. I don't remember. Some like, scenario of that, because it doesn't really matter. I think I was already sitting there eating my food, and I got up and left. But this nigga was sitting once again behind me, but, like, a different table, like, diagonally across from me. And the girl's looking at him, and she's, like, looking at me, and she's like, yo, like, what happened between y'all? And I'm thinking to myself, like, what the fuck you mean what happened between us? Like, I didn't do anything. Like, I didn't do nothing to this person. I'm minding my business and doing what I've been doing. So, I just continue to go along with that. And, like, I could just tell, he was, like, mad. Like, he was talking shit about me still, but I mean, I was just, like, walking out there with a smile on my face. Like, I know this nigga's jealous. I know he pushed up away. But it is what it is. So, around this time, like, Sagittarius is not talking to me whatsoever. Like, I'm still thinking with friends. Like, I'm trying to hit her up. I'm trying to talk to her. She pulled the same shit she pulled over the summer. Like, flat out ignoring me. And it was just one day, like one morning, like I left like the dining hall, and I'm like walking to class or whatever, wherever the fuck I was going. And on my way to class, I saw her. Like I literally saw her like walking into campus through like gate 6 or whatever. And as I'm like walking, like she's like looking at me. And I think she paused for a second, and she's like was just staring at me, and then she just like kept moving and trying to act like she didn't care, like I wasn't there. So I walked up to her and I was like, "Hey, friend," and she put on like this fake smile, and I hugged her, and it went from like that warm feeling to like that cold feeling. It's like there was no love from her to me. So I'm just like, what the fuck, like what, like, and I knew something was up after I hugged her, but at that point I was just like, all right, I think it's time for me to leave her alone, because like the conversation I tried to have with her was like dry, and I just wanted to keep it moving. I'm in good spirits, I'm uplifted, so I'm minding my business. I'm walking. Excuse me. So as I'm walking, as I'm doing this or whatever, I'm just like, all right, like that's weird, but I knew something was up. And I had a job like that semester. I was working in the mailroom in my building over at Henley, and like with the way that things were and like how the structure was at the time, like I was able to get like a lot of overtime, so I was making a lot of money. And I'm still hanging out with WSJU gang, and shit kind of started getting weird with them as well at that point. So one of them, like I had used to always, because like one thing about like when I used to sit like be there, I used to sit there like all day long, sometimes even skipping class, just to sit there all day long and hanging out with the people in there and talking. But I'm not gonna lie, like a lot of times that I was there, I did not speak a lot. Like nobody ever really came to me like start a conversation. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. For the most part, I was used to just sit there in silence. So I'm like, you know what, like let me go focus on making some money and doing what I gotta do. And like I noticed that, because things can get really really weird when people start doing this. You gotta pay attention to like how people act. This like what I've learned in life. um Aries like decided that the Aries producer that I met at the SJU, not the Aries girl from my freshman year, but it's like the Aries dude. Aries, I'm gonna call him Aries number 2. Aries number 1 is from freshman year, but she's like out of this basically. Like Aries number 1 is not important. Aries number 2, on the other hand, in this story, basically, it seemed like he had an issue with me working. Like, I used to literally sit there, like, all day long, not talking to nobody, like, not doing nothing, sitting there high as fuck with, like, my headphones in or whatever I was doing. And while I'm there, you know, like I said, nobody's talking to me. But when it was time for me to get up and go to work, I just kept leaving. And it seemed like every single time I left, this kid had, like, an issue with me going. He's like, oh, like, you're leaving? Like, oh, you out? Like, oh, come on, man. Like, one day I think he literally tried to ask me to, like, skip work. Like stay there with him. Mind you, he was in the middle of his conversation with everybody else. He was not talking to me. He was not focused on me. His priority was not me. Like it was just him and doing whatever he wanted to do. But it's like I guess it hurt him to think that I had to get up and go for whatever the fuck reason. I don't care. I don't know. So like all that's happening, and there was a girl there who was a Pisces. Pisces and Aries were like dating each other. They eventually like they was like messing around a lot like towards the beginning of the semester, first semester of junior year, and then and this was some wild shit that nobody expected, or that we all kind of thought was just like a bad idea, but they did it anyways. Like they had like moved in together or whatever. So with Aries and Pisces basically like hanging out with each other, and you know, like dating each other. Around that time, I started feeling like very, very overwhelmed with like the energy of just like being at the station a lot. And like I remember like the guy, I'm not gonna say his name, but he used to be like the previous general manager. Me, him, and Pisces were talking because like me and Pisces we were kind of cool. Like I love me like a Pisces. Like I've had like a lot of Pisces friendships, but they all fell through due to some bullshit. But like I just fuck with Pisces like that. Like they're easy and fun to talk to. So it's like me, her, and him. We were talking. I'm saying like yo, like I felt overwhelmed and like I don't know what to do. And then the other manager, who just so happens to have also been a Pisces, ironically, that like used to like be at the station and he used to hang out there or whatever. He was telling me like yo, like just take 3 days off. Like you know like the first day you're gonna feel like you're gonna want to come back, but still stay alone and stay at home and do what you gotta do. Second day, you're gonna feel like a little bit better about it. And by the time you get to the third day, it's like you're not even gonna want to come back anymore. Like you should feel better. So, me and Pisces, like I said, we always hung out. We always talked with each other. We always like used to share like stories and blah 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 or whatever the case may be. And I took the other Pisces advice, the previous manager, and like went and took my 3 days off. But those 3 days turned into 4 weeks, I'm not gonna lie, because I really like when you learn how to be alone and just sit alone like that, like you don't want nobody around you. So I'm working, I'm making money, I'm by myself, I'm doing what I gotta do. And like at this point, things at this point in my life, around mind you, this is 2019, not 2020 yet. We didn't get to 2020. 2020 was a fucked up year just for everybody in general, but I'm gonna tell you about mine. Um we're in 2019 shit is getting weird. I'm hanging out like by myself now, being alone, making money, going to my room, going to class, and going to work, and that's it. And like I got all this money now, and I'm like doing what I gotta do. And like I said, Aries had an issue with me working, but he never really made it like 100% clear. But I could see it through his actions. So while this was happening, I was at work one day. And he texted me something about his tone about it. He was like, "Oh, like like we was hanging out at the station, like doing blah blah blah, or like we had like a general meeting. Cause like, hey, like we had a general meeting and stuff. But it seems like you're always busy. Like basically like subliminally throwing like shots at the fact that I'm working and I have a job." And it's making him feel like a little bit weird, something along the lines of that. And I read it, but like I'm just thinking like, oh, like we still friends, we still cool. I think that that's weird that you have an issue with me making money, but that's none of my business. Like I just kind of like went along with like, I'm still cool with this nigga, blah blah blah, whatever. So within this 4 weeks that I was going, even like Pisces had hit me up and she was like, hey, like I know like you're focused on yourself right now, you're doing your own thing or whatever, but I just wanted like to text you and let you know like I miss you. Mind you, me and her never really spoke or texted or called each other like outside of the station, but like that was like the one time I think she did like hit me up. She tried calling me sometimes before, but like maybe I would be sleeping or I couldn't like get to the phone right away. So like I would call her back and like by then it's just like she didn't even want to speak no more. I don't know, whatever. But she's telling me like, yo, like I miss you, like I know you're focusing on yourself and blah blah blah, and I'm just like, oh, thank you, like and like I was gone for like that entire month. When I came back, Aries and Pisces had already moved in with each other, I believe, and everybody was like always going to their house or like being invited to the house, and they kind of just like left me out of it. Like they never told me nothing. They never said nothing to me about like them I think I heard about them moving in through like other people, like even like when we were still cool and stuff like that. So they moved in with each other. They become like boyfriend and girlfriend. Like obviously, like it was kind of just inevitable. Um, I don't know if I mentioned this, but Pisces is a girl. Pisces is a girl. Pisces is a girl. I'm stuttering. And Aries is a boy. They got together, doing their thing or whatever. They living with each other, and everybody's basically like getting invited to their house except for me. So I'm like, okay, this is weird. Mind you, after this like month of me like chilling and like just taking time out to myself because it's just like, hey, like I needed time to myself, like I needed time to focus on myself. I remember like what really made me like come back outside or whatever was with all the producers like at the radio station, they used to do this thing, they called it like rhythm roulette. And like when they did that, what they did was like they would come together, we would all get up and go to like a record store or something. They would get like a different record and like a random record out of nowhere that they probably never fucking heard of, and then like they made it their job to like go and sample something off of it and like make music or whatever, like based off of some random record that they found to see like whatever it is that they could do. So we got together to go do that, and there was like a lot of us like all together, and like everybody shows up, and they seem to all be cool, being perfectly fine. Like I think even Aries was cool with me a little bit, but like even with like me and him in our relationship, it's like I was calling him a friend and I thought of him as a friend, but there was something about it that was still like estranged. Like for example, like there was this one night we stayed at the station like late as fuck and talking to each other. And normally when I have like very very deep in depth conversation with like people, when I wake up the next morning, I feel like this like almost like an attachment or like this drawing like to them where it's like yo like I kind of like there's a space for you in my heart now. There was no space in my heart for him. Like I don't know what the fuck it was, but it's like I woke up the next day and everything was the same, and I'm like, yo, we just shared so many personal details with each other the night before. Like how the fuck did I not feel that? But let's move on. So rhythm roulette, and we're like getting together to go do that stuff. Everybody feels cool with me. Like Aries is cool with me too. Then I'm sitting like with the way that the station is set up. It's like when you first walk in, there's like this little hallway to your right. The first side there's like Studio B. Right as you keep going down the hallway on your right again is Studio A, and in the back there's like this back office. So there's a door to the back office, and I was sitting in a chair. I was sitting in the chair to the back office. I was sitting in the chair in like the back office that was like in front of the door. The door is wide open. Tell me why we all in the station just like sitting down talking, like getting ready to go, whatever. But we was waiting for Pisces and some other people to show up. So Pisces decides that she wants to walk in. I saw like this whole look on her face where she looked mad at me. Like she was like shocked to have seen me, like super surprised, like, oh, I didn't expect you to be here. She didn't say that, but the whole look on her face. And I had a feeling she felt some type of way about the fact that I was gone for so long because I knew like she could have been sensitive like that or whatever. But she walks in, she greets everybody else and talks to them. Mind you, I'm sitting in front of the door. I'm the first person you see. Like, she walks in, ignores me, says hi to everybody else, and then tries to walk up to me and, like, pretend that she's all cool with me. And I knew, like, deep down inside she was hurt before because I had been friends with a Pisces before. Like, I know how y'all act. I know she was, like, hurt or a little sensitive about it, but she didn't want to mention it. And she was trying to just, like, dub it and act like nothing was, like, an issue. And, like, I knew it deep down inside. So I'm just like, okay, like, I'm going to just let her have her moment and she could do whatever. And then like things were weird, but then once we had finally got to like where we were going, like we went to like we got on the bus, took the subway, got off the subway. My mind is like elsewhere right now. I'm so sorry. But we got on when we took the bus to the subway, got off the subway, and like we walking through the city at this point, whatever. And she just started getting real comfortable with like talking to me, like we walking in like this big ass conglomerate fucking group. And as we're walking in this group, she like went from like the front of the group all the way to the back where I was, started talking to me, and we talking, having some conversations. And she trying to just like basically push everything under the rug, like nothing of what she did had happened. I thought about it. I thought about mentioning it to her, but I was like, you know what? Me being on my passive aggressive shit again, I did not listen to her. And well, I did not listen to myself more specifically. I was listening to her, and I completely just put my feelings to the side. And I was just like talking to her, blah blah blah. We doing that once again. Still never invited me to her house, but everybody else is going. And like, my camera cut off again. Sorry, but like I said, we hanging out. We did like what we was doing, hanging out in that huge conglomerate of people, or whatever. And you know, like that was that. Like that was basically what it was. I just put like my thoughts and feelings aside. And I was like, you know, like I get it. She's upset, but you know, whatever. Like I've been there before. I get it, but yeah, whatever. So around this time, this is like the fall of our, I believe, junior year. And one thing that I was doing like over the summer and even at the beginning of the junior year, like I started unfollowing like mad people from like my past because like yo, like why am I still following these people if like they're not in my life, like we don't see each other, we don't speak, like it wasn't necessary for me to do that. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessary for me to have to follow them, so I just like unfollowed them. And like I'm going through like all this stuff, like they like WSJU gang didn't know, like they knew, but they didn't like fully know. Like I think I told Pisces. Pisces probably like the only person who I talked about this to. And the girl that as I'm talking about, as I just mentioned before, but she's the only person that I'm talking to about this stuff. But I don't even think I got into detail with her. It seemed like every single time I wanted to talk about it with her, something always got in the way. She had to get up and go. Maybe I don't know if she didn't care, if that was like a blessing in disguise or something. Where I couldn't have like told them my information because I don't think I ever really got that personal with them. Like maybe like once or twice I did it, but I never really like fully like let myself loose around them because I knew how I acted within my friend group, and I knew like in my freshman year friend group, and I knew how crazy I could get. So it's like I was afraid of like being judged for like my ways, like how I can act when I'm tweaking, or yeah, whatever. I smoke weed, y'all. Sometimes I overdo it. Okay, it happened before, but as that had happened, like I said, I'm unfollowing people, and like I'm having all these issues with like my the people from like freshman gang or whatever, like Hollis gang, I think is what we was called. We had a bunch of different names, but yeah, it was with Libra number one and Sag, and I unfollowed them. And another thing that had got me tight with like sophomore year and our like friend group, I didn't know him that well. Like I met him freshman year through like the friends that we had that were girls. Through like the friends that we had were girls. This guy was a Virgo. And this nigga had me fucked all the way up. And let me tell you why. Because like I said, like I knew like the therapist was warning me like, yo, like a lot of people are gonna become like more jealous of you because like you're shining more, like you're like in some sense like in a spot like it was like, yo, like people are gonna like become like more jealous of you and they're going to copy you. Like someone did. Like I remember I used to walk around wearing like these overall shorts, and like this one guy saw me with them, and he was just like, "Yo, like where'd you get yours?" And then he went and bought them, and came back to me and was like, "Yo, like I got some just like you." But that's besides the point. But it's like it told me people were gonna be jealous of me, and I had a feeling like throughout like sophomore year when I was like still like hanging out in 505 with my friends, and as I'm hanging out. Yeah, I'm hanging out with like 505 with my friends, and like Virgo was in a room with Capricorn, the guy that I was like talking about before. So I don't know what the fuck was wrong with Virgo, but he used to like try to act like maybe he was my friend or that we was cool with each other. But he literally beat me up like 3 times, like on separate occasions. Like I never hit him. I never put my hands on him ever. I don't even think I did anything. Like he kind of would just like hit me like unprovoked. Like you know how like let's say someone dislikes you for whatever reason and they don't know like what maybe let's say they dislike you for a reason, but like they don't want to like show it, so they might try to play it off and like hide it with them like jokes and shit like that. This nigga literally beat me up in front of everybody, and like niggas is sitting in the room just like watching it, didn't do nothing. And I'm just wondering like what the fuck is going on? Like what? Like I didn't put my hands on him. I didn't even do anything to him. Like it was maybe like this one time because I knew he had like a bit of a temper, and I was like playing with him. That was like one time, but that was the third time that he had like tried to like beat me up. The other two times was like he just kept hitting me and hit me and hit me, and I'm just sitting there taking it. I have no idea what's going on. Nobody was saying nothing. Nobody was doing nothing. I was like lost and confused. Like what the fuck is going on? But anyways, like fast forward back to like junior year, I did have a feeling like this person was jealous of me because I was like learning like of like how to listen to my intuition. I felt like it was telling me like out of everybody in the room, it felt like for some reason it was pointing him out. I don't know if he was jealous of me. I don't know if he was not. I really don't give a fuck. All I know is you put your hands on me, my nigga, and let's talk about it. So, like I said, nigga basically beat me up 3 times. I never hit him. I kind of just like stood there and took every punch, and I felt like he was basically like, trying to destroy me. Like deep down inside, he hated me. Like even like sophomore year when I was like messing with this girl, and for some reason like he knew like how I felt. Like well, he knew like how do I say this? Whether he knew it or not, it was like always very uncomfortable when he kept mentioning her and kept bringing her up, and he just like kept doing it over and over again. And this is honestly why I hate Virgo men, because I feel like they always give unsolicited advice. Like if I didn't ask you, don't fucking tell me. But like he kept saying like, yo, like I think you need to get with this person. I think you need to get with this person. And he just like, it felt like he kept bringing me into like situations that were just like super like fucked up and very uncomfortable for me. And I was getting pissed off about that. And like I said, this nigga beat me up basically 3 fucking times. So I'm already mad at him and I don't like him. Once again, whether or not he was jealous of me or not, whether or not I don't know, he had good intentions or bad intentions. I feel like he just wanted to fuck with me just for the sake of fucking with me. Why? I don't know. Like, you know, I don't really want this girl, or that I don't really want to talk to this girl like that. And no disrespect to her at all, because she was a cool-ass girl. But it's like, why do you keep, like, trying to orchestrate stuff? Nigga talking about, like, oh, like, had the audacity, because everybody, like, it don't even matter. But this nigga was basically sitting here telling me, I'm trying to think about it, y'all. Hold on. It was making sense like, yo, like, if you don't hop on that, like, I'm gonna hop on that myself. Like, talking about how fine she was. They're like, nigga, knock yourself the fuck out. If you want her, you can have her. Like, I didn't do nothing about it, but they just kept bringing it up and talking about it. It was, like, pissing me off. Because, like, yo, like, why don't you just shut the fuck up and mind your business? But fast forward back to junior year, I'm going through all this stuff with WSU, and I'm, like, wrapping basically up everything with, like, freshman year friends. And I started unfollowing him. And I remember I unfollowed Virgo, Libra #1, and Sagittarius. Now I unfollowed them and I completely forgot about them, and like I just like let it go or whatever, right? And I remember this was like over Thanksgiving break, probably. I think I had checked my phone. It was either Thanksgiving break or winter break when this happened. I checked my phone, and I went to Instagram and I was like, I wonder like if they think about me or not or something like that. You know, of course sometimes you like, I'll admit it. I don't care. I'll be honest. And I went back to it and I went to like search up all their names and like they all unfollowed me too. But like I'm still not hanging out with like freshman gang that much. Everybody else from freshman gang was basically like following me, and these niggas had unfollowed me, which lets me know that like they were watching me. Like y'all was like watching me to see if I was gonna follow you or unfollow you. Meanwhile, we're not talking. Y'all not talking to me. Y'all not speaking to me. Me and Virgo was never really cool like that. So he's kind of like out of this. I'm just pissed off that he beat me up because it's just like what the fuck. Like I didn't do nothing to you. Or in fact, more specifically, I'm pissed off at the fact that you put your hands on me. When I said that you beat me up, I said it before, nigga, you didn't knock me out. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, so that had happened. I'm like, okay, like these people are watching. Like I find it strange because like, and more specifically, Libra and Sag was mostly what I was worried about. Like, how the fuck did they know that I unfollowed them? Oh well. And basically, like I'm going through what I'm going through with like WSJU gang, and hanging out like with them, and like we was in like a huge conglomerate of people. It's like me and Pisces. I can't really tell you what happened because I'm not sure or what I remember. I just remember, okay, now it's coming back to me. They got their house, Aries and Pisces, they got their house. Other people are going there and hanging out with them, and I'm just like sitting at the station. They're not inviting me. Like they're literally talking about going to their house and like in front of me with everybody else. They never invited me. They never said nothing. So I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm getting a cold shoulder here. Thankfully, I don't give a fuck, kind of. So it's just like, all right, I'm paying attention, but like I'm gonna just leave it alone. And then that's that. We go home that winter break, and I don't really remember much of what happened. And I'm not gonna lie. Um, Mind you, this is like 2019 going into 2020 now. I faintly remember talking to Pisces potentially over this time period, but I'll just like leave that alone because I don't remember. But we come back to school, and I don't know, maybe because it was like the winter time and like it's cold outside and nobody really wants to be out. Like no one was like at this station. I remember, especially around the time because when we came back around like maybe the beginning of February, and it seems like I just wasn't really seeing nobody like that. Um, mind you, this is around the time I think like that February of that year because COVID had became like a thing. Around I think like 2019. Yeah, COVID had became a thing about 2019, like towards the end of it, and it kind of started like spreading more and getting bigger around like like the beginning of 2020. And I feel like that's kind of like they was like mentioned it because they was talking about it in the group chat like yo like don't nobody want to come to the station because they don't want to get nothing. So it's like I was like okay, like I was like a little like hurt by it because I'm like yo like literally like nobody's here like I just walked in and it was like fucking dead and freezing cold and I was like nah like I'm gonna go home or whatever. And like I was talking to some like a few of the people who were there, which at the time like I don't like we weren't like really that cool with each other, but like we saw each other, so it's like we spoke. Um, and like that was that. Basically, like around March, I believe, because we had our spring break like early as fuck, like and like probably like the last week of February, literally like after we just came back from winter break, they heard like the last week of February into like March, like at the beginning of March, like somewhere around like the fourth, or like maybe like the week after we had our break. And that entire week, I think I like sat in my dorm like by myself because I didn't really go home. I didn't want to go home, for spring break because I go home when it's just like boring or whatever. So I was like, nah, I'm gonna stay in New York. And like I did hang out with like Pisces, Aries, and like a bunch of other people throughout that time period. But that's besides the point. I did hang out with them over. I'm trying to think. Sorry, y'all, but I did hang out with them over like that March, March little winter break or whatever, and then we moved forward into the semester. Basically, we went back into the semester. I remember we was at school for like maybe like a day or two, and then they sent out all these emails talking about like yo like everybody has to evacuate. You need to go home. They got people walking in the building with hazmat suits and shit on. Like that's like it was like the real deal. Like we knew we had to leave. We knew we had to leave basically. And they came in there and like we had to like evacuate and stuff like that. So I had already went home like that weekend, spring break. Even though I didn't want to go home, I went home because it was my grandmother's birthday. So I went home and we celebrated. I had came right back and literally like 2 days later, like it was like, oh, okay, y'all gotta go home. So we went home, we evacuated or whatever for like everything that was going on at that point in time. And when I tell y'all, like throughout that entire time period of us being home because we had to evacuate from March, I would say up until like September, no one called me or reached out to me from WSJU gang. Me and freshman year gang basically dissipated. Like we all separated. Like we was just not like, or like I more specifically, I know I separated from them. I know some of them could potentially still be cool with each other, but like I know I have to like separate from them because one thing I think I remember, I don't know if I mentioned it already. Junior year, I remember I was like sitting in like the mailroom. First half of junior year, I was sitting in the mailroom and I was watching a tour video, and the tour video was like you may not understand it right now, but like the universe needs you to be alone. The universe wants you to be alone, basically, and yeah, just like be by yourself. And I didn't want to hear that, but it made sense because it seemed like like my old friends are kind of like dissipating away, and then like I even had like the friends that I was hanging out with WSU gang that I was like always with, like they were starting to separate, like disperse from me too a little bit because Aries and Pisces fucking got their house and invited everybody, and like they didn't invite me, like everything was just starting to get weird. Like I was really just like learned that like had to start being alone. So throughout COVID, um, basically, we couldn't go nowhere, like we couldn't do nothing. Um, what the hell? Yeah, that had happened, but it's just like no one called me, no one said anything to me, and of course we was all in the house like at this time period. We had a lot of shit going on, and we all had like basically like everybody like probably watch this. You could probably like likely have some sort of like mental health issues or stuff that you was going with. Listen, I went home and I was pissed off because I'm like, yo, like y'all just like ruined like the way that I kind of like wanted to set up like my whole like life. Because typically whenever I went home for like break or something, like I would be at home, like I would be like I never really read books like that, but I would be reading books. I would be taking care of myself. I would do all sorts of stuff like that. Y'all telling me like I gotta go home and do schoolwork. Like I was fucking skipping class. I'm not going it. Like I'm not waking up in the morning to go to class. I was focused on like my own personal routines. Like I'm waking up, I'm working out, I'm meditating, I'm like reading books, doing whatever the fuck I want to do or whatever for like that period of time. Now, like I said, they never really called me. I would typically reach out to them, and sometimes like they would hit me back. Pisces hit me back sometimes. Aries like really hit me back, and then like everybody else kind of just like dissipated in my life. The Pisces guy that was a producer that I had mentioned before, like I had like I just stopped talking to him really, but like that was kind of just like it. Like that was just that was then. He's not really a part of the story. I have like multiple different Pisces I named here. Um, it was the to be clear, okay. There was the Pisces producer I worked with on the songs that I did. There's the Pisces girl that we're still going to talk about, and then there was the other Pisces guy who was like a manager, the previous manager at the station. But like that's besides the point. The two guys are not really a part of the story. Pisces girl is. So basically, what had happened while I was at home, I had like all my routines and stuff set in place. But at some point, it's like I just lost faith within it. Like it's kind of hard to want to work out, and like I didn't have that much inspiration. It was difficult for me, so like keep it going and all sorts of stuff like that. And I kind of just had like kind of gave up on like a lot of my practices. Like it went from like one lazy ass day to like okay, like I don't give a shit about writing my journal today. I don't give a fuck about like working out today because like I just don't want to do it, or like I don't care about meditating, or like even like reading. I think so. I would just like put like everything down, and I was just going day by day, like day by day by day by day. So as I'm at home, fast forward or switch over to like the more familial family side of things. Um, Me and my mom did grow closer with each other. Like at the beginning of 2020, like that year, like we like talking about like we kind of like we talked to each other, and it was just because like that was me as a person. I'm like yo, like it feels like me and my mom don't talk with each other that much, and I want to like I'm smart enough, I'm old enough now, I'm more social enough, I'm able to like hold conversations better than I was like able to before. So it's like okay, like I'm now initiating a conversation between us. I'm now talking with them, and as I'm like talking with her more now, like we like having conversations about like like stocks and investments, and like we was talking like she was telling me some stuff about like my dad because like me and him have like a really rocky relationship with each other too, and she was just telling me certain things about that. I remember like because she knew I was into spirituality and divination, like because I had like sage and stuff like that. She bought me like sage and stuff like that, basically like as a gift. I was like using that, and like we were just really cool with each other. So let's rewind all the way back to sophomore year when I was in therapy. That I'm going through what the fuck I'm going through. And like I said, simultaneously as I'm like going through therapy and feeling better, it seems like my mom is feeling worse. She's having all these health issues, and like she was having more health issues. I think even going into like I know like throughout my entire sophomore year, she had issues. But like when it seemed like when I came home for the summer, like around like fall, like somewhere around that time, like I think she was like very very fine. Like she was doing well because she was always having morning sickness and throwing up like every single day. And as she has like morning sickness and she's talking about it, I would not that she's talking about, but she was having morning sickness like throwing up every single day, and like eventually like it has stopped. Like I didn't see it as much when I had came home around like junior year. I'm like all over the place with this, guys. I'm so sorry, but like yeah. So sophomore year, she's in and out of the hospital. She's having like all these different issues and stuff like that. And I wanted to hide the fact that I was going to therapy because I was really talking about some stuff that was in my childhood. Um, I'm not sure if I really want to share that right here, so I just think I'm not going to. But like, I was talking about some stuff in my childhood that was like really, really painful and really, really hurtful. And it was just coming back to the surface, and like I had to deal with it. And I was keeping everything a secret from her because when I went away to school, I never really spoke to my family. Like my mom, when my older brother had went away to college, she used to like randomly want to pop up on him and take the whole family with her. And I'm like, yo, like when I go to school, like do not do that with me. Like I do not want you randomly popping up. I want to be alone and by myself. I was the only person in my freshman friend gang that was like, or like not even my freshman friend gang, but probably like amongst everybody that I had known, I was the only one that was probably like truly independent to the point where I never called my mother. Like I had a job, so I'm making my own money. You're already paying my way through school as a single mother, as a single parent. Like I don't need to ask you for. But yeah, my mom was paying me for me to like go to school. Like I used to be very independent, and like I did ask for money, but the only time I asked for money would be like towards like the end of the semester from like either her or my father, where I'm just like, yo, like like that's typically like whenever I run out of money because the semester's over, hours are running low, like especially when like finals and stuff like that come around, like we not working at that much as student workers no more. So that'll be like the only time I ask the money, which is like probably like once or twice at the end of like every semester. Other than that, like everything was covered by me. I'm trying to be independent as possible, do what the fuck I want to do. If I'm struggling, that like nobody knows about it. It's just me. And I wasn't really like struggling around like this like sophomore year, but I remember like I came home and like I was like really like sluggish or whatever because I was like walking around here. I was smoking weed like every single day. I stopped smoking weed outside, and I think I started smoking in the house. This was around the time that I had like started like smoking weed because after like no, this is around the time that I started like rapping because this is sophomore year that I'm talking about here. So like prior to that, like in the summer, like I remember I came home and I used to like get high and like go outside and smoke. And one night I made the mistake because I was trying to keep it a secret from my mother. I made the mistake because my older brother was already like smoking, so the house already smelled a little bit like weed or whatever. But besides the point of that, I made the mistake of one day like I remember I got high. I was cleaning the kitchen. And because I was like the cleaning kid in my house, like I was the one that everybody always asked me to do stuff. I always cleaned up after everybody. I always like made sure the house was in tip top shape when nobody else wanted to get up and do shit. So with that being said, I was cleaning the kitchen and I had a joint and I put it in a sandwich bag and I left it on the kitchen table and I went upstairs and I fell asleep. And my mom, like, she works on weekends, so she would come back home like on Sunday at like 7 a.m. getting off of work. Yo, she walks in the house and I think I was downstairs. I completely forgot I had left it there. And I think I went to the bathroom and I saw her and I was like, hey, what's up, blah blah blah, and or something like that, or either that or I was just like upstairs in my room. I don't know. It don't fucking matter. But it's just like I remember I was like upstairs and I got like some like anxiety like whenever like my mom calls me because she was like, "What is this?" And I came down the stairs and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she walked into the living room and she holding the bag like this, and there's a joint in there and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like I left it downstairs, and she was like, she just gave it to me. I was like, "Oh, that's mine," and I just like took it and went upstairs, and then we spoke about it later on, and she was like, you know, like as long as you know like the consequences of what you're doing and that you can get kicked out of school for this, like that's your choice. Because she used to always get on my older brother a lot about like when he used to smoke weed. So like I was kind of afraid of like, cause she used to be like, oh, like you keep smoking weed and all this, you could get out, you could get the fucking house. Like she was gonna kick him out and all this shit like that. My mom is like a very passionate speaker. She's an Aries, but she's very passionate like speaking and she could get like loud and like speaking at like violent tone sometimes. So she was like, and me being like the baby, like the person that kind of like always like she always considered me to be her baby. Probably still to this day she does. But it's like she was always like way softer on me, like kind of like then when she was with my older brother growing up. But she was always like tough and rough on him and just like this, that, and the third were her words and with me because I was always the goody two shoes who got like good grades in school and stuff like that. Like she was just like, okay, well as long as you know the consequences of it, like you know that's your choice. She tried to act like she didn't care, but looking back, I think she did. She was probably like bothered by it or something. Excuse me. But that's besides the point. But yes, so fast forward back to sophomore year when this is all happening. I come home from winter break. Like the entire time I'm home, like I had like my spiritual awakening, and I started having like these visions, especially while I was high, where I was like seeing stuff. And what I was basically seeing is like certain dots in my life like starting to connect because I'm beginning to notice like yo like there's a certain pattern of like all of the women that have been in my life, all the girls, whether if you came in the form of a friend or somebody that I liked. And I'm beginning to realize like what I'm attracted to and what I'm actually seeing. I'm just like following the visions. Like I remember I got up one morning, I was high as fuck, and I was like waking and making and all that shit like that. And I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, yo, wait a second. Like every girl in my life has always been like controlling and like possessive in some way, shape, or form. And basically, I just began to notice like, yo, like they're all kind of just like my mother. Like basically, and then I'm thinking about like, okay, if they're all just like my mother, then I must be like my father because I knew a little bit about my father, like what he had been through, like what he grew up, and like whether he because he doesn't know that I know a lot of stuff about him and like the things that happened between him and my mother, and all sorts of stuff like that. And I'm like comparing it because I'm like, wait a second, so like my mom and my dad, like they had their falling out. And she kind of like always, because of her, my father. One thing I noticed about my mother, and I learned about my mother, and like I'm gonna have to get into this too. If my mom does not like you, she will try to turn everyone against you by talking bad about you. And when she does like you, as in like you apologize to her, or like you admit to her that she was right, or just basically tell her what she wants, give her what she wants. Once again, she's an Aries. Aries are like that. They want what the fuck they want. Huh. that's when like she'll basically turn against you and every person that she used to turn against that person, and she'll go and hang out with the person who is now kissing her ass and basically telling her like, yo, like I'm sorry for what I did and blah blah blah. That's gonna make sense a little more further ahead. But yes, I'm at home, sophomore year, winter break. I'm smoking weed, I'm getting high, and I'm staying in my room and I'm like writing raps and like all this shit like that. Just like writing poetry and like getting creative every single day. Every day I had like a routine. I would wake up in the morning. I would like watch a bunch of different music videos over and over again. I pick songs. I try to like freestyle to it. I'll be in here writing for like 4 hours. Like just trying to like get shit like off. Like I remember cause I remember I was like the type of music I listened to and like the way that I was just like typically like comfortable with like writing, they were like very drastically different. Like the type of music I listened to was music where everybody just be talking shit. And they probably just be saying everything. So I was trying to rap like that too. But it wasn't up until like I think what initially had got me into rapping before I even started rapping, like just talking shit just because um in the video, not in the video. But like around this time, I was going through some issues at school because like how I mentioned, like with Virgo, like always trying to like get me involved with this girl that I did not really like want to be with at the time, and I was scared to be with. Um, the girl that I was like messing with, she was an Aquarius, and she had a friend who was also an Aries. I got like bad Aries in my life, yo. But she was also an Aries, and basically she was fucking yeah, she was. I'm gonna say it. She was fucking the Libra friend from my freshman year. Like I used to sell them condoms, like literally, like they was fucking. So while that's happening, I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna fuck Aries too. Like I was thinking about fucking her. So like one day, me Capricorn from like my freshman year friend group, Aries the one that I'm talking about right now, and Aquarius, the girl that I was like messing with, me and Aquarius had like our little spats. Like I ghosted her. I kind of just did her filthy without even realizing it, and I like unintentionally played her because that was just me like being a stupid boy, not knowing anything about relationships and like love. I thought that if I just like, cause I'm going through some things, and I was already crying every day, so I'm like, you know what? After crying every single day, I'm perfectly fine with like not not like like I'm thinking like maybe she'll understand like herself if it makes her cry, like if it hurts her, because I'm like getting hurt every day myself. So I'm like, you know what, like I remember one night like I woke up, oh my god, this is a whole other backstory. I'm gonna tell you guys this one too. So before sophomore year had started, I was already into tarot, and I remember I was paying people to do tarot readings for me, right? And I really, really, really wanted to get into a relationship. Like I was so hell bent on love and just looking for it. And I remember like I got a reading from somebody, and I was telling them like, yo, like what could you tell me about like my love life and like what's gonna happen. And she told me that oh shit. Let's keep going because this might make sense. Like I think I'm figuring out some new shit here too. But basically, she told me like, yo, like I see you like around the fall or like the second half of the year. Mind you, this would have been like around like my sophomore year. You were going to meet a girl. She's gonna be a fire sign. She said she was gonna be like a really, really cool person. And like that's basically what I remember. I might have to go back and look at the email to see. But she was like, yeah, like you're gonna meet this girl, she's gonna be a fire sign, she's gonna have good grades in school, she's gonna be like a really, really cool person overall. And I was just like, okay. So I come back to school, around like the first or second week, I take a French class. I met this girl, Dominican, like just I wanted her, she fine as fuck, whatever. I wanted her, and like she was a Leo. And like I remember I saw her, I was like, you know what, like if you see something, like just go after, because I was scared to talk to her first. But I remember like I saw her in class, so I was like, you know what, like I think I just like ran out of the classroom like at the last minute, because she used to always be the first one to leave. So I had to get my shit up real quick. I ran outside of the classroom, and I chased her down the hall. I was like, hey, like what's your name? Like you got an Instagram, you got a number, like what's good? Like just like awesome shit like that. And I had that situation with her. And it wasn't really like a situation. It was fucking awkward. Like I was like very like fearful to be committed. And I didn't realize that until she started like showing interest towards me. I was like, okay, wait a second, whoa. And she didn't show much interest towards me because like when I tell y'all, like I used to sit back and wait for this girl. I used to wait 4 hours for a text back from this girl. Like that's how hell bent I was on this. And I was ignoring the fact that she was treating me like shit, basically. But it was like I was just chasing after her. Like I couldn't wait to see her in class. Like all this other stuff and whatnot. Um, But yeah, like I met her, and like I knew, like she gave me her Instagram, and I'm like spying on her Instagram, and like her birthday was around August, and I knew it had to have been like Leo season, and you know, she was just my type, like personality wise, and she was just fine, and I'm like, yo, this has got to be the person that the universe is talking about. Tell me why. Probably like maybe like a couple of days, not even a couple of days, the weekend after I met this girl, I'm gonna call her Leo. Okay, so after I met Leo. that weekend, me and Libra and Capricorn from my freshman year for group sophomore year, we're still chilling with each other, hanging out. We go to a party, or we're on our way to a party, and like typically like what had happened like around that time like in college for us, like every Friday everybody was always like headed to a party. We would all like walk in like with our friends, but it's like this big ass group of like college kids hanging out, and then like we're all separated like within our own groups with our friends, and basically, right? Tell me why. This is when I have first met the Aries girl that I was talking about that I wanted to fuck, basically. So she had like two friends with her, and I'm not even sure. I don't even remember if Aquarius was like there with her. I think she was. I think she wasn't. I think she came like around like the second time that we hung out. But like Aries was there, and she was basically like a thought, and she was like super proud of being a thought. And I'm just like, yo, like this is mad easy. Like I really just figured like I could just like get her like that. And I remember she like literally like because typically like I was like the loser a little bit in like my like freshman year friend group, where it's like I always like say if like we had to like basically I was always the one that would mess up because the other two dudes were selfish. Like say if like there was like a whole group of girls or something, and like we all had to connect with one or just like pick one. They would pick like the finest ones that they could possibly get, and I would end up with the ones that may either were not that fine, or I was just like by myself packing third wheeling or some shit like that. So come around sophomore year, I'm like, nah, like fuck these niggas, like they're not about to play me this time. So before we even like get to that part, Aries was just like different. Like she was bold as fuck. Like I remember like we walking and like because we was like my friends like they was already talking to just like some group of girls. They was all bad as fuck, but they left to go to their party, whatever the fuck they was doing. And we walking headed towards gate 6, probably like walked around like rambunctious back. Aries was there. Excuse me. Aries was there, and she had a group of friends with them. And I'm not gonna lie, like they were not bad, y'all. Like I don't always go for the baddest ones, okay? But they were not bad. And like and Aries, like, she literally lined all her friends up, and she was like, well, take your pick, they're all virgins. Like, some shit like that. Like, we was talking to them, and I don't know what the fuck happened, and she was like, well, take your pick, they're all virgins. Like, it was just, like, that was the type of shit she was on. And, like, we all, in some way, shape, or form, kind of just, like, mixed together. We started, like, walking to it, like, together, like, talking with each other and walking and whatnot. And, like I said, they was not bad, but there was some, I mean, they wasn't bad, but, like, there was some girls that, like, were better looking than others. So I made sure that this time around, these niggas is not gonna play me. I'm gonna go get me mine. So like, I just went. I don't know who I was walking in with and talking with, but I mean, she wasn't the one that stunk. But that it doesn't matter. But like, y'all, I've been down bad before. It's okay. Like it's just, I'm sorry, excuse me, but it's just, yeah. But that was basically like what had happened. Then like I think because we linked up, we did that on like a Friday, and then when Sunday had came around, like my Libra and Capricorn like friend was like talking, like they wanted to like invite them over and like basically hang out with us and like shit like that, and like I was already around them, so I'm just like okay, whatever. And I think I'm not even gonna remember because I don't even remember, so I'm not gonna say nothing. But that's when I met Aquarius. And like the Libra friend that I had at the time, ironically I'm a Libra too, so it's two Libras and a Capricorn. Like we all just like hanging out with each other. The other Libra one that I was talking about, the September Libra, uh, this nigga, he was fucking he was trying to like get with Aries as well. Capricorn was always just to himself. Like he did not want to hang out like at all. Like he used to invite them to his room and they just invite him to like his dorm. And we had like SA does, we have like most of the dorms are like suite style. So we like you walk in, it's like a common area where it's basically like a little living room, and then you got your different dorms and like rooms and stuff like that. So he would just invite people over and fucking go sit in his room. So I'm sitting in the common area with these three girls, and like two of them, there's like I don't even remember like the other ones for next time, but there's one that's an Aries. I don't remember the other girl. And then there was Aquarius. And like I was not like, I think they was telling me about her like prior to it. It was like, yo, like we got a girl for you. Da, da, da. And I'm like, really? And like with Aquarius like being there, I barely like spoke to her. Like I don't even remember saying nothing. I was just like trying to be nice and like cool or whatever. And I think they was all trying to like hook us up together because we were like the weirdos in both of our friend groups. So as this is like happening, what the fuck was going on? Me and Aquarius basically like had like our little fallouts because like we both like felt like, you know, like our friends kept putting us together. Neither one of us were in control of the situation. It was making us both uncomfortable because like they was like basically like lying. I think they both like both of our friends lied on us to try to get us together because they were telling her like, oh, like he thinks that you're cute and like he wants to be with you and da da da. And I didn't say that. And it's not that she wasn't cute. It's just like I didn't say that. But like I like they kind of just like lied and told her that. And like I remember when they told her that, like I wasn't paying much attention, but I heard her. She's like, oh, he does. He thinks I'm cute. Like he's so cute too. Like it's just like what? Like and it's just like I'm like, why would they do that? Because I feel like they was just playing with her, but they was really trying to like put us together. Like they're basically trying to like coerce me to fuck her because I was a virgin at the time. So like But yeah, so like I was saying, like that, all that was like going on, where like they basically wanted me to fuck her because they were literally like Libra will always literally look me dead in my face and be like, bro, like just fuck her, like it's not that hard, like just fuck her, and I'm like, no, like I didn't like care to because it's like I didn't feel comfortable like being like forced into a situation like that. I didn't like being told what to do. And later on, they did understand that like because I remember Libra was telling somebody he was like, "Yo, like you just can't do that with Dom. Like Dom doesn't like to be forced to do stuff." And I was like, "Yeah." I didn't say nothing, but I was just like, "Yes, like you finally fucking get it." But what had happened between me and Aquarius was what happened between me and Aquarius. I remember I don't know what had happened. Oh, we had like linked up a couple of times or whatever. Me, Aquarius, the Libra friend that I was still friends with at the time, and like Aries, and like he didn't like Aries that much. He just wanted to fuck, and she was like head over heels for his ass. And Aquarius and me were kind of just like I'm like trying to be like nice and like like we talking because we had met up for like lunch one day at like Monty's or whatever. So we talking, and we just like talking, and like it was just like a very strange conversation because I remember she asked me where did I work at, and I didn't want to tell her. And the reason, excuse me, the reason as to why I didn't want to tell her was because Aries was sitting like right beside them, and Aries like her personality reminded me of someone that I had known before, like when I was in high school, and like this is like the type of person who they will never admit that they like you, but they will do everything to like act like they do. So like whenever like Libra and Aquarius like weren't around, and like me and Aries were like around, like I would hang out with her just because like it was somebody to kind of like talk to, basically. And like I was kind of like cool with her a little bit, but there was something about her that was weird, so I had to keep her like on the fence and separate from me. I didn't want to tell Aquarius where I worked at because I didn't want Aries to go crazy and show up in my fucking job, basically. Aries is like different. Like let me, like this is some crazy shit. Like, so yeah, like that happened. We had linked up with each other a couple of times, but like I said, Libra didn't fuck with Aries like that. He just wanted to fuck and then like kind of disappear. So he was treating her like shit. And we like me, Aries, and Aquarius and Libra had all agreed to basically like double date or some shit like that. But Libra left and he dipped out on it, and I still went because I felt the need to keep my word. I didn't know how to say no or just like cancel plans. I was too afraid to do that. So I spent some time with them. We went to the city or whatever. Aries was coming up with like all sorts of shit out of nowhere, talking about how like because the entire time that we was like there, like Aquarius was like observing me and telling me about stuff. Like she was like, "Wow, you're really good with directions, and like you really know what you're going, where you're going, and what you're doing." Like I did not want to be like I was miserable. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was held there against my will, even though I wasn't. Like I had free will to get up and leave, but I was just too afraid to do so. I didn't know. That's besides the point. I got a lot of good stories because I wore my overall shorts that day. Everybody, like all the guys, had made fun of me one day for putting on that, like the overall shorts because they thought it was weird. Before I had linked up with Aries and Aquarius, like I was sitting on the strip and I was just like sitting down minding my business. Mad girls was coming from the left because they was walking from down and going to wherever the fuck they was going to, whether it was Monches or whatever. Sitting on the strip, like all the bitches just checking me out, like just saying hi. Like I'm sorry if I said bitches, my apologies. But all the girls like walking past was just like checking me out, like waving at me and like all that stuff like that. And it's just like everybody was laughing at me for having on this outfit, and here they are, like all the honeys just looking at me like I look cute. Like I got on like my overall shorts and like a white t-shirt and my white Vans. I'm just cooling it. My hair is curly. Like it just, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling real good about myself right now. So, yeah, I linked up with Aquarius and Aries and we go, and it was like a long ass day where we were just walking through the city. We went to a museum, like all this stuff like that. Like I'm an artsy fartsy ass nigga, so I love going to museums and looking at art. But the entire time that we was there, Aquarius and Aries was just basically together, like talking with each other. And I kind of like I separated from them a little bit, but it felt like they was also trying to separate from me too. It was just like very very weird and uncomfortable and awkward. And like I remember we about to go back home. Getting on the subway and shit. Tell me why Aries gonna say some shit. I don't know what the fuck, because I barely said anything to them the entire time that I was there. I was just fucking miserable. That was on me, a free will choice that I should have never made. And Aries says something like what the fuck did she say? Oh, I've reread it to some people. People are weird while we was out there, but it don't fucking matter. Aries had the audacity to sit here and say so like, oh, is that what you do? Like you get girls and then like you like trick them and get what you want out of them and then you just leave. And then Aquarius is looking at me while she said that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like that's the type of niggas you deal with. Like I wasn't like that. Like I wasn't like a player. Like I was like to myself, I never really like dated anyone before. Then that's just gonna make sense in the future as well as I continue this. But yes, like she was like I never really dated anyone before. I never really had like any relationships like that. So it's like how could you possibly sit here and call me a player when like I honestly have never intentionally played anybody in my well I have before, I'm not gonna lie. But it wasn't like in a relationship type of way. Well, it kind of was. I do smoke. It don't matter. Whatever. I didn't think I was a player at this point in time because I just never been in like a relationship like that before. I was still a virgin. Like I'm not fucking nobody. Like who am I playing? But like anyways, That's like that, and like she was basically pinning like all this stuff on me and trying to make me look up like to be like the bad guy or whatever. And this was like the first go around that me and Aquarius was kind of like still like hanging out with each other and like still trying to like make this thing happen. But like one day I don't know what the hell happened, but like I couldn't like I just didn't want to deal with her no more because I'm like yo like this is too much for me. Like I want my freedom back or whatever. So one night I don't know I think we stopped talking to each other for some reason. And then one night I had texted her because like the way that things between me and her had ended, it was like very weird. I don't even remember what happened, but I remember I texted her. I was like, "Yo, like, can we just like meet up and like talk for a second?" And she was like, "Yeah, sure." So she was hanging out with her friends at that time and it was coming back from wherever it's coming back from, and of course like it's Aquarius and the Aries is there and the other girl is there, and they both like some real like pretend to be wanna be tough type of girls trying to make it seem like yo like don't be like messing with my friend, don't be like like hurt her and do all this other stuff, like just trying to be real overprotective but also trying to be funny about it. And I'm not gonna lie, it did get to me like a little bit in my heart. I was like damn, like I can't believe they're saying this to me because I know they're fucking with me, but I didn't want to like engage or like start no bullshit. So I was just putting up with it and just letting them basically beat me up with their words. And then Aquarius like, don't worry, like they're gonna leave, like we can talk afterwards. And then when we spoke, it was just like me and her was talking or whatever, and I was telling her like like I'm sorry, like I feel like like things were just weird between us because the situation it kind of got out of hand, like neither one of us, like I was telling her like like I didn't feel like control the situation. She's like me neither, and like it was just like a little kumbaya moment where everything was cool. I felt like I did a great job with ending that, and that was that. We just agreed that like we're cool. And this, that, and the third. So 3 weeks go by, and I'm sitting down talking to Virgo and Capricorn, and like they still like bringing up the whole like like have sex or thing, and I was telling Capricorn like yo like I don't want to like I think I told both of them this, but I was telling them specifically, I know with Capricorn, I was telling him like, yo, like the reason that's the why like I don't be having sex like that or stuff like that is because I wanted my first time to actually be special. Like I wanted it to be with someone that I could trust. When I was in high school, the Pisces friend that I had, like I wanted to fuck her and I was gonna ask her to do so, but I didn't because at the time she had a boyfriend. And like I'm like her guy friend and like they had like their own issues like with that situation, but like I was gonna like fuck her, but like, or not I wasn't gonna fuck her because she didn't give me opportunity, or like I never asked, but like I was gonna like fuck her and like ask her out and like all that stuff like that. Like I wanted to be like special because me and her knew each other for a while, we knew a lot about each other, and I was like slowly developing feelings for her. But like because at that point in time I was still believing in like monogamy and all that shit like that, like I never thought to myself like it's not cool for me to just sit here knowing that she's in a relationship even though they was having problems. That's what made me feel like I was like able to basically slide in there and be like yo like you wanna what's good, because I was at her house every weekend anyways. But that's besides the point. Like um that was what was happening with that situation, and it kind of just like never came about. I never fucked her. Let me go back. So yeah, I wanted to be with her because it was special. Like I knew her like that, but that didn't happen. So we in college, like I never really slept with anybody. Like I tried to. Ugh, this is a whole other story, y'all. I'm gonna talk. This is gonna be a very long video. It's gonna be for some hours. If you rocking with me still and you still listening, like thank you. If you watch this whole video, thank you, because there's a lot of shit that I'm unpacking here. This is like over like 4 years and potentially even back to high school, like type of shit. But basically, yeah, so like me, Capricorn, and Virgo, like we're all like talking about it. I'm telling Capricorn like, yo, like I want my first time to be special. Like I don't want to just be out here like fucking anybody. Oh, because like I tried. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna like my freshman year, bro. Tell me why. Like before. This is a short, quick story basically. In between this story, it's a lot of stories in between. But um basically like we had orientation or whatever, and like I went to school. I was gonna be a teacher. I was gonna be I was studying like I wanted to do a bunch of different things, but I went to school and started off as an elementary education major. I was gonna be a teacher because I love working with kids. So I'm in school. I'm studying, like, well, not studying. I'm not in school. This is like before school even started, like before freshman year. We had orientation, and like, of course, like teaching is obviously like at the time, I believe, even still now, like most teachers are like women. So I'm in a group with like all girls. It's just me, I'm the only boy, and I'm not like I'm the only boy amongst the entire group of girls, and I'm used to that because like I used to be a dancer as a kid, and I was the only boy amongst the entire group of girls there too. So it's like I understand like how to deal with that, but like I'm thinking to myself like which one is fine, which one isn't. I'm not saying nothing, but I'm just like looking, and I don't know, but they all start talking like yo like I got a boyfriend, and like talking about their boyfriends and all the shit that they're going through, and I'm just like damn, like well I guess I could just kiss this goodbye, and like I was in a group of girls who were like all like Italian or like in some sort of like white passing or potentially even like South Asian of some kind, and there was like one black girl there. So we all had like exchange stuff supposed to be. Ha 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 ha. I'm thinking too much, and I'm like just going through it. But we all exchanged Snapchats, phone numbers, and all sorts of shit like that. And what had happened was we were still connected with each other. We were still talking. We were in a group chat with each other, and like I was never really like speaking in it. Like I just like ignored it. And I kind of just like stayed connected. And come like freshman year, like the first day, the girl like the only black girl, like we walking around like on campus. Me and like my roommates. The at the time it was Libra and Capricorn. We walking around on campus or whatever. And like they was throwing like mad parties and stuff on campus because like they're introducing like the freshmen and we getting in like having like some mixes and stuff like that. And we went to like a party somewhere like on the green is what we called it, like at St. John's. And I see this girl and like she saw me and she was like, "Oh hey," I was like, "Oh hey," she was like, "Yeah, like aren't you that guy that we was at orientation together?" I was like, "Yeah," like I'm pretty sure you remember me. It was like a couple of weeks ago. I didn't say that, but I was thinking that in my head. But basically, like we kind of like I think we had because she already had each other's Snapchats and she was like, "Oh, like we're about to go to this party later, like if you want, like we can send you the address and like all that." And so I was like, "Okay." So like me and my guy friend just started walking around hanging out, whatever. Later on at night, I go back to my dorm. And when I went back to like my dorm, like with me and my friends, I don't know why. I think I was like walking by myself some way somehow. And she Snapchats me, and she goes like, "So like, are you single?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She was like, "No." She was like, "Are you talking to anybody?" I was like, "No." She was like, "No." Like, for like, are you really like not talking to nobody? Like, you're talking to no one. And I was like, "Yeah." So she invited me over that night. Y'all, this is like an embarrassing ass story. She invited me over that night. Fuck. Ah. She invited me over that night. Mind you, I'm a virgin, and I didn't know how to initiate sex. So we get there and we chilling. All her friends, all her roommates are like in their rooms doing whatever the fuck they do, and it's me and her in a common area, and it's painful to tell this story, but I'm gonna say it anyways. It's me and her, and I knew like they knew I was coming because like she walked out of her room and she was going to close all the doors and stuff like that, and it's me and her like in a common area, and I overhear her roommate going like, "Oh, is that boy you was talking about?" And she was like, "Yeah." So we get there and we talking, we on the couch and shit like that, and we just chilling. And next thing you know, like she's laying on top of me, and we just like chilling and like talking. But we sat there for like a good silence, and like a good 10 minutes of silence. Like I didn't touch her. Like we was really talking. I'm just like, yo, what the fuck? Like I wanted to be like the first person in my dorm to get some ass, so I could come back and brag to everybody. I didn't tell them that that's what I was gonna do, but I was gonna keep it silent and move forward with that. So that's what was about to happen. But I get there, she didn't initiate nothing. She was just laying on top of me. Like, we were just literally sitting there. Like, just, like, it's just like, okay, so that's what happened. I was like, you know what, like, I'm about to go home. Like, I'll see you later. And after that, I left, and we were just, like, Snapchatting each other, like, talking. Oh, my God. And, like, I didn't tell my guy friends this until, like, all of this had ended. Oh, my goodness. So we Snapchat, we talking. She was like, you know what? Like, my roommates are gonna be gone tomorrow. Like, completely. Like, if you want, like, you can come over again and we could do this. And I was like, oh, she want to see me, like, and like that's what had happened. So we talking for that night, and then I think like we had went to sleep or whatever. So when we woke up the next day, I'm in my dorm, I'm chilling, and she Snapchats me, and we just like randomly talking or whatever. And I'm not the kind of guy, or I don't know, maybe there are guys out there that are like this, but like, how am I gonna tell the story? We talking, and tell me why. We're talking and tell me why. Like, we're in the middle of a conversation. And I'm not really thinking about sex. Like, I just wanted to get to know her like a little bit. Y'all, we talking, we Snapchatting, and it's like a casual conversation. I'm gonna post her like this is a casual conversation. But she's like, hey, like my roommates are gone, and she stopped typing and she started sending me pictures. So tell me why. Like she's like she had like bunk beds in her room, and she's taking pictures like of her like by the bunk bed and like doing stuff like that. And then out of nowhere, she sent me a picture of her bra. And I'm like ignoring every picture she sent me. Like, what the fuck is she sending me pictures of her bra for? Like, and on top of that, like, I'm scared. Like, I'm not worried. Like, I'm not thinking about sex that much. Like, I am, but I'm not. Like, I just didn't like. I guess I wanted to sit here and say I got some ass and like I could brag about that. But with this situation here, man, y'all, oh my god, with this situation here, she's texting me, she's sending me pictures of her like her bra and shit like that. And like, I'm just like, what the fuck is she doing? Like, I didn't ask you to send me this. Like, I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And I just kept continuing the conversation. She was sending like basically like half nudes, and I'm just ignoring her. Like, okay, whatever the fuck, I don't care. And I'm just continuing to like answer her questions and like continue the conversation because I just wanted to like continue talking. Like, can we like build something up first before you try to fuck me? Like whatever. So it's just like after that, I think after she kind of felt like I ignored like her little photos or whatever, she fucking stopped talking to me. And we were still like in that phase like in the beginning of the year when there's still like all these parties for orientation and shit like that. So we go out on a strip, and I'm with me, like, my guys, like, they was over there talking. I saw her over with her friends talking. So I left my guy friends. I walked up to her, because she said, like, oh, you know, like, she's free around, like, 5 p.m. before all this had happened. She was saying, like, yo, like, I'm gonna be free around 5 p.m. Like, you want to hang out, whatever. So I walked up to her, and I was like, yo, like, so you still want to hang out and stuff like that. And I'm trying to be all cool and, like, smooth about it in front of her friends. And before I could even get my, like, sentence out, she flat out turned around and was like, no. Like, I was just like, oh, shit. And I just, like, walked away, and I started laughing. Because I knew she felt some type of way about that. But I'm just like, sorry. Like, I wasn't, like, it didn't get me hard. Like, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Like, I was like, okay. So, it is what it is. Like, this is, like, my first introduction to sex. And, like, fast forward back to, like, sophomore year when I'm telling y'all, I'm talking about after, like, this situation with Aquarius or whatever, I'm talking to Capricorn and Virgo. I'm telling, like, Capricorn, like, yo, I want my first time to be special and shit like that. And he was like, you know what, bro, like, I actually get it. Like, I understand you. Like, I know where you're coming from with that. And I was like, thank you. So that was that. And he understood it, but Virgo, on the other hand, was being a fucking dickhead. Like, he was just like, y'all, bro, you sound like a bitch, basically, like, what's what he trying to say, like, you sound like a pussy, like, you need to, like, go fuck with Aquarius, and, like, get that, and, like, all that other stuff, and, like, they was asking, like, yo, like, have you ever even had a kiss before, have you ever had sex before, and I was telling them the story that I just told y'all about the girl I met, like, at orientation, and, they was just like, damn, like, it's just like, and I told them, like, yeah, like, I had a kiss before and stuff like that, and they were telling me, like, yo, like, Aquarius is, like, very easy, like, she's, like, a virgin just like you too. They told me some other stories about her, because Aquarius, one thing that, about her, like, I was, like, very, like, scared of her, because she had, like, a wild side to herself that I did not know about. She had, like, a whole wild side to herself that I did not, like, know about, and it was, like, it kind of, like, frightened me, because, like, in person, not even in person, like, when I met her in person, like, when me and her was, like, texting each other, like, she used to be the sweetest person on earth, super humorous, super funny, but when we was in person with each other, she was mean as fuck, like, and then on top of that, despite the fact that she was mean, I knew she was basically, like, mirroring back to me how I would act, because I knew I was like that sometimes myself. Yeah, like I was saying, Aquarius was basically, like, mirroring stuff back to me, about myself. And, like, I was, like, frightened by her having, like, kind of, like, this little wild side, because she could be, like, one way, like, in person, or, like, more specifically when she was sober, but then, like, because she was, like, a little, it's, like, yeah, she had, like, her moments where she could be, like, a bit mean or, like, angry at times, and I used to be like that without, like, realizing it, because I was like that as a person, so I knew she was doing it, without realizing it. But when she got drunk, she was like this fucking party-ass animal who was just, like, going out and acting crazy, and, like, now I see the value of that, and, like, I would totally date another Aquarius woman, but back then, like, it was new to me, and it was kind of, like, scared me. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Because she was, like, this little schoolgirl, like, this little sweet schoolgirl who always, like, every time I texted her, she was like, yo, she had, like, great time management skills. She was like, yo, like, I'm in class until this time. I'll be studying and working to do it until this time. You want to link about that? Like, that, she was that type of person. Y'all, so, yeah, they was like, yeah, like, Aquarius is, like, this real, like, easy girl, and, like, they told me some stories about, like, they said she was a virgin, but they told me some story, like, prior to, where, like, her and Aries had, like, linked up with each other. And, like, they went to some guy's house, and Aquarius and this guy, like, they got alone in the room, and they was about to basically, like, fuck. Like, they was, like, getting some real, like, nasty shit with each other. And this was, like, when me and her weren't even, like, talking. Like, we already had, like, a little kumbaya moment where everything was chilling. And they was telling me, like, what they was doing, and, like, all this stuff. And that Aries had walked in the room, and, like, right when they was about to fuck, but they couldn't finish. Like, you know, so I'm just like, okay, like, she really is, like, about it. Like, she does stuff like that. Like, me, like, I wasn't that wild. Or at least maybe at the time I didn't feel like I was that wild, but still, like, I wasn't ready. I don't think I ever took anything that far, like, sexually, that is. But, or, like, hell, kissing wise, fuck. I got like, pecs. But, anyways. Shit, that's crazy. Fuck, I was shit. But they was telling me, like, I'm saying, like, I'm scared of her because she had, like, a little bit of wild side. But they was like, bro, like, Aquarius is, like, mad easy. Like, just go fuck her too or whatever. So, that is what's happening. And I literally, like, took their advice and I texted her that night. And I was like, yo, like, you want to just, like, link up and talk? Mind you, this is 3 weeks after I basically, like, we had our kumbaya moment, like I said. And I just, like, randomly hit her up on the blue. And she was like, sure, but, like, for what? And, you know, I don't even remember what was after that. But I remember, like, she was, like, waiting downstairs. I got up. I put my stuff away because we were sitting in, like, one of the little study hall areas. What's the... Oh, fuck. And, this is a story, y'all. Y'all get secondhand embarrassment ever? I have that for myself right now. I don't know why. But yes, like, shit. Yeah, I basically go to link up her and like she's like, so like what did you want to talk about? Like why'd you like, hit me up? And I was scared to like admit that I was basically trying to like have sex with her because I was only doing it like basically because everybody was telling me to. I wasn't listening. And this is where I fucked up as a stupid boy, not knowing how relationships work or anything like that. So Aquarius, if you're watching this, you know who you are. I'm not gonna say your name, girl with the glasses. All right, and you got the French last name. I apologize for being a dickhead. I know I apologized before, but I want to apologize again because I feel like I really like I shouldn't have did that. But I remember like we was just like basically walking around outside and we got to the topic of having sex where she asked me like, well, do you want to have sex with me? And I was like, well, do you want to have sex with me? And neither one of us answered each other. So it was just like fucking weird. We were just like walking around talking for 45 minutes up to an hour, like in the middle of the night. And like I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, like she's really a cool girl. Like she's a real cool ass girl. Like she's an Aquarius. One thing I noticed about Aquarius women is that they're just like different. Like a lot of Aquarius women, like they're into like stereotypical stuff that would be deemed like boyish. So it's like she loved, like she was telling me like, like I love like watching like cartoons and stuff like that. I'm like, what cartoons you like watching? She was like, like I like watching Rick and Morty and Family Guy, and I love Family Guy. I was never into Rick and Morty like that. A little bit now, I kind of am, but not as much. And and like she was telling me about herself, like, oh, I like playing video games, like playing Call of Duty. Like she was into like a lot of boy stuff. And like I'm a feminine ass boy. Like I said, I'm an artsy fartsy type of guy, but I'm also super feminine and like submissive. I like girls like that. Like I like girls who are into like boy things. So like I'm into more like stuff that would be deemed like feminine. So it's like we're kind of just like opposites, and we're really like a close like link with each other. Oh my goodness, like oh my god, like, and I was trying to like dub her so hard because like I felt like I had fucked it up with her. And I just didn't want to come back. Yo, this is a whole other story. I'm going to have to tell that in this video too because everything is making sense now. It's just helping me figure shit out. Shit. But like with me and Aquarius, fuck. I got some Aquarius. If you're watching this and you want me to hurt, I'm hurting right now because I'm going through karma for what I did with you, okay? Whether if it is or if it isn't, it seems like a situation I'm currently in right now is exactly like how I dealt with you. Mine is just a little worse, okay? But it sounds very similar. I might have to get into that one too. But that's a little pointless. I'm gonna have to make a separate video for that one. But basically, like we had finished talking at night and wrapped everything up, and it was like super cool. We never really like agreed to like fuck or something like that. But she was like telling me like it was kind of like we were like in like a alignment almost to basically like start dating each other again. And like I said, this is around the time I'm going to therapy. Sophomore year, still the first half of it. I'm going to therapy. I'm crying every single day. I was hiding that from my friends, but I was crying every single day, just going through some stuff. So I'm like, it's not that big of a fucking deal. Like. I cry every day. It's okay if she cries too. Tell me why, like, after that night that I went to go talk to her and all this stuff was happening. I woke up the next morning and I think she sent me a good morning text. And I sent her one too. But then, like, after that, I was looking at this message. I was like, you know what? Like, I do not want this no more. So I just thought to myself, I'm gonna just like flat out ghost her. Like I'm not gonna respond to her message. Like I was just like fucking like okay. Like I'm gonna just stop talking to her. Like I'm already crying. Like if she get her feelings hurt, like I'm already going through it. So like I don't really care. Like she could be okay with this. She'll be fine. Once again, being a stupid boy, not knowing how relationships work or how other people's feelings work for that matter. And for that, Aquarius, once again, if you are watching, I apologize. But like that had happened. I don't completely forgot where I was at, but I'm gonna keep telling it because it might lead up to it. But basically like that had happened. And then, like, the weekend goes by because it was on a Friday night. That Thursday night we was talking to each other. And it was on, like, a Friday that I had basically decided to ghost her. So come Tuesday of the next week, I'm at work. And I completely forgot about her, like, already. Like, I'm not worried about her. She texts me on Tuesday while I'm at work. And she goes, like, hey, like, what's going on? Like where you been? Like, how you doing? Like, I'm just like, oh, I'm just, like, working. She was like, okay. And that was, like, all that was said. Fast forward to Friday of that week. Me and my, like, all of, like, my guy friends, everybody that was in, like, 505 with me that year. Well, not, I was in 503, there was in 505, but everybody, like, we was all together just, like, eating and, like, going to munches together, talking in the dining hall. Y'all, tell me why we go there and we see Aquarius, Aries, and their other little friend that was with them. And Libra and Capricorn, because the other guys didn't really know them, but Libra and Capricorn walked up towards them. And said hi, and I was like, like let me not be rude, because in my mind I'm already thinking like, yo, I cut this girl off, like she probably let it go because she hasn't spoken to me in a couple of days. So I'm thinking it's no big deal. Y'all, tell me why I walk up to the table to go be cordial, say hi. And she was like, wait a second, where the fuck have you been? And I'm like, what? Like somewhere along the lines of that, and she was like, like what happened? Like what? Like why didn't you like speak or whatever? Or like why did you say nothing to me? and her friends are sitting there with her, and they grilling me. And I'm like the kind of guy where it's like, if I get caught red-handed, it is what the fuck it is. Like, I'm gonna just tell you, like, I'm gonna tell you. So she was like, well, what happened? I was just like sitting here telling her, like, look, like, I just woke up one day and decided I didn't want you no more. She was like, oh my God. And I was telling her, like, like, I didn't want this no more. Libra and Capricorn sitting there laughing, like, just like goofy ass, dumb ass boys that we were. And she, like, this is the first time, and I was so embarrassed. This is the first time somebody said this to me. She was like, after I finished, like, saying my little, like, spiel, like, why I had left and what had happened, she goes, damn, niggas ain't shit. And when I tell you, I was about to start bawling out crying in front of everybody. Because, like, everybody was saying that at the time, like, on just, like, on social media. And it used to, like, piss me off. Whenever, I would go online and everybody would be like, oh, like, men are trash, like, niggas ain't shit. And it used to piss me off because it used to really get to me. So having somebody say it to me for the first time to my face, y'all, I wanted to cry so bad in front of everyone. But I was trying to save face in front of every dude that I was in front of. Like, yo, like, I can't cry right now. Like, I can't sit here and, like, do this right now. And her friends, like, having her back, and I was like, damn, bro, like, you played with her, like, you really did her dirty. And I felt like they was fucking with her, because something about their friendship seemed a little bit fake to me anyways. But it's just like, or maybe it wasn't, I don't know, but it just seemed off. And I felt like they was just fucking with me, like, they wanted to just, like, hurt me as much as possible, and they succeeded, because it hurt. But they was like, damn, bro, like, you played with her heart. Like, damn. Mind you, at this point, I'm still going to therapy and doing all that. None of, like, my friends, like, know that I'm going to therapy, and I'm talking to, like, therapists and, like, healing and crying every single day or whatever. And that was that Friday, and she was pissed off, and I just, like, go on about my day, going about my weekend. But I'm not gonna lie, like, I was hurt. I'll be honest, like, I was hurt. Sunday comes around, because they used to, like, sometimes come over and hang out with us. We used to, like, watch movies and smoke and do all this shit with each other. Sunday comes around, and, like, us and, like, all of, like, Hollis gang, and even, like, a little bit of, like, Century gang, and the new people that we had met at the time as well, we was all hanging out. And then, like, Libra, Capricorn are my friends, that were, like, my friends. Aquarius and Aries, they invited them over. And their other friend, and Virgo was in there too. And I think, like, we had, like, another, like, Aries friend. I told you I got a lot of Aries in my life. We had another Aries friend, who used to live in the room, like, with them, but then he had moved out and he lived in a room with me, like, where he lived in a room, like, as I said, we're suite style, so it's, like, my room and his room right next door. We're literally, like, on opposite sides of the wall of each other. But he, I think, was there as well. And everybody used to, like, always fuck with me, trying to call, like, Aquarius my girlfriend, like, cause, like, even, like, cause literally, like, I think the day that we met, we were wearing the exact same colors. Like, I was wearing, like, purple, and I think, like, yellow, and she had on purple as well. So it's like, it's just like, oh wow, y'all wear the same color, like, that shit, like, just being, like, awesome, some stupid kid shit. But they was all in the room with each other. And I'm like keeping my distance and minding my business, basically, because, like, I wanted to say hi to her, but I wanted to single her out and do it, like, privately. So, like, things that happened, like, I wanted to apologize to her because I knew I was being a dickhead. It was just fucked up. And I'm sitting in the common area of my friend's room. Everybody's, like, out there, like, talking to their thing. And then, like, they're Aquarius, Libra, Capricorn, Aries, and all of them, they just in a room together or whatever. So I'm sitting on the couch, like, minding my business. Like, I'm waiting, like, I'm spying on them low-key, like, trying not to go in there because I didn't want to tell them. Well, I didn't want to say this in front of them because I didn't want them to be nosy. I wanted to feel comfortable or whatever and speak about it. So Aries, Aquarius' friend, the girl, walks out of the room at some point, and she walks up to me and she was like, what the fuck are you doing? And she was being quiet about it, but she was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, there's this girl in there who really, really likes you, and you're treating her like shit right now. And the fact that you're, like, her first anything, like, because I was like, she never really had, like, a boyfriend or anything like that, or, like, any sort of, like, love interest and stuff like that. She was like, yeah, the fact that you're her first anything and you're doing this to her, it's, like, super fucked up. And I was, like, already thinking about it, like, yo, like, I'm gonna apologize to her. And I was telling her, like, yo, like, I'm gonna apologize to her. I'm gonna say sorry. I just need to, like, I'm gonna do it, like, when I'm, like, ready, like, when you gotta get out the room. And then she was like, okay. So she went back into the room. They stayed there for, like, 2-3 minutes, and then everybody came out, and Aquarius stayed stuck in the room. So I got up, I went in there, and she had her back to the door. So I remember I, like, you know, like, tiptoed in there real quick when everybody left, and I closed the door and I locked it. And I was like, hey, like, you know, like, I basically just came in there, like, apologized to her. Like, she was getting, like, really frustrated. She was like, you know, like, why won't you tell, like, because I was telling her, like, yo, like, I'm going through stuff right now. And at the time, I didn't really feel like it was any of her business. So I was just like, you know, like, I'm not going to tell her. I'm going through stuff right now. And I'm not, like, able to kind of, like, be there for you in a way that you want, like, relationship-wise or any other way, like, wise. And, like, I just can't, like, deal with this right now. But she was like, just tell me, like, what is going on with you? Like, what are you doing? And I'm just like, bro, like, I think I raised my voice a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I, like, completely yelled at her. But it's like I was just, like, frustrated. I was like, yo, like, I'm not like I don't know like what the fuck was I saying? I was like, oh, like I just don't think like right now like that's any of your business. Like just know like I just can't like be there for you right now. She was just like okay, and then like I apologized to her and all that stuff. Probably before I even like got to that, but like I knew I was being fucked up. I'm a dick. Like okay, I'm a douchebag. I'll own that. But like it was just like damn, like I just didn't want to tell her because I was learning how to like keep like my business to myself and be like a little bit more selfish about information. So I didn't want to tell her what I was going through because it was like a lot of family stuff, and I'm just like, we don't know each other like that for me to be even like share that with you. But that was that. And tell me why, y'all, because like I said, I'm talking about going to therapy. I'm going to therapy or whatever. And after I had my spiritual awakening, I remember the day because I had my spiritual awakening. I think I said like December 3rd. And it was December 8th, I think, when I had got December 8th, 2018. When all this is happening, still in 2018, sophomore year, first half. And I go to therapy, and it was like my last session, like for the semester or whatever. So I go in there, and like my therapist, she's like, like getting me out, like leaving, like I'm like, going out. Tell me why, as I walked into like the little office space of like the little therapy building, I saw Aquarius sitting right there. So I was like, oh shit, like at that point, like in the moment, like I'm not thinking like, okay, wait a minute, like now that I think, not even now that I think about it, but like in the moment, I'm just like, I saw her, she saw me, and we just like looked like and went our separate ways because that's what we agreed to do when I had like spoke to her. That's what we agreed to do when I had spoke to her, and sorry guys, I'm losing my train of thought. But that's what we had agreed to when I had spoke to her and I had apologized to her. I was like, okay, like when like we're cool, but like when I see like when we see each other, like I don't even think I said that we were cool. I'm not even sure about that. But it's like I told her, I remember like yo, like when we see each other, like I'm gonna just go my way, you gonna go yours. So that's what I did when I saw her in the office. But like afterwards, it's like damn, like maybe did I have something to do with like her having to go to therapy? Because there was like a lot of other like moments involved that I didn't even like mention here, and I'm like I'm not. Should I? No, I'm not going to because it's not that important. Hell, maybe one day I'll tell her because it was a lot. Oh god. But like I have my spiritual awakening. I'm getting more into tarot, into spirituality. So like that was that. We went home for winter break, and fast forward back to like what I was saying about my mother and like everything that I was figuring out and like just connecting the dots and seeing all these different things on my own at that. Like I feel like I did this without anybody having to tell me. Like I just saw it with myself. Like it kind of like the information just came to me, I guess, through this spiritual awakening I was going through. Like I think the reason as to why I was in therapy and crying every day is because I was purging all of the energies and working on my shadow self without even realizing that. And that was like my first ever spiritual awakening, basically. So while this is like happening or something, we go home from winter break. I'm in my room. I'm writing raps and poetry and all that stuff, like smoking weed all the day, and like the whole house smells like weed. Like my mom was like getting tired of it because she was screaming like, "Yo, like all that damn weed, like y'all just keep smoking it, like do it." Like she was getting tired of the smell or whatever. And like my attitude towards her like kind of shifted to the point where it's like I didn't want to be near her no more. Like I would like, according to her, she like this is the way my mother summarized it or whatever. Typically, whenever teenagers or whatever go through like when they're in high school, they start thinking for themselves. They go through puberty. Like they have this rebellious like phase. I didn't have that when I was in high school because I was still a goody two shoes doing everything my mama told me to do, and I never really allowed myself to like grow out of it. And I never felt like I could because I always felt like she was in a way. Like I couldn't just fully be myself in front of her. Like I didn't think I felt like I could have did that, so I just kept a lot of stuff to myself. Um, and wow, I'm sorry if you guys keep hearing the sniffing noise. Like excuse me for that. Like I'm just sick here. I know. I'm sorry. But like I'm at home, I'm smoking, doing what the fuck I'm doing, and like a couple of weeks before, not even a couple of weeks, it was like a week or less before I had to go back to school. My mom, she's a very confrontational person. Me being the Libra that I am, I'm not, but her being the Aries that she is, she is. She was very confrontational in a moment, and basically like because I told you like I was like I kind of like acting weird towards her because I didn't want to be near her because I'm like noticing everything like yo like every girl I've ever met is just like you and they have treated me like shit, so like what does that say about you, like kind of that type of energy. So and she was like being like a little roots because this, like I said, she was sick around this time period. Like I remember because like in my mother's eyes, I don't know, I think my mother might have some mental health issues where she can't help but to see me as like her baby, and she kept saying that to me all the time, like you're always gonna be my baby, you're always gonna be my baby, no matter what. And it was just like super weird because I'm like, bro, like I'm not a baby, I'm a grown ass man, like I'm grown up, like leave me alone. Like it was pissing me off. So coming towards coming towards you know, like near the end of like winter break after I was acting weird and all that, like she was like, well, maybe you need to come. Like we were like talking, and she was like texting me, and she was speaking to me like this attitude because like she had already had this attitude with me, like yo, like I'm not letting her treat me like this. But yeah, um, she was speaking to me with this like attitude through text, and I was telling her like yo, like I don't even remember what I said, but I knew I said responded back with something that if you grew up with like a parent. They're kind of like similar to mine. You would have came across as like a smart ass or a smart mouth. And I don't even think it was like that bad, but it was just like, you know what? She was like, oh, you know what? Well, I think you maybe need to come downstairs because like we live in like a Cape style house, so like she lives downstairs. Well, let me not say that. There's rooms on the main level and then there's rooms on like the upper level. She lives on the main level, um, and she was like, well, maybe you need to come downstairs and we can talk about it. So I'm not a bitch, so I decided like, you know what? I'm gonna go downstairs. And I'm gonna talk to her. And like I'm not a confrontational person, like I said. So the entire time I'm like talking to her, I'm like in the doorway. And we're having a conversation, we're conversing, and she's sitting there crying and getting mad at me and like talking about like, oh, like I tell you to do stuff and you don't do it anymore. Like I tell you, and she was saying stuff like how like she would have when I was a kid. She was like, yo, like I tell you to go put on a coat and you don't go put on a coat. I tell you to do this and you don't do that. Like what's going on? Like I'm not understanding. And of course, like you know, the very Aries way of doing this is like. Or maybe like her way of doing it, honestly, was like it was like a bit narcissistic. Like she was only caring about her feelings and not what everybody else was going through. She was like, "You're upstairs, you're smoking weed all day, and you're not coming down. You're not talking to nobody. Like this is not healthy." And I'm thinking to myself because even like at the beginning of like when I had came home from winter break, like I've tried to, well, have I tried? I've had suicidal thoughts since I was like the age of 12, basically. And I really, really thought about killing myself and like flat out planning out every little detail, like writing a suicide note, or honestly just like going like ever since that age. And like I've dealt with depression before and I've gotten myself out of it. But this is like the first time coming home sophomore year where she wants to start talking to me about mental health. It's like all this stuff was going on growing up and you never noticed it. Like that shit like had really got me tight. So I'm just like, okay. Like I kind of just like left it alone because at that point it's like I already know how to like be emotionally strong to myself and get myself out of situations. Like I didn't really need her, so I didn't want to have conversations with her like that. And she thinking like, yo, like either like because she's like I'm telling her like she be like, oh, like what do you be doing in that room out there? Like I'll be sleeping. Like and she's like that's not good. Like you can't be like you shouldn't be sleeping all day. That's a sign of depression. I'm like okay, you're just now noticing that I might be suffering from depression, and it like hurts. Like it well whatever. Let's move forward. It don't hurt. I just didn't care. But anyways. Let's just move forward. Ugh. So we're talking and all this stuff like that, and she got all her tears out. Mind you, she still has her health issues going on. She still has like her morning sickness that she's still throwing up like every little chance that she get, and she's just going through like a whole lot of stuff. Mind you, like I said, I'm going through my spiritual awakening. I have my spiritual awakening, so it's like I've kind of like grown stronger spiritually, and she lost her vitality. If you're still following me, this detail will matter in the future when I keep talking. I'm getting stronger. She's losing her vitality. So, after she had her little moment or like her little spiel where she was like yelling and talking to me like in the way that she was talking, like I kind of just had a moment where it's like I just like broke down literally. I started like bawling my eyes out, crying to her. And I'm just like telling her like everything, and she was like, "Oh, like," and I tell you, I was like in the door, like, like literally like crying so fucking hard, like I couldn't like finish my fucking sentence, and I was like literally crying like a little baby. She was like, "Oh my god, come here! Like, what's so wrong?" And I'm just like I just got up and I went over to her, and I immediately like everything came out of me because I wasn't gonna tell her what I was going through, but it was just like fuck it, I couldn't take it no more. I was like, "Yo, like." I've been going to school, like, at therapy. Like, I've been going to therapy. I've been hanging out with my friends. I've been crying, like, every single day for, like, the past couple of months. And, like, I've been having some epiphanies and thinking about things. And I couldn't help but notice that with every single girl that's been in my life, they've always been controlling and possessive. And I couldn't help but notice that they were just like you. And, like, she hugged me. But, like, once again, same thing with Sagittarius. Like, when people, like, hug me, like, you can feel the energy. You know when a person is warm and you know when a person is cold. She hugged me, but I feel like she did that because she thought that that was the right thing to do. But I didn't feel anything. And we're talking about it. I'm telling her because, like, my dad, like, I grew up, like, my dad used to take me to the church all the time, and I used to hang out with his side of the family sometimes, but we weren't that close to each other. But they were Christian. So it's like, I kind of felt like bad because I went from, like, you know, Christianity into, like, astrology and divination. I was always into astrology, but it was, like, on the low, and it wasn't that important to me. Well, yeah, I didn't, like, you get iffy about it. I've been into astrology since a kid. But, like, like I'm just like telling her like yo like I don't even like believe in like Christianity anymore. Like I started following like angel numbers and stuff like that. And I was telling her like yo like I can like make music and like I want to make music and be a performer. And once again I felt like she said this because she thought that that was the right thing to do. She was like well if that's something that you want to do then there's nothing like I could do about that. Because she was questioning me like yo like why do you keep smoking weed so much, like why are you doing this, like I was telling her like I'm smoking weed because it helps me a little bit, like it helps me with like my creativity and it helps me think, it makes me want to think and continue to just like look at stuff. And I told her like y'all been writing poetry. She's like, well, why didn't I know about this? And like I don't even remember what the fuck I said to her. I have a reason as to why she didn't know about it, because I just didn't trust her with that information. But like that's like besides the point or whatever. Just like yeah, like I just didn't tell her or whatever. All that stuff that was going on and like everything. Like I said, she hugged me. And that's what like ended things. And like I'm bawling my eyes out and like crying. And she, like I said, she gets like the morning sickness, so she throws up all the time. So like after all of that talking like that, hugging and crying and bullshit, she runs to the bathroom because she has to throw up. And mind you, this is 2019 at this point. I think like at the very beginning of the year, like probably like right after New Year's. Or maybe it was even before that, because that year, sophomore year, was different with the schedule we had with like school. But either like 2018, the end of it, or the very beginning of 2019, when this is like happening, she gets up, she runs to the bathroom, she goes and throws up, and I look at the clock, and it's 3:33. So I'm like, you know, like what the fuck is that trying to tell me? Like, cause something like I knew something wasn't right, cause I had a feeling like after like I just basically bawled my eyes out, I was genuine, I was like really expressing my emotions and shit like that. That she didn't give a fuck. Like she literally got back up and did exactly what she told me she wouldn't do. Like she was like trying to basically like now that I'm like expressing myself to you, and honestly y'all, I don't remember, but I'm gonna say it anyways. I thought that she said something around the lines along the lines of like her like wanted to like you know like do better and change things, and yeah she did, because she started to change things a little bit, but I feel like that was just her hiding and pretending like whatever the fuck she was truly feeling on the inside. Sorry, excuse me again, I'm so sorry, excuse me. um but that was happening. And I noticed, like, as soon as she was done throwing up, it's like she kind of just got back to like the same old shit. Like, literally within that moment, like, wait a second, something here isn't right. But actually, 3:33 on the clock, angels and all that shit. It's just like angel numbers and all that shit. It's just like I know something is going on, but like I was completely oblivious to it. Like I didn't know. So I go back to school, and she was fine for a while. I didn't hear anything about her, so if anything was happening to her, like I didn't know too much about it. But she used to like wake up every morning to throw up. Still, I think she was doing that. I think maybe she stopped it a little bit. I'm still going to therapy, doing my thing, whatever, right? Around like the springtime, I remember I was sitting like at the radio station on campus, and I get a text from my older brother. He was like, "Hey, like I don't want you to worry right now, but mommy just had like a mild heart attack, and she's in the hospital right now." And like that was that. That's like what I remember, and I remember I just got back to what I was doing. I was just like, okay. And that summer between sophomore year and junior year, I think she was pretty much fine. Like everything about her was like, okay, I'm still oblivious to like the spiritual side of this and what the fuck is going on. All the stuff that was going on with like my Libra and Sag friend, like everything is just like, you know, everything I had mentioned before, that's happening then as well. I think like I tried like that junior year, like that first half of was it that first half of junior year, and I think even maybe like the little bit of time that we was at school. I think it was mostly like the first half of junior year, where I was trying to like call my mother and like reconnect with her because I never really spoke to her in college. While I was like away at school, I always went away, just did what I wanted. I was completely like separated from my family because I'm like yo, like I've been around y'all all my life. I've never missed a family event. Like let me have these years to myself and my time to myself. So I'm at school. I did call her like a couple of times and stuff like that, and we did become like cool. Like we were like having like a little bit of like a cooler, closer relationship. Hence why when 2020 came around, like we was talking. Like I said, I'm more mature now. I can have conversations, like adult conversations, and like be able to like you know like speak to people and stuff, speak and stuff like that. So fast forward to 2020, what's going on in the world is going on in the world. We had to evacuate from school. I'm at home. Like I said, nobody was really hitting me up. Nobody really hit me up unless I hit them up. And I'm at home, and I was fucking miserable, y'all. Like I was so miserable, and like I said, the universe wanted me to be alone. Hence why nobody was really, I guess, contacting me or whatever. I guess that's the spiritual side of shit. The universe was giving me like a blessing in disguise, basically. Um, I wanted to, because my dream was to stay in New York, right? Because I was in college. I'm in Queens. I'm Jamaica, Queens. Like going to college. I'm in New York, and I was gonna like try to be like a. Ah, shit. Sorry. I was gonna try to be like a fucking orientation leader so I could have an excuse to stay there over the summer instead of going home. Because when I went home, I was bored. Like I had a job, yes, but like I was just bored or whatever. Like I'm just being at home in the house is like I go to work and then I come home and I just smoke and that's my day and I just hated it. Um, at the time, like and then like since like high school, from high school to like maybe sophomore year, uh, I was working with kids. Like I have been working with kids ever since I was like 13 or whatever. But like I was working with kids and being a kid counselor. And when 2020 came around, like I assumed because like with what's going on in the world, like and social distancing and all shit like that, like we weren't allowed to. Well, I didn't think it would be smart to go like work with kids again. I didn't even think the record center that I went to would be open. So I just like skipped that. And I didn't get the opportunity, obviously, to go back to school and be the orientation leader because everything has started being virtual all of a sudden. Because how do I say this? Everything started being virtual all of a sudden, and like we couldn't like like we're still like evacuated, we're still like in the house or whatever. Everybody, nobody's allowed to go outside, so I couldn't really do much. But I was able to like get a job like through my cousin, like, and that was after like a lot of like emotional stuff because like my older brother and my mom was like kind of pressed me a little bit about getting a job, especially my older brother. They used to piss me off so much because I fucking hated it. Like I would be sitting at home every single day, just like looking at my laptop like all day long and just like coloring and like trying to find stuff for me to do to like like just occupy my time. I'm like being creative and I'm like building stuff and I'm just doing like my typical creative shit. And they telling me like, yo, you gotta get a job, you need to go get a job, you need to go get a job. So I started working in retail. Never again. I don't even want to say that. I had a miserable time working in retail. But thankfully like one of my jobs better together. The job I'm about to mention was a little bit better than the other job that I had for like different reasons really. But the job I had like towards the end of the year is what I'm trying to say for like different reasons. So junior year is practically over. Thankfully, I passed that year. And what is the point? What am I trying to say here? I get this job, and my cousin, a very very close family member, works at this job with me because she already worked there. She helped me get the job. So I am like a goofy person, and like I was just being very, very childish like at this job. I don't even know if I should like blame myself for this because I just don't give a fuck. Um, well, like I'm a goofy ass person. And I remember like I was at the job and it seemed like everybody was so like attentive and like tending to their job. So I just wanted to like get a reaction out of people just to see if like like if I did something like would it grab their attention or whatever. Ah, fuck. So, I'm sorry. Like I'm thinking. But like certain like little traumatic experiences are like kicking in right now as I'm talking because I'm talking to my laptop for a very long time. If you're still listening to me, like, thank you. But yeah, like I got this job working at this place, like working in retail, like everybody's folding clothes and stuff like that, and I'm like, yo, everybody here is kind of like a little uptight. But we were all young, like they were either like in high school or like in their early 20s. Most of us like working here. So after hours, when we had to like clean up the store and stuff like that, I was like, yo, like let me see if I can get their attention. So while they was just like putting clothes away, I randomly started doing cartwheels throughout the store. And as I'm doing cartwheels throughout the store, I would just want to see if I could get their attention. They all looked at me and I was like, what the fuck? And they just started laughing out of nowhere. So I was like, yes, like, y'all are cool. Like, I know this. So it's like, I just started doing like stuff like that. And that's what like taught me that. And that's what like, like kind of like, it kind of made me like feel like more cool and more happier. But being at that job, everybody there was like that cool and stuff like that. Tell me why, like, I guess my cousin told my mother that I was at work like cartwheeling and shit like that. And my mom, like, I found out about it because there was some other stuff. Like, I'll be at work cartwheeling, sometimes, like, dancing and, like, singing, like, just goofing, like, being a goofball, like, goofing around a little bit. But that's just to kind of, like, bring some liveliness to this because this shit was, like, it would have been boring if it wasn't. So it's like, I'm doing what I'm doing. And my cousin was, like, constantly reporting back to my mother, like, yo, like, what the fuck did she say? She was like, yo, like, he be in the school, like, store, like, dancing and, like, singing and, like, you know, doing cartwheels and stuff. Like, every single day my mom picked me up from a shift. All she did was mention that. Mention it. Like, just trying to act like I'm doing, like, such terrible stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, like, bro, like, I've had it, like, there would be days where I had really good days I was behaving myself and being a fucking, like, employee and not doing no goofy stuff. And she keeps talking to me about it. She keeps talking to me about it. She keeps saying it. It's like getting on my nerves, and it's like getting in my head. And mind you, like I said, I'm not tending to my like working out and stuff like that, and like meditating because like I kind of just like lost a little bit of faith in it. Like I just didn't care to do it no more because it was just like, what the fuck am I doing this for? Like, why am I waking up every single day like meditating, doing all this stuff like that? And like this is like kind of like a biggest like something I should regret. I remember, and it's still here. My camera cut off again, but like I was saying, I'm going through what I'm going through with my mother at this point in time, and she keeps like bothering me about like basically discouraging me every single day, just telling me like a bunch of like negative stuff, like yo, you shouldn't be dancing at work. You need to like have like telling me about like basically want me to keep like a good reputation. And, like yo, you think somebody wants to like recommend a job to you? You think somebody like wants to like do something like that? Like you at work, and you embarrassing your cousin, like playing around and goofing around and all this other stuff and all this other shit like that. And I'm just like, bro, like, really? Like, it was just pissing me off to the point where, like, I did get back into journaling to help myself out with it a little bit more. But, like, I used to have, like, these moments where, like, I guess when my mental health would get so bad that I would kind of, like, black out and just be, like, angry for a while to the point where it's like, I couldn't, like, I'm, like, laying in bed. I'll be, like, laying in bed sometimes. And it's like, and it's, like, almost, because I almost, like, I had like this exact same issue around like my freshman year before sophomore year, where everything that I was like going through with my friends, where like I'm sitting here thinking like everybody hates me, and like, I'm like really stuck in my head. Like I tried to, is this even relevant? Age? Basically, I almost tried to like suffocate myself with a pillow one time. Um, like around like between like freshman year and sophomore year because I just couldn't like deal with all the stuff that was going on in my head and just like all of the thoughts that I had, thinking that everybody hated me or thinking like this, that, and the third. But fast forward back to what I'm talking about. Like I'm having like those same moments again where it's like I'm kind of like locked in my mind, like mental health issues that going on here, like locked in my mind. And I'm like pissed off and I'm like angry. And I used to like, cause I be talking to myself. Like I talk to myself a lot, whether if I'm actually saying what the fuck I'm saying in my head or I just be like with my mouth. So it's like, and I be doing it like in private, but sometimes in public because I'm always thinking. So it's like it was so much going on in my head to the point where it's like sometimes like I would kind of like black out and just start doing stuff like that, and like being angry, and it's like it would just like hurt me so much on the inside because it's like I don't know what to do, I don't know what to stop. I just knew eventually it was going to end. Like whatever moment I was in, whenever stuff like that would happen. So while this is happening, well, this is happening with my mother, where she's like constantly like telling me like, you know, you need to get it together, stop acting like this at work. And like I'm telling y'all, like I had some really good days where there was nothing to complain about. I was doing my job, I was perfectly fine. All this other shit, and I said I should regret this, but I don't want to regret this because this was like a moment that led to like a lot of stuff. I did when I started getting back into journaling. I think I was journaling for like maybe 2 days, trying to get thoughts and stuff out of my head, and it helped a tiny bit, but it didn't help that much. Because I guess maybe like I didn't fully articulate like what the hell I was like thinking in my head. Mind you, one thing I began to learn about myself throughout the pandemic is that when I get angry, like and like really angry, because growing up, like I wasn't really like allowed to. It felt like I wasn't really allowed to express my emotions, basically. Like I never really felt like I could like fully express myself in the ways that I wanted to, because like basically in my household, from what it looked like from my perspective with my mother, nobody in it ever was ever allowed to get angry except for her. Like she wants to shut me up. She doesn't want to like hear what I have to say. It's just shut up and do what I told you to do, or like stuff like that. Like it's just like I was never really like able to express myself and talk to the like and talk in the way that I want to, and like that kind of like resulted in me like feeling like I have to be alone, because like that's what also like led to like me wanting to like kill myself when I was like 12 or some shit, because it's like I come home, my mother, like I know I can't go to her and talk to her because she gonna flare up and get angry over every little thing, and my older brother was doing his own thing. He a teenager, he don't really want to hang around with his little brother, and he do like playing his video games and stuff like that. So I felt like I was alone. He didn't want me in his room. He wanted nothing. So I felt alone, and I'm thinking like, yo, nobody cares about me. So like, what if I killed myself? Like if I kill myself, like, would they care then? Like, I didn't think that they would. Like, that's the amount of time, because this is around, like, 2012 or 2013 or 2011, somewhere when this stuff was happening. And, like, this is when, like, bullying had become, like, a really big issue to the point where, like, the law had to get involved and shit like that. So, that's all we was talking about in school. Is like, oh, like, there's this kid out here who, like, killed themselves and, like, all this other stuff, like, they hung themselves and they were only, like, 12 or 8 years old, like, doing stuff like this. And, like, I'm hearing that shit in school. I'm just like, well, like, and then we talk about depression, like, explaining stuff, and, like, I didn't know how to validate my emotions. Like, I never fully validated, like, my emotions or how I felt about something until, like, I was, like, 20. Like, literally, I think this summer that I'm talking about is when I learned to validate my emotions. And finally look at myself and be like, yo, like, maybe, like, certain things just simply weren't always my fault. Like, yes, I played a part in it, but somebody else had a big-ass part in it, too, as well. And, like, I used to always just, like, blame myself and think everything was my fault for getting myself involved with this stuff and being super hard on myself. So, but like I was saying, like, I started, like, journaling again. I think I was journaling for, like, 2 days. And I was, like, perfectly fine. And then, like, after that, like, day, I was, like, perfectly fine. Like, nothing happened. My mind was clear. I was chilling. I was good. I'm still working in retail at this point. One thing that I didn't, like, mention before, and I said this before, like, my tarot videos before, but, like, I'll say it again. Like, I'm bisexual, right? So I had, like, my first experience with a guy in, like, at the beginning of 2020, like, right before I came home from school for, like, evacuation. So, like, I was bi and I'm walking around at home, like, keeping it a secret. And it's not that I wanted to keep it a secret. I just didn't know how to tell anybody, basically. So it's like, I didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. I'm keeping that a secret. And, like, my experience is a secret. And I just kept it to myself. And, like, I got all this stuff bottling up inside of me because, like, I didn't feel comfortable enough to, like, really express to my mother, like, my anger or, like, how I felt. Because I just wanted her to, like, shut the fuck up. Like, every day you pick me up from work, it's always something negative. It's always something you got to say. And I'm sick and tired of it. And it was just pissing me off to the point where I was like, man, like, I just can't deal with this. But like I said, I journaled for 2 days, and then that third day I was perfectly fine. I was at peace. And then, like, that third day, I remember I woke up in the morning. I went to go, like, walk my dog or whatever, but, like, as I was walking her, like, how I mentioned before with, like, my mental health, how, like, I kind of, like, blacked out, and, like, I was stuck inside of my head. I felt locked and I didn't know how to get out of it. I was in that, and I remember when I had came back home, like, I was so angry. I ended up, like, letting my emotions get to the best of me, and, like, I remember I, like, walked up to the front door, and I just said, like, poof, like, I was mad as fuck, like, I just had to hit something, and I think I could even crack the door a little bit, because, like, there was a mark there afterwards that I didn't even know was there. Like, I didn't realize that until after. I was like, wait a second, I did that? But then, like, I remember I came in, I let my dog in, I took her stuff off or whatever. I slammed the door, and then I, like, went upstairs. And then, like, in the way, like, that my room was set up, like, I had a chair and a desk. I picked up the chair and I threw it across the room, and I put a hole in the wall. I was like, all right, well, that's a small hole. That's no big fucking deal. But I picked it back up. It's like a small hole, and, like, I knew I could cover it up with the curtains or something. But I was like, you know, fuck it. So I picked up the chair again, like, I threw it back across the room, and I'm, like, so freaking angry. And I'm just, like, once again, like, locked in my mind. And I remember I just, like, walked up to the wall, and I was just like, I need something to hit. I need something to hit. Like, I just thinking about it. Like, I hit it. I said 1, 2, and then I hit it. Like, that's hard as one. The third time, my whole fucking hand had went through the wall. Instead of just sitting over there. Should I show y'all? It's literally still sitting there. Like, I'm looking at it right now. Like, the hole in the wall is still there. But anyways, it's like I had, like, a hole in the wall. And I remember, like, I started, like, after that, like, because my mom is, like, this type of person, like, she don't put up with shit like that. Like, I've never done that before. Like, I've noticed, because, like, over winter break, like, not even winter break, but the time that we were home in 2020, like, my mental health was already fucking me up. And I started, like, beginning, like, I think after I stopped meditating and stuff like that. Like, I was, like, washing dishes, and, like, I even used to black out a lot, but I was, like, washing dishes, and, like, I got to a point where, like, I had, like, broke a bowl, and I was mad as fuck, like, just banging stuff, like, just banging the dishes down, because I was so angry. And once I saw the bowl break, I was like, oh, shit. And, like, I was trying to throw it away and hide it so she couldn't, like, find it. And then here I am fucking punching holes in the walls and shit. And then, like, everything has, like, started coming back to me because, like, throughout my childhood, like, either, like, I never expressed my anger or I just wasn't angry like that. Like, I used to, like, there were, like, very few moments in my childhood where I think I did what the fuck I'm talking about when I tried to break stuff. I remember one time I broke the cousin who got me the job to work in retail. I broke her bike when I was a kid because I was mad as her. Like, I remember I, like, put it on the ground and I, like, jumped on top of it and I'm, like, flipping it back and forth, like, trying to, and it was because, and, like, just trying to break it. And it was because I told her, like, yo, like, because she, she used to always, like, riding my bike instead of hers. And she had, like, a girly bike and I had a boy bike and she loved my bike. And I was like, yo, like, if you get on my bike, I'm going to trash yours. So she was like, I don't care. I was like, okay. So I took her back and I kept my fucking word and I trashed the bitch. And it broke or whatever. And like that kind of just like got swept under the rug. Like no one ever talked to me about my anger or like anything like that. Like I even had angry moments in school that I completely forgot about, but none of my teachers ever told my mother for some reason. But like, anyways, with that having been said, fast forward to where I punched a hole in the wall. Like I'm going through that. And like that's when like everything had came out because I remember I had called Pisces, my friend from school from WSJU. I had called her and she didn't answer the phone. And I remember like I was like, yo, like I need someone to talk to. That's why I had called her because sometimes like I did like call her for that. Like I think I did that throughout the pandemic. Sometimes like that's why I did call her and she would answer or whatever. And what the fuck happened? Oh, after that, I was like, like I need somebody to talk to. So I remember because like I wasn't in therapy. Like I chose not to do therapy like while I was at home because when I was at home and like I had like a therapy session with my therapist, I got mad because he like came to me and talked to me. Like we had like a scheduled appointment, I think, but we couldn't do it obviously like physically, so we had to do it virtually. And this nigga like hit me up to like talk, but like he came at me with like school questions. He wasn't talking to me because he really wanted to talk to me. He wasn't talking to me because like we really like had an appointment. He just focused on school shit. I'm like, bro, like I would never do this again with this nigga ever. So at that point, I was just like, fuck it. And at the point, I was just like, fuck it. I was like, like I'm not, like we don't have to worry about this no more. Like I'm not gonna talk to you no more. And like that ended, and like that was okay. So like when this moment had came and I really needed someone to talk to, I remember I had his card and it had like the suicide hotline number on it. So I called the number and I'm talking to somebody through there. And like as I'm talking, like I had to like get up and leave the house and I like started walking like around like my neighborhood, like in the block, like on the phone talking and really like expressing my emotions and all the stuff that I'm going through. To this person on the other end of the line, and like my brother, like as I walked out the house, my brother was like literally pulling into the driver, like he came home and he called me like while I was on the phone, like talking to like the suicide hotline lady. I was like, hold on, somebody else is calling me. And she was like, okay. So I picked up the phone and he was like, where'd you go? I was like, I just went for a walk. And he was like, okay, well, why are there holes in the wall? And I was like, I'll explain it to you when I get back. Just whatever, mind your business. So I finished my conversation with like the hotline lady, and then Pisces calls me like right afterwards, and then we start talking, and I'm talking to her, and like she wasn't any help, but it wasn't like she listened to me. She listened to me and everything that I said. Is the reason why I say she wasn't any help is because she damn near encouraged my behavior. Like, and like she damn near encouraged my behavior. Like I was basically telling her like, yo, like I just had a meltdown and like I hit a hole in the wall, like I punched a hole in the wall or whatever. And she was like, oh my gosh, like I remember I've done that before too. Like I did that before too. And I was like, oh my god, like I can't believe I did that. Like I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, like I should never do this again. Like this is so awkward. And she was like, yeah, but like once you hit it in the wall, like don't you want to do it again? And I'm like, bitch, what? Like, no, I don't want to do that shit again. Like, why would I do that? Like it's just like, and at that point I was like, okay, like we gotta hang up. Like I gotta get off the phone with you now. Like I just can't with this type of energy. And I went back home and I started talking to my brother. And I went home and I started talking to my brother. And I'm telling this nigga, like, what the fuck is going on with me? And that's when I had, like, came out to him. And I'm telling him, like, yo, like, I'm buying all this other stuff. Mind you, he had just got me weed, too. So, like, I'm, like, buying and stuff like that. I'm telling, like, him, like, all this stuff that I was feeling, like, I was thinking inside. And we had, like, a kind of, like, a little bit of a brother, like, conversation. Like, one thing I know that we don't do this anymore. But, like, when I was, like I came home from freshman year, but I started smoking weed. Like, weed was something that we both bonded off of. Because that was something that allowed us to, like, actually sit down, bond, and talk to each other. Like, just get high together. I was mad as fuck. I don't know why I just said that. Oh yeah, I was mad as fuck that day. And I'm coming out to him and I'm telling him like what I've been thinking, like what I've been going through, like what I've been feeling or whatever. And he had to take me to work because I had a shift at like 12:30. And I always came into work like a couple of minutes late. Like I'm probably like almost every job I've ever had, I've always came into work like 5 to 10 minutes late. And what happened? What happened? I got like fucking high as shit before I went to work, and it wasn't even because like it wasn't because of what I was going through. I like really just smell like smoking weed. I know some people I find it hard to believe, but like no, like I just like smoking weed, and I've been to work high before, but like now, like when I tell you, like I literally like took a couple of puffs or like a couple of hits, big ones, and then like I left. I don't even think they were big ones, but I just took a bunch of hits, and I left. And when I went to work, like my boss, she was looking at me. And I know she seen me high before, because like you get high, your eyes turn red. Like I know she seen it before, but it's like she was just looking at me like, "Hey, Dom." And this was like the first time that she ever said this. She was like, "Hey, like why are you late?" And I was like, "Oh, like I had some family issues, but like I'm here now because I came in like I think 10, probably like 10, 15 minutes late after my shift had started." But oh well. And she was like, yeah. She was like, yeah, okay, well, just, get to work and do what you gotta do. Mind you, I'm like fucking high as shit. So, and like they used to have me like monitoring, like what they call monitoring, like like during like the penny and all that and shit. Like while we were working in the store, you had to have like a monitor at the front of the store to like mark off how many people were actually in the store. And I used to be standing up there like high as fuck, just like I'm dead ass. I would be honest. Like I was like knocked out. Like I was not paying attention. Sometimes I would just be zoning out because like I would be so bored. Like, and I would be doing that for like an 8-hour shift. Like literally sitting in front of the entire store, just mark, 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 mark. Like I would rather go fold clothes than fucking mark, mark, mark. Like it was so boring. Sorry, excuse me. And then like I don't know what happened. I think it was around like my lunch break. And some girl at my job came up to me. She was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah." She was like, "Dude, like, well, no, not even that." And she was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine." She was like, "Are you high?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Bro, like your eyes are red as fuck." I was like, "Oh shit." So, of course, my cousin found out about this, and she told my mom. And I was just like, damn. Like, I was just like, it was just like a lot of shit, like, was just going on that day. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. So, after work, like, I was thinking to myself, like, yo, how am I going to tell my mother, like, I punched a hole in the wall, basically, or I hit a hole in the wall. And I remember I was like, went home, and once again, like, I'm no bitch, I'm not no punk, like, but yeah, like, I'm not no, basically, overall, like, I knew, like, when we said, like, I'm not no punk, not no bitch, I just didn't want to be a coward and try to hide this from her, even though I probably would have gotten away with it, because had I not told her, she would have never known. Unless my older brother would have told her. But I was thinking all day at work, like, yo, how am I gonna tell my mom I did this? Because I knew I was gonna have to explain it to her at some point. And I remember, like, one of my like people that I was working with at my job, I asked him, like, yo, like, you ever punched a hole in the wall before? He was like, yeah, I did it twice. And he was like explaining his stories to me, and I'm thinking to myself, like, yo, like, well, basically his story, like, we had different stories, but we both hit holes in the wall, and like, whatever the fuck happened after that, I don't even know why I brought that up. But it's just like it was kind of cool to have someone there that kind of like understood where I was coming from. And I just like went home, and I was like, you know what, like I'm not gonna be a coward. I didn't tell my mom in the car because I didn't want her to flare up. I was scared. I waited until we got in the house, and she was at home. She was chilling, and I remember I came downstairs, and I was like, Ma, like I was telling her what I was going through, yada yada yada. I hit a hole in the wall, and her whole face was like really? Like she didn't get angry, she didn't yell. I just came to her and I wanted to tell her the truth. So that way she didn't have to hear it from somebody else. So it's like, okay, I just went and I told her that. And I remember she was like, I once again I didn't even like express to her like why I really did that. Like I didn't express to her like I was mad at her for some reason. I think I was like scared to. But like for the most part I just remember I told her like I had a meltdown earlier today and I punched a hole in the wall. And I think she asked me what I had a meltdown for, but somehow we got over that, and she started talking again, like just like speaking on her, and because like I said, like she still has her health issues, she's sick, and she was talking a lot about like her health issues and how like she needs us to kind of like get it together. Oh yeah, I told her a little bit like about the job and like how I was feeling a little bit about that. Maybe not specifically like her actions, but I'm telling her like, yo, like it's not that bad. Like it's not that bad. Like my behavior isn't as bad as that. Like I know it sounds, but she's just like, bro, like I need you to get it together because like I don't know if I'm gonna like like die soon. Or, like if I'm gonna go, and I need you and your older brother to like have something because she didn't feel like anybody else in the family or like anybody else in general would have like tried to take care of us or help us out had she not been there. So that was that. But then after that whole conversation, I remember like we was walking around the house like we felt bad. I think we hugged and made up and all that shit, whatever. And after the conversation, I remember we was in like her room and we was talking, and then like we like was in the kitchen somehow doing something, and I remember I told her like I was like, hey mom, I have something to tell you, and she was like, what? I was like, I'm bi, and she was like, well, it's not like we didn't know it before, like it's just like that was that. It kind of like ended very very well, and that was the summer between junior year and senior year. So before I even moved into what happened senior year, like me and my mother, we had like a better bond with each other, like I said, because we had worked on it basically all throughout COVID. We went through some ups and downs and some shit. And even with like the planetary plants and like the tarot videos that I was watching, like they was warning me like some shit was gonna happen, and like they was like telling me like certain things like had to like just like happen or something. I don't know, like I knew it was gonna have to happen before I went back to school, basically. And it seemed like it kind of just became a habit. Like every single time I come home and I have to go back to school, me and my mom just seem to have like a heart to heart conversation, or on some shit basically. So that's happening. We agreed. I think we agreed. We said something about my mom and I talking about like how like oh like when I go back to school this semester like let's talk a little bit more. So that happened. Okay, I go back to school. I'm linking up with like my WSJU gang. It's Pisces. It's Aries. It's the second Libra that I mentioned that I'm going to talk about, and like everybody else. So I'm gonna just tell it, and then we go like follow through basically. At the beginning of the semester, I think because like when you get like watch tarot videos with the pick a card readings, they do like oh like pick a card. What's the rest of your 2020 or 2019 or 2012 is gonna be like for like the rest of the year? Like the basically like an end of the year reading almost where they explain to you like the last 3 to 4 months or whatever. So it told me it was like yo like there's gonna be some people that you thought were gonna support you, but it turns out they're not gonna support you. They're gonna turn on you or whatever. They're gonna turn against you. So I'm like okay. So mind you, like throughout 2020, like I said, like I'm not really talking to nobody from school. It's like all like family, basically that I'm like hanging around with or like talking with, or just me by myself. And I even thought to myself like over a break, like yo, like these are not my friends. Like there's no fucking way that we could go through something that's deadly as a fucking pandemic, and nobody wants to pick up the phone and call me. I'm picking up the phone and calling them. Like that's a little strange to me. That's very weird. So I'm like, okay, like these are not my friends. And I kind of knew it within my head, but I didn't know it within my heart. So we get to like the beginning of the school year, or whatever. And one thing about it is that like throughout 2020, like a lot of like my like musician friends and artist friends, like they're all dropping projects and working with people. And I'm at home and like in Connecticut, and they're all like out and about wherever they are doing stuff. And like I wanted to be back in New York, but like I'm at home and I'm watching them all drop their projects. So I'm just supporting them and listening to their stuff, like and just like like doing stuff like that. And Aries and Libra, who were like the two producers that were like at the station. I'm not. I don't think they work with these other artists yet, but it doesn't matter really. But it's like I'm sitting back and watching everybody else like work and put their stuff out. I want to put my stuff out too. Like I want to create some work and put some stuff out too. And like I know I had a feeling they thought that I could have been like playing with like the whole music thing. Because I was taking some time out to discover myself as an artist. Like junior year was like a lot of shit. And like I told you, I dropped that song like that, and I did not like it. Like I hated it. I thought it was whack. I thought it was fucking terrible. And I felt like I need to find myself as an artist and find my sound in order to like figure this out. And I felt like I had to live life in order to do that. So it's like I kind of just like fell back from music a little bit. Like I was still hanging around there, but I fell back and like kind of just like stopped writing a little bit and kind of just like went to go live and shit like that. So come around like senior year. Come around senior year, I remember like me and Libra was working on like some beat where we were like sitting there. I remember for the most part I was just like watching him and like seeing like what like shit sounds like and stuff like that as he was working. And for something like Libra's in general like this, but I'm gonna talk about this nigga. He had the biggest issue with saying no. And I knew when he wanted to say no. It's just that I wanted him to tell me, so I was 100% sure that it was a no. That you just didn't want to work right now, or you didn't. It wasn't in the mood. It's just like it was always yeah, yeah, yeah. Like okay. So we come back to school, and I told her like yo, like I'm ready to work. Like they're like I'm finally like in that energy of like being like yo, like I want to get this done. I want to work. And like they said, the video said like some people that you thought were gonna support you. I'm with this nigga. And I'm telling him, like, yo, like, let's work together, and tell me why he gets all his stuff, goes into, like, the fucking, well, I think it was, like, Studio B or whatever, goes in there, sets it up, sits the fuck down, unlocks it, opens his laptop, and then slams that shit shut and just walks out of the room. Like, nigga, we supposed to be, like, working here. Like, we tried working before, but, like, it just never panned out, because I'm like, bro, like, what the fuck are you doing? So, that was one thing. Then another thing had happened involving Pisces, Aries, and then we had like another like Libra friend. Yeah, so it's like me, Pisces, yeah, me Pisces, me Pisces, Aries, Libra, and then the other Libra friend that we had, and We was all hanging out with each other, and like I said, Pisces and Aries never let me like they never invited me to their house or nothing like nothing like they never invited to me to their house, and like cause that was kind of like what let me know like okay like they must feel some type of way about me to like be talking about this in front of me and then like completely avoid me and not want to talk about this at all. So I remember I don't know what the hell was happening, but we was all like hanging around. Like I remember I came to the station one day, and then we all decided like we want to get up and go like smoke. We used to like hotbox cars and shit. But um, we used to like hotbox cars and shit and just like do stuff. And we started like driving around one day. Like I don't know what the hell we was doing, but we was like running errands and stuff like that. And we went to like this like a smoke shop. We was doing all this other stuff. And oh shit. We was doing all this other stuff. We was like buying like grinders and bongs and shit like that. And Pisces, like, as I'm paying for the stuff, like at the register, everybody's like waiting at the door, waiting for me. Pisces walks up to me and she's like, "Yo, like, I have something to do later, but like, we're gonna go hang out at my place. Like, you want to come?" Mind you, like, her and Aries, like, they lived in this apartment for like I think a couple of months, and then like, they stayed there I think for like the rest of junior year. When senior year came around, she had to go get like a new place, and they weren't living with each other no more. She had like a whole new set of roommates, but they were still dating. So but that happens, and she like out of nowhere she goes like so you like want to come to my house today, like we could like just like go there and chill with her. And I'm like, I once again being passive aggressive put some shit behind me. I was like, sure, why not. And I was still hanging out with them even though I kind of feel like they weren't really like my friends like that because like we went through all that shit and what the fuck. um so I go to her house and like we smoking, we hanging out, and we chilling. That was probably like the first time I think I had been to her house, and like I lived in an off-campus apartments. By this time of my life, freshman gang is just fucking gone, okay? Like it's just me. Like I live in my building. I think the second Libra that I mentioned, the producer Libra, he lived in the same building with me at the same time as well. That was that. And yeah, we had our day, we had our moment because I'm like her apartment wasn't too far from the building that I was living in, the apartment building I was living in. So that was that, and it was like within walking distance and like hanging out and shit like that. So as time goes by, I don't even know if it was like a matter of days or weeks, but I know some time had went by. It wasn't like it couldn't have been that long. Like I said, the tarot video told me the people you thought were going to support you, they're not. They're gonna go away, basically. So Libra, second Libra did his shit, whatever the fuck. Um, where he fucking like set his laptop up and then like closed it and then just like left the fucking studio. Like what the fuck was that? That was one example. And then this one specific weekend had came around. I remember it was a Friday. Me and Pisces are talking. Pisces is dating Aries. Pisces is telling me all this stuff about how Aries doesn't feel like he's being supported enough at the station, and like how talking about how he don't feel like he being supported by anybody at the station, like how he keep making stuff and putting out beats and shit, and it's like nobody like wants it, and like nobody's like doing anything. He just felt like like things just weren't working out for him, and he was very depressed about it, very very sad. And I'm like, well, yo, like I just listened to a beat that he posted on SoundCloud the other day, and I thought it was fire. So me thinking it was fire, I'm like I was like, yo, like I was gonna ask him, like, can I have the beat? She was like, yeah, you should do that. So I texted him like right in front of her. She's telling me all this stuff about. She's telling me all this stuff about how he don't feel supported. Talking about how like he feels like nobody like is listening to his stuff and what he's creating on his SoundCloud. She flat out told me like, yo, like it got to a point where it was so bad that I streamed his song like 15 times on SoundCloud to like boost up his views or listens or whatever to make him feel better. And then he went back to go check because I guess SoundCloud keeps track of who actually listens to your shit and saw it was all her. And was like very, very pissed. And I'm like, well, I heard this beat and I thought it was fire. So I'm gonna reach out to him and ask him like, yo, like, can I like have this? Because he used to like beg me to work with him because like I said, there was this other Pisces producer at the station, And he was just like, yo, like you always make songs with this Pisces. You never like wanted to make anything with me because like there was a beat that he had for me, but it's like I didn't like it. I thought it was whack. And on many different occasions, like I kept telling him, I even told him like, yo, like I do not like this. Like this is not good. Like I don't want to rap over this. He kept trying to push on me. I'm like, no. And then on many different occasions, he had other beats that he was working on, but he told. He like every single time I asked him for something, he would always be like, "Oh no, I'm saving this for somebody else." Like, "Oh no, I just want this to be a solo beat." Like, "Oh, you can't get on that." But you're begging me to basically sit here and work with you, right? So I texted him, and I can guarantee fucking to you, I probably still have this text on my phone. I said on this day, what day was it? September 25th, 2020, 2:12 p.m. in the afternoon. September 25th, 2020, 2:12 p.m. I said, your beat was dope. Wanted to know if I could use it. He says, damn man, sorry, I'm mad stingy with my solo beats. I never wanted the name of the beat to have anyone on it. I thought about it too, but I want to keep it as a solo beat. Your girlfriend just told me all that, and you complaining about how nobody supported you, and here I am, like trying to do that for you, or do that with you, let you know your shit is fire, and this is what happens. And then on top of that, it's like you've asked to work with me before, but it's like every time I ask, it's always a no. Like I say, I want to work, and you be like real, like gung ho and all happy about it, but then the next minute is just like you don't want to. My apologies, my camera had cut off. Ooh, sorry. But like, am I like I'm not bugging? I'm not bugging, right? Like I know I'm not bugging, right? So that was that. Obviously, you saw like I did not respond back to the message. I was just like, "Fuck it," because I was like super mad. And, like like I told y'all before, like there are like very pivotal like moments in my life that I could have even forgotten about where I've ever gotten like super mad like that. And like I'm like normally like the peaceful one. Like even if you ask the people I'm talking about right now, like they would have told you that. Like hell, they have nothing else to say. They've never seen me act like that before. Like I'm a very peaceful person. Like I'm like a very like peaceful person. I didn't do anything like. And that was that. Like I was angry, but I didn't say nothing. I just kept it to myself, and I was still continuing to talk to Pisces while this was going on. And like that was that happened on that Friday, right? So come Saturday, when I had first started going to the station, I didn't even realize the station was open on Saturday, so I never hung out there. But then once I found out about it, I used to get up and go there all the time because I used to be like in my dorm, like whether if I was still with freshman gang or if I wasn't, or like just simply by myself. Like I sometimes used to be just like very bored on the weekends. Like and I was like, okay, well, you know, I'll be at the station on Monday. Like I didn't know that they was there Saturday and Sunday too, so I started going there once I found out about that. And what happened? I saw a second Libra. The Libra producer I told you that slammed his laptop down in front of me. And I still want to work. And me, like, I'm not thinking like maybe, you know, he was trying to like not fuck with me for a reason. Like I just saw him like act like that. I kind of just like swept under the rug. I ignored it. Passive aggressive me, I know. And I saw this guy, and cause let me not even start there. That same day, some shit went. Oh my goodness, y'all. Huh. Ugh. Tell me why, y'all. I'm just so like I was like so like pissed off about this because like normally they would like like open a station and sometimes just like let me like stay in there because I did like sometimes stay there some night to like record or like whatever like the other people was hanging out or whatever we did and like they were able to like trust me with being able to like lock up and all sorts of shit like that, right? So I remember I wanted to write and I wanted to record but I couldn't because I don't know what happened. I think I went home and I took a nap or whatever. I'm trying to see if I can find this text. That's why I'm like looking because I know I have his too. But fuck it. But basically with this nigga, I texted him that night and I'm telling him like, yo, like I'm gonna come back to the station. I'm gonna record there. Mind you, it's like 9:30 p.m. And I was asking him like, yo, like is anybody at the station or whatever? And he was like, oh no, like everything is all closed up, it's locked up, blah blah blah, whatever. So I'm like, okay. But then after that, I asked him like, yo, like I know because he was on like what they call like the e-board. I knew he could get me in there and all that. So I'm asking him like, bro, like you wanna like help me out a little bit? Like, can you like open the door for me? He was like, oh no, I got a paper due at 12. And I'm like, nigga, 12? Like it's fucking 9:30. You live on campus. Like what the fuck? It's gonna take you 10 minutes to walk from your dorm to the fucking door, unlock it, and then just go back and write your fucking paper. Like what was the point of that? Like I was so pissed off when he did that. And this nigga said no. And I'm like, okay. So I'm mad about it, but I'm not like thinking like I'm not it is what it is. Like, it's okay. Like, okay, if he couldn't do it. It didn't make no damn sense. But it's like, okay, well, he couldn't do it. How? Then the next day comes and I'm in my dorm that Saturday. I go to fucking Monty's to get some food or whatever. And as I'm leaving, I was gonna walk because I lived in an off-campus apartment, so I had to walk back and forth between like campus and like the off-campus apartments to eat food, which is gonna be another story that I'm gonna have to tell at that further towards this. Keep watching. Okay, we're like 65% done here, people. Um, but yes, like I was leaving Munchies and I'm walking towards like gate 7, about to walk out of the campus, and this nigga, because he lived in the townhouses, he was like walking from the townhouses to Munchies. Like I saw him, like I saw him like on the way there, and I saw him in the distance, and I ran up to him. I was like, "Yo, like you going to the station today?" He was like, "Yeah, like I'm about to go get some food and go there right now." Somebody was breaking rules, huh? Somebody, we go. Come on, let's go. So I walked past this nigga. I walked past this nigga, and I'm asking him like, "Yo, like you going to the station? Like you going to the station? You doing like this, that, and that?" He was like, "Yeah, like I'll be there." And I was like, "Oh, so like I'm gonna go get my stuff and I'm gonna come back." And he was like, "All right, so sure, whatever." So then what I said I was gonna do, I came back. They enforced the fucking rule that you're talking about how you couldn't eat at the station. That I ended up kind of like getting in trouble for it, and it just like pissed me off. Huh. I was just like really, really pissed. The general manager at the time decided to like enforce some fucking rule talking about how we couldn't eat in the station anymore. Mind you, this nigga was not there. And like literally, like he was like at home, like going to school virtually and like being the general manager like virtually, and like everybody has to like listen to his rules and his laws and just like all the shit that he's saying. And it was getting on my fucking nerves because like I told him like I'm out. It's like, hey, I'm eating the station because like I didn't give a damn about the rules. Like how you gonna sit here like and turn this place from like we used to hang out here and like have everybody be here just be chilling all sorts of shit like that, and then out of nowhere we go from it being like this chill place where we can hang out and actually do work too to it just being like 100% sophisticated. It was like fucked up. It was bullshit talking about you couldn't eat in the back. Like what the fuck you mean we can't eat in the back office? That was just what we did, and I was so mad because like I was like literally like somebody had FaceTime him and they put their phone down like in front of me, and like I was eating in front of him. He was like, "Oh, you should be eating the station." Like I told him like, "Hey, like, oh, you're gonna be so mad if he's looking why." I showed him my sandwich. I was eating it. And he was like, "Oh, you should be eating the station." I just got pissed off because it's like I remember like I walked out of the fucking room, and I guess because he thought that I wasn't there, that I didn't hear what the fuck he said. And I don't know. Take this how y'all want. Whether if it was bad or if it wasn't bad, I was just pissed off at the fact that he said something when I wasn't there. Um, but knowing this person, that was very normal. Um, I was just pissed, basically, so fucking pissed. This nigga like talking about like, oh, like we gotta make sure like don't like don't do this, don't do that. Like I was just pissed at the fact that he just like mentioned me while I was gone. Like, why didn't you? say all of that while I was there. I can't even remember what the fuck he said. But it's just like, it got me so tight at the fact that you couldn't have said that, like, when I was in front of the phone. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But that's cool. That's cool. Where's my mind going? Where's my thoughts going? Yeah, that had happened. So go back to what I was talking about with this Libra nigga, second Libra. He brought food into the station. And he used to try to enforce the rules on everybody else too, snitching on people talking about how they couldn't eat in there. But you in Studio B fucking eating like all that macaroni and cheese and all that shit you was eating and like trying to work and stuff like that. And whatever the fuck you was doing, you was breaking the rules too, my guy. And tell me why, like, because we're still like under like regulations due to what's going on in the world. Because this is still 2020, as this is I'm talking about it, as this is happening after all the shit that happened while I'm at school and while I was at home or whatever. So I was in there for like a good like 2 hours, like setting my stuff up and like doing what I got to do. I was eating. I was really taking my time. Like I had started writing, but like I wasn't really writing or working for a while I was in there. And then I remembered I had a joint. And this nigga who I was always with, the second Libra, he always had weed on him. So I was like, bro, like you want to smoke? Like I had a joint and like and all this other stuff. And once again, yeah. So as this shit is just like going on, my nigga, like as this is all going on, as this is like all going on, he keeps saying yeah, and like it's like a bunch of shit, like it's like a bunch of nothing was happening in the room, like between me and him. And once again, I said he had a hard time saying like no, but I knew deep down inside he wanted to say no, but he just wouldn't say it. So I'm just like, okay. So I'm talking about like how like 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 I don't have a lighter on me though. Like we gotta go get a lighter and like all this other stuff. And I mean, we planned it out like how we about to sit here and smoke. He going yeah. Come like 5 p.m. when all this shit has happened. This nigga, excuse me, sorry, I'm belching, sorry. Fucking public safety comes in and be like, oh, like, okay, well, this building closes at like 5 p.m. on like weekends, like you guys are gonna have to like go or whatever. So I got all like the setup, like the AI, the microphones, and all that shit. And I was saying to him, like, yo, bro, like, can I take some of this stuff home and I'll return it back? And all this other stuff, because it was like real easily like portable stuff and whatnot. And I was telling him like, yo, like I'm gonna just take the stuff home and do that. He was like, oh yeah, like the general manager doesn't like it when you do stuff like that. Like he doesn't want us to take stuff out of here anymore. And I was like, all right, but I'm like, I'm gonna bring it back. Like I don't think I've ever like done something where I stole something from the station and like never brought it back. I don't think I've ever taken anything from it in general. It's paining me a little bit to say, like, to even talk about this. And this nigga goes like, nah, like you're gonna have to like come back here on a different day and do it. Like he just had like this face, like he just didn't give a fuck, like he was so aggravated with me or something. So at this point, I'm like pissed the fuck off because I'm like, what the fuck did you just do all this for? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, who does that? Like, what the fuck? So instead of just like taking the stuff, I remember I just like unplugged everything, I organized it, put it back, whatever the fuck I did. I grabbed my stuff and I like left. And I'm like angry. And because I'm like an angry person at the moment, like I don't think I had ever really like understood or felt that type of anger in the moment that I felt it, unless it was like a flash of anger. Because I feel like that's what it was. Like maybe the past time I ever got angry, it was like a flash. But in this moment, it's like I really had to sit within this week. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Completely forgetting about what the Terror video said, talking about whatever it was talking about, but like, what the fuck is going on with like the shit that's going on in my life? Like, why is it that the people who I thought I could count on most that would beg me to fucking work with them, that would do the shit that they would fucking do and get mad at me for like not working with them, and just like, what the fuck? Like, why is this happening? I got up, I grabbed my shit, I'm angry, like I said. But I didn't want to let my emotions get the best of me because I wasn't fully like capable of understanding what the hell was going on. All I know is I grabbed my shit, I'm fucking speed walking back to my dorm, I'm leaving the building, doing all that, and this nigga other Libra is like right behind me, and like a couple paces like behind me. So I'm like, I stopped and I was like, let me not be a dickhead, because once again, I'm not fully thinking, like I'm not fully prospering what the fuck is going on here. So I turned around, I dapped him, I was like, yo, what's good? Like, Libra, I will see you later. Da-da-da. Whatever, and I walked away and I went home. On my way home, like one way that I like to express my emotions, or I felt like I had to express my emotions at that point in time, was just by like yelling. Like I knew it was angry, I knew what to get out of me. So like on my way home, I'm like stomping and like yelling in the middle of the street like a fucking maniac because I'm so pissed off. So while that's happening, Like, I still didn't get it. Like, shit was just weird, okay? And then, like, that day just went by. Sunday comes on. What is this? This is, like, senior year, first half of it. At the very beginning, we're in September, my nigga. So, that's that. We're talking about that. All that happened on a Saturday. So, it was, like, that Friday with Aries. Saturday with second Libra. So, here comes Sunday. Regular ass day. I think I stayed in my room all day that day. I don't fucking know. Uh, what the fuck? Let me think. Let me think. Sunday comes, right? I think I stayed in my room all day that day. And I remember I went to campus. I went to go get food. And I came back, and it was like starting to get dark outside, or it probably was already dark outside. And I probably. All right. My camera cut off. Like, but before we get into that, I just wanted to show you guys like the messages. September 25th, 2020, with the second Libra, the yeah type of guy. Station open. Over here, we was just basically talking. Like, he was like mentioning someone else, and I should have asked him to like help me get in. I just crossed that out because he has nothing to do with this. Um, but I said, station open. Da, da, da. I said, but I may need a favor if you don't mind. And I put the little squiggly like that. Look at my emojis. I said, what is it? I want to record tonight, and I may need to get to the station. Can you open the door? Look at what the fuck this nigga said. I went by, I got an assignment due at 12. I was like, okay, you think you can do it after, or I can take your storm card? As you can see, my nigga, like, that was September 25th. The next time he texted me was October 21st. Like, what the fuck? So he didn't respond. He didn't do anything. There was no call. There was no nothing. Like, he didn't open the door. He didn't help at all whatsoever. So at that point, now fast forward back to the Sunday that I was talking about, where I was basically like alone in my room all day. And I get back to my dorm after like going to get food or whatever. And while I'm on Twitter, I get like intuitive messages or whatever. And I was like, I got one of the messages, and it said something like, and it kind of went over my head because a lot of times I get intuitive messages and I kind of just like ignore them because either I just don't want to hear them, or I feel like I just don't care, basically. Like, let me not say that. I feel like they may not always come to fruition, or they don't come to fruition when you want to. So, especially when you sit down and think about it, the more you think about it, the longer it'll probably take to get you, in my opinion. I think that's how it goes. Like, the more you think about it, it's not gonna come to you. It's gonna come to you like in a way when you least expect it. But anyways, the message had basically told me, it was like, yo, like, there are certain things that have been going on around you that you haven't been looking at. Something along the lines of that, and something along the lines of that, and as a result, of you like not looking at it, like it's all gonna come to you tonight. Like, you're gonna start seeing things a bit more clearly. And I ignored that shit. I was just like, all right, fuck it, I don't care. So, because I'm sitting there thinking, like, okay, like, this ain't gonna come true. Like, I'm not thinking about nothing. Like, my mind, I'm not even thinking about that tarot video telling me that they weren't gonna support me. So I'm just like, okay, whatever it is. We're not saying that they wouldn't support me, that people in general that I thought were gonna support me weren't gonna support me. So I'm just like, all right, fuck it. So I went to bed that night. I remember I got high. And I remember, like, directly, like, correctly, very easily, I got high. And, I remember I had like, y'all know the lights that everybody be getting, whether it be like on TikTok or whatever. All the college kids, y'all know where they go around like the walls and shit like that. It's like the little dots and shit. I had those. I remember I set it on a blue light and I got high. I went to sleep. I was chilling. Tell me why I woke up at like 3:30 in the morning, and when I tell you like I was mad as fuck, I don't know what the hell happened. It was like this big ass epiphany. Like, I don't know, like maybe spirit wanted me to wake the fuck up or something, or like it just wanted me to like be up. It fucking. I remember I woke up. I had to have woken up around like 3:30 in the morning. I told you my angel number is 333. I don't know. Maybe that's significant. Maybe it's not. But it's like I woke up around 3:30 in the morning, and when I had woke up around it, I remember I just got angry and I started crying. Like, I was angry, crying, like sitting in my bed, and like all of a sudden, like every little puzzle piece of like what I had went through with these people that I met, specifically the ones that I've been mentioning, like Pisces, second Libra, Aries, and just some other people that could have been around us that aren't as important to the story as they might be. Everything everything started clicking. It's like, yo, wait a second, like these people really don't care about me. It's like I told y'all, like I knew it in my head that they weren't my friends, but I didn't know it in my heart, and I knew it in my heart. And that was the first time I never even noticed that like I had to like really detach myself from a person, and it was so easy because that's like. That's some Libra shit right there. One thing about Libras, they do not like getting played. You niggas, like, we was basically friends or whatever for like a year or two. And I remember, like, prior to me even, like, having gone through this, we sat down. I was defending y'all and calling my friend in front of you, Aries, and you didn't say nothing. Like, you, like, what the fuck? Like, you were just going along with, like, oh, like, just like, you was just cool with it, whatever the fuck. Like, it was mad strange. And even then, I wasn't even sure if they were my friends. So I would take responsibility of that. But it's just like, what the fuck? Like, why wasn't shit ever made clear to me about what the hell y'all intentions were? And I'm not the only person that y'all did this to, because y'all did this to multiple people as well. And I know you did it, because I spoke with somebody, they told me you fucking did it. But, like, you just meet artists, you pretend like you gotta, like, do shit and with them, and, like, I guess you become friends with them, you get acquainted with them, and it's like you don't want them to leave. Like, you gotta sit here and, like, lie, or, like, bullshit them, or be like, oh, yeah, we'll work on that, and then never get to work. Is that what you do, like, as a producer? Is that your fucking job, my nigga? Like, are you dead ass? Okay. So, like I said, everything started connected, and I got really, really mad. And I, like, easily, for the first time ever in my life, I don't think I've ever done this before, I detached myself from them so quick, and I was so mad. Like, y'all, if I could, I would have lined them all up and slapped the shit out of all of them. I was so fucking angry. Like, I was so freaking pissed the fuck off that this had happened. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, what was the point of that? Like, you just, like, leading artists on and making them think you're gonna do stuff for them, and then you don't, and then you get mad at them when they want to get up and go get a fucking job and leave you alone. Like, what the fuck is your problem? These are the type of industry niggas, I can't even call them industry niggas, but these are the type of niggas that they want friends, they don't want people to work with. Something like that. Just something like, and there's nothing wrong with wanting friends. I'm glad that we were friends and all, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But it's just like, nigga, working is fucking key. Like, we spent all this time together and sitting there chilling, and you don't want to work. Like, what the fuck? And then even more stuff became clear to me, because, like, I'm talking to people about this, like, afterwards, and I'm not the only person who sees this. Like, and I noticed, because when I had first came to them, like, when I first met the group of people, because there's a lot of people that was at the station, like, junior and senior year, but, like, when I met them, like, I came to the station, like, sophomore year. The people that I had met there, when I met them, I was coming out of, like, a depression, like, type of phase myself in my life. So, ironically, you know, law of attraction, of course I got acquainted with the people who was also in that energy too. And I began to notice that. I began to see that, like, with my own two eyes, like, yo, like, it's very ironic that every person I was friends with, like, are all people who, like, yes, they work on something, but they are afraid to put it out, and they don't want to put action behind it, or they don't want to do anything, and then just sit around all fucking day and do nothing. Like, you work on stuff and don't put it out and don't do anything with it, and you don't want nobody to work with you. Like, I just don't fucking get it. Like, maybe they was willing to work with every other artist there except for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I get to run around in the bullshit games, and you do this to me? Like, what the fuck? Like, we chilling with each other, I'm calling you friend, my nigga. Like, what the fuck? Like, who fucking does this? This shit is whack as fuck. So, I done lost my train of thought, y'all. I'm just pissed. I'm, like, fucking angry. And I've been angry about this for a fucking while. I remember, like, I was, like, meeting, like, not necessarily meeting, but, like I said, there was, like, let's split the station in two halves. There's the people who don't do shit, and there's the people who do shit. The people who do shit, they come, but they only come to do their fucking job, and then they leave. We can be cool and hang out and all that, but when they're leaving, they're fucking leaving, and you respect the time and just go. The people who don't do shit, that just stay there all fucking day long, not doing nothing, those were the ones that, like, I was around. So, it was a free will choice. You know, law of attraction. I'll own up to that. It was full of shit. And then, like, even, like, the Pisces producer that was there, like, caught on to this. Like, he knew, like, yo, like, nobody's doing anything here. Like, I'm not gonna waste my time on this shit. And he did. And I completely understood that. But, like, I didn't go. Shit. I should have. Shit. Like, shit. I don't know. I guess it was my time to figure out why I should have left. I wasn't ready to go, I guess. I don't fucking know. But once I finally started getting acquainted with, like, let's say the second half, the half of the people who actually work there and get shit done, like, some of them already knew that they was about that type of shit. And it, like, started becoming more apparent to me, because, like, the radio station was, like, yes, we had, like a huge, like, influx of, like, new artists, new producers coming in, like, from, like, my junior year, and, like, maybe even I think, like, my senior year. But like the station was always like kind of dead. Come to find out, like based off of the people that I was talking about, like people know that they're full of shit, which it kind of explains why it's dead. They don't want to be around that energy. And it was like they knew, and like they knew, which is likely why some of them likely just did not come there, because they knew who was self-interested, who was selfish, and it wasn't even just like the other half of the people. I can't even say that because it was like one person that I knew that they were like full of shit, and then other people nearby who knew it as well, and it was just. They knew who was full of shit. They knew who was selfish. They knew who was pretending. They knew all types of shit like that. And I just found them after I finally looked at them for who the fuck they were. Like, who the fuck does this? So I started getting acquainted with like I said, the other half of the people who like actually put in work, and they were cool. Like I'm thankful I got to meet you guys like after like literally like the week after, because the tour told me like, yeah, these people are gonna support you, but the university's gonna give you someone else. I met this other cool guy. He was like a producer. Me and him used to sit back and write with each other. It was like cool, like just a good energy like that. But that semester, I just stopped coming to the station, like literally, because I didn't want to deal with all that shit. Um, and that was that, my nigga. Like I just stopped coming to the station because I didn't want to deal with it no more. I didn't want to be around that energy, and I started being alone more. So, what was it? I go home again for winter break, and I'm gonna have to come back and revisit this because there's some other shit that was going on, like family. Like there's so much going on, like so much in my life, just like from family to friendship situations. Everything is like rocking back and forth, and I'm like jumping up on top of it, like bouncing back and forth of it, like fucking like something that's hot, like like fucking hot potato. That's what it is. Like so much shit was just going on in my life, and I'm taking it all in. And at the same time, it's like I couldn't fully process it at the moment. But it's just like, what the fuck? Like this was the first time I had ever gotten sick to my stomach over a human being due to their actions. That was fucking ridiculous. You don't do that to people. You don't. And then on top of that, it's like, and I knew they didn't care about their relationships that they formed with artists, because Aries had like he's a producer. He had another artist who he blew up, like not even like school wide. I'm talking about like I want to say like nationwide and potentially even like international. I'm not gonna say the artist's name, but he was like talking to that person one day, and I guess like the person didn't want to like pay him for how much like he was like telling him to pay for the beat or whatever, and he just stopped like fucking with him and stopped talking to him. And then like after that, he just kept walking around talking about like Aries. I'm talking about was walking around talking about some yo fuck this artist, fuck this. And I kept telling him like yo like why do you have that mindset? You like what makes you think that people want to work with you after you say shit like that? And once again, that's me not like being obvious, because I knew like if you can watch somebody do something to somebody else, the chances are they're gonna do it to you as well. So it's like I didn't want to I wanted to ignore it. I didn't want to pay attention to that. I was just gonna act like okay. Every single time he kept bringing it up like yo f this artist, f this artist, f that artist. I'm like okay, and like I just camera cut off again. But y'all like I said, I was just mad. All right, I was just mad to the point where I just had to get up and leave. Because I was just like, nah, like, I'm not dealing with this. And this is kind of what I was, like, advised to do by the universe. Like, through the tarot videos that I was watching. Like, it was telling me, bro, like, just leave these people alone. They're going to get their karma for, like, what they did to you. And, I mean, if you're wondering why I'm gone, like, this is why. And I know you're wondering why I'm gone, because people came back to me and told me. Huh. People came back to me and told me, like y'all are y'all upset or something that I left? Like, why didn't you like look at your actions or think of your actions or whatever the fuck? Like, is this how you do business? Is this how you want to carry yourself? Is this how you want to handle shit in life. I purposely skipped out on going to the station for like the vast majority of the second half of my senior year because of shit like this. Granted, I was there a couple of times for some assignments for school. I didn't stay long, but I just had to fucking leave. Cause like, I'm not dealing with that shit. Like, what the fuck did we just basically, like, you damn near wasted my time. Hell, I wasted my own damn time fucking with you. Like, what was the point of that? Like, do y'all have a motive? Because, like, according to the tarot, like, y'all, according to the tarot, it said y'all probably don't even know why y'all did what the fuck y'all did. Y'all just did it. And I find that to be, like, a little strange. Like, what was the point of that? Like, why did you do that? Like, were y'all trying to, like, stop me? Did you want to stop me? Because that's what it looked like. That's what it felt like. You wanted to stop me from doing what I was already here to fucking do. It's kind of strange, ain't it? So I left. Probably, like, last quarter of my senior year. Not even last quarter of my senior year. Sorry, last quarter of the first semester of senior year. Then I was pretty much gone like the entire second semester. Like overall, honestly, like I was just pissed. Like I couldn't believe that, but I knew I couldn't be around that energy, be around those people anymore, and I just like left. Now, moving over to like the familial side of things that I am currently still dealing with. So all the stuff that happened this summer, I hit the hole in the wall. I went back to school. My mom was talking about like how like she wanted to talk with me more, like we should talk with each other more, and I was like, yeah, okay. Now, as I'm at school, um, I didn't have a job because due to the pandemic and all of that stuff that was happening, like they couldn't have many different people in the same areas once, or like whatever. So a lot of like jobs I got cut. I wasn't able to get one, and I was trying to like look for a job, like off campus, but it's just like I remember like calling the place. Like I worked at one retail store that had another location in a different state, in other states as well, and I kept calling them and like trying to like get a job there. It didn't work. They used to like hang up the phone or whatever. So at that point, it's just like, like what the fuck I needed. Like, I didn't want to get a job really. I was kind of just like very unemployed for the first time ever in college, and I was okay with it. Like, okay, I'm just chilling. I had a roommate who always had weed, so like me and him, like we became cool. We became cool with each other. We was like smoking and shit like that, and all that stuff. So for some reason, I don't know what it was, but my mom became like so like wanting to be into my business. Why? I don't know. Like I know we said that we could like speak more and stuff like that, but it's like when I went to school, like I was just on some me shit for the most part, and she's texting me all the time, talking to me, thinking like because like maybe I wasn't saying much in the text messages that I was like hiding stuff from her. And like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, I have a karmic relationship with my mother, and with karmic mothers, they treat their children like they're their husbands or like their spouses or whatever the case may be. They can get very possessive. They want your money. They want all this other stuff, right? So this is the beginning of senior year. I go back to school. I'm going through what I'm going through. Everything that I had like just mentioned, like at the like very beginning of it. I think I said beginning of senior year. And like there's like these texts and all this stuff like going on here between her and I. Huh. It seemed like her and my father, like they felt like, according to the tarot videos, this is what they said. They thought that I was on the wrong path in life, and therefore they thought that I was supposed to fucking like do as they say. They thought that they knew better than me. I'm following tarot and spirituality and doing what they're asking me to do, and not really listening to my parents. And they're sitting there thinking to themselves. And I do think it came, according to the tarot videos, I do think it came from like a place of like genuine concern. But it's like it was really pissing me off because, like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, my mom is the type of person where it's like, let's say she hates you, she's going to turn everyone that she knows and she can against you. And then once y'all make up and get back together, she's going to go back to that person and then turn against every person that she turned against you. Like you're the best person on earth all of a sudden. Like I said, I do think my mom has some mental health issues. So my mom and my dad, they've had like a rocky ass relationship for like a very, very long time. When I was in high school, like they've had multiple falling outs before. Like basically like my mom and my dad have had like a really, really crazy relationship. They've known each other. I feel like they could literally be like twin flames or whatever. But they've known each other like since they were kids. My dad has like the most disrespectful, slickest mouth for no fucking reason. Why? I don't know. He's been disrespectful to me. He's been disrespectful to my mother as well on several different occasions. To the point where he even put his hands on her at one point. And even that had got to me when I was a teenager. But besides that, fast forward like up until like 2020 again, like I'm saying, all this is happening. This was happening like over the summer. Sorry. My mother and my dad, basically my dad basically apologized to my mother for all the stuff that he had done. And like in regards to like raising me and all sorts of stuff like that. And like I said, my mom is the way that she is. So they're cool now. They don't give a shit about how the fuck I feel. They're cool with each other, so I guess that now means that I'm supposed to be cool too, right? No. They're constantly hitting me up. Hit me up and hit me up and hit me up at the beginning of my senior year. Not even at the beginning of my senior year. Somewhere like throughout like the semester talking about I should be looking for a job. In the middle of a fucking world crisis that we have going on here, you're concerned about me looking for a fucking job. And like when I look back, and some of it doesn't make sense to me. Like you literally thought to yourself, like I'm just gonna sit here trying to make this nigga go get a fucking job. Like I'm gonna go sit here and do all this, that, and the third. Like y'all. There's so much. I'm trying to unpack it in a way that can sound like it's in a way it makes sense. And like everything that's just like happening, it's like I was getting so pissed off and so stressed out. I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with then to the point where I had to cut all of like my friends off basically, and I barely have anybody to talk to. My parents are pressing me about getting a job, and they knew what I wanted to do because I had spoken before. Like I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be a rapper, like I want to do all sorts of stuff, and like go into business for myself because I just don't like having a fucking boss. Like I want to be able to do stuff on my own, and they didn't care. Like I told my father I wanted to be a rapper, and I knew like I was scared to tell him that because like my father is just like he can be very judgmental at times, as so can I. But like, cause he's a Libra, my dad's a Libra, my mom's an Aries, so it's like me and my dad just essentially mirror each other like back to fucking forth. And I told this nigga like, yo, I'm gonna be a rapper, like I'm gonna be a rapper one day. He was like, well, what is it? You 20, 21 right now, like you got a couple of years left. You better just like you ain't got much time left. I was like, okay, the fuck, like I just like ignored that, swept it on the table. I was like, all right. They didn't want that to happen for me. Like I'm at school, my mom's sitting there talking to me. I said I want to be an entrepreneur. She was like it's like she kept saying one thing one day and another the other. And my sophomore year, like the tarot videos warned me about that. It was like, yo, like you're gonna get what you want, but it's like there's gonna be like one of your parents that are gonna sit here trying to stop you, and they're gonna stop you by being like, they're gonna say one thing one day and another the other. My mom is fucking calling me, talking about like, oh, like I know you said you want to be an entrepreneur, like a business owner, but listen, like I had a friend and she tried to be a business owner and it didn't work out for her and they're fucking failed. Like I don't give a fuck. Like I'm just like thinking to myself, like I don't care. Like this is like my life. I'm following what I feel like I am meant to do. If it doesn't pan out, then it probably just wasn't meant to be. Like I don't care. I'm taking a risk. Like Like, that's the type of time I'm on. That's my energy. Like, I don't care about all that. And it's like, it felt like 1 minute she's like encouraging me, the next minute she's like, don't do it. Because I did tell you, like, my sophomore year when she had all them health issues and we cried, then I saw the 3 to 3 o'clock and like the hugs and all that stuff, and she was throwing up, and she was basically telling me like, yo, like, she was telling me like, what the fuck? When I told her I wanted to be like be a singer or rapper, she was like, you know, if this is what you like want, then I guess like I have to stand back and just let you go do it. And I'm just like, what the, like now it's like your energy is just like switching. It's like 1 minute it's this way, the next minute it's that way. And like they're sitting there talking about all this other stuff, and I'm telling you, like, when I'm at school, like, I'm going through, like, the biggest, like, depressive phase, and, like, nobody from, like, WSJU, like, knew this. Nobody that I was hanging up from there, like, knew about this. I was kind of keeping this all to myself. Once again, probably my fault. I couldn't really go to therapy because, like, we're remote doing everything, and, like, things weren't the same. I did try online virtual therapy, but it just didn't work for me. Like, I just didn't like it. Like, it was just not for me. I felt like I need to actually sit down and be physically with someone in the same damn room. But all this is happening, and I'm dealing with, like, my mom constantly texting me over and over and over again, constantly trying to see, like, what are you hiding from me? Like, why are you acting like this? Like, she's like, I think you're hiding something from me. And, like, at some point, when I guess the stars aligned and the planets did what the fuck they had to do, I finally told her, like, I'm not hiding nothing from you. Like, I just want space. Like, it's like, why is it so strange for me to want to ask for space? Why is it so strange for a child to want to ask for space? Or a teenager or whoever to want to ask for space? Because I feel like even some parents don't believe that. Like, they don't think that you need space, that you don't need that. Like, you should be doing whatever the fuck I tell you to do. At least that's how my parents were. They always felt like I should have did what they told me to do instead of what I wanted to do. Like, that was more important. Hence why my mom kept bringing up, like, all the shit that was happening, like, in 2020, talking about, oh, like, you just stop acting like this at work. And it's like, she kept saying it over and over again. Like, she was trying to, like, jam it into my fucking head. And it drove me insane. Then it was bothering me even more when I was at school. Because me and my father, like I said, we've had a rocky relationship. Like, he did what the fuck he did in the past, but move on. Like, and it's just like, he did what he did in the past, and it's just like, here we are now, and it's like, for as rocky as our relationship has been over the years, but the fact that it's almost like, in many times, like, you don't want to talk to me, or like, maybe I don't want to talk to you for whatever the fuck it is. It's like a game of cat and mouse. Hell, he and I might be fucking twin flames of some kind. I don't know. But it's like fucking annoying. It's just annoying to me that, like, after having, like, everything that we've been through, like, the relationship that he and I have had, for him to think that, I guess maybe because he's cool with my mother, I don't know if that was his thought process or whatever the fuck, but for him to have that mindset and thinking, like, okay, well, I don't think my son is on the right path, so let me just, like, put myself in his life and make sure I can direct him in the right way. And granted, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think either one of my parents are on the right path in their life at all. So it's like, if you're not on your right path, who the fuck and how the fuck are you going to sit here and tell me I'm on the wrong one? And that you're here to help me. Like, I needed your help. Like, I didn't ask you for your fucking help. Like, I knew what I was doing. So that was really what was getting to me, because they kept pressing me about getting a fucking job, and it's like, are you guys mindful of the fact that we're like still in the house? Like, we can't go outside. Like, what the fuck? So it's like, why are you acting like this? Why are you doing this? Like, what was the point of that? It's like, it's kind of just like, at this point, just like not really like fully like me processing it. Like, it's kind of understandable as to why I don't have a job, because they used to give me money, but like, I had a credit card. I never used my credit card before, so I used it that entire semester to like go out and buy food. I didn't have no money, so I was able to buy groceries, thankfully, off of that card that I did not use. That was what I had basically rented up for. And then, like, other than that, like, there would be times when they did ask, like, I did ask for money, but the reason as to why I asked for money is because I didn't know or whether or not, and I never asked or even did any research, because I barely knew how to use a credit card at the time. But I didn't know if you could take like money off of a credit card and, like, you know, like materialize it, like go to the ATM and get actual money out of there. I didn't know that was like a possible thing. So I just would like ask like my parents for money like sometimes, and they'd give it to me, or like even if they kind of just like gave it to me just because they knew I wasn't the type of person to ask for money. So like I remember like over the summer, my mom was like angry at me, like when my father apologized to her, whatever the fuck. Me and her had went home and we sat in the car, and she was telling me what he and her was talking about. And she caught her whole mood changed. Like, she got so angry. She was like, well, because we know you're not the type of person to ask for money. We were talking about, like, giving you money, or how, like, you should ask for money sometimes. So I was like, okay. So I figured, like, you know, I'm away at school. They're mad at me for not asking for money. Let me ask them for some money. She used to give me, like, $50, like, sometimes. Or, like, I used to get, like, 45 or 50 from him as well. And, like, those were, like, my living expenses. But, like I said, like, I have money for groceries and stuff like that. So one thing that I was doing was I would take the money that they gave me. Mind you, my mom at the time, her and I, our bank accounts like were connected. Like I still have my high school bank account that I was using at this point, and she was always monitoring my money, whether he would send me money or she would send me money. It's like she would send me money and wonder why $45 of it would be gone. The reason why it was gone was because I was buying weed. Like I'm sitting in the house all fucking and not doing nothing. Like nigga, like let me go get some fucking knocks. Like let me get an eighth like real quick. And she had an issue with that. Like she used to get so mad at me because it's like, and I'm telling you, like it would be like very weird. She used to always try to tell me like, hey, don't be out there spending all your money on weed. Like one minute she was cool when she said it like very very nicely, but the second semester I'm against that, like her attitude was like off the fucking charts. Like I don't support weed. I don't support like those fucking, like she doesn't support like anything in regards to that. I'm just like, leave me alone. Like it's my money. Like I should be able to do what I want with it. But that was that, and I'm just like so pissed off because I'm just like, what the fuck? Like this was like really getting on my nerves and pissing me off. Both of them are pissing me off, pressing me to get a job, pressing me to stop spending money on weed. My father had the audacity to sit here and call me and say like, oh, you ain't got a job and you focused on smoking weed, nigga. Fuck you. You don't sit here and tell me what the fuck to do with to spend my money on. Fuck you. Like no, you don't tell me what to spend my money on or like what to do with it. And he was so like old fashioned with it. I don't know. I think both of my parents. One thing I learned about karma is that for a lot of people, like your karma could potentially be saying like stuck in like a specific like time frame, like particularly like in your head, like because you can't like you're not willing to like move forward or progress forward with everything else that's going on. And my dad was like that because he just type of nigga. He ain't got no social media, but I guarantee you know exactly what the fuck is on your page, and he spies like through like the internet and shit like that, Like that shit used to like get on my fucking nerves. So it's like for him to have to come at me like that with that old school ass type of attitude. This nigga had the audacity to sit here and say to me, you ain't got no job and you focused on smoking weed. Like nigga, do you know what the fuck I'm going through? Like am I allowed to sit down and relax and allow myself to not work because that's just the state of the fucking world that way right now? Am I allowed to sit back and relax? Like I'm not trying to get up and work. You sitting down and you not like you buying weed, you're supposed to get a fucking job? Oh, okay. And like he's a Libra, everything Libra say has like a double meaning to it. It just felt like he was being a real smartass to me. I watched him be a smartass to my mother and to other people as well. Like I can't, like I didn't want to deal with that shit. And then my mom is just constantly pressing me, trying to know what's going on in my life, trying to basically like, discourage me or make me sure that I can't follow along my path. And this is going to make sense later, so please pay attention. If you are listening, not to get like really aggressive with you guys, I'm sorry, but this is gonna make sense later. She kept trying to like basically like steer me off of my fucking path, and it was just pissing me off. Like I said, I was going through like my depression or whatever while I was dealing with what I was dealing with, like amongst these friends, and then amongst them as well. Like there would be days where it's like I had a hard ass time getting out of bed because I was so locked inside of my mind and blacking out. It was tough to deal with, like trying to wrap my head around everything. Thankfully, I got out of it. I got myself out of it. I was in therapy, but I mean, it kind of helped. It didn't really help that much. Like, I don't care for the virtual thing, at least. At the moment, I don't think. Maybe in the future I'll change my mind. Who knows? But, like, I just didn't care for that. The whole semester for me was just, like, rocky. It was, like, fucked up. I was cutting off so many people, like, left and right, and there was just so much to deal with. And then, I was fucking pissed because my dad, like, when I tell you he's missed so much in my life, like, he's missed a lot of things in my life. Like, for example, he never went to my high school except for, like, my graduation. Other than that, it's like he never set foot in the building. He came to my middle school, like, once for a parent report card conference. And that was because my mom damn near, like, told him to go do it because they were cool back then at that point in time. And this nigga, like, came in and she didn't even tell me until like, right before I was about to go. Like, I was pissed the fuck off because she knows, like, I don't want to do that with him. I felt uncomfortable, like, in situations like that with him because he and I, we don't have that much of a relationship. Like, growing up, he was more concerned with himself and whatever the fuck he was doing and not me. So it's like, what the fuck? That's kind of like why I feel this type of way, because it's like, who are you to come up to me and tell me all this stuff and say all these different things about me and try to, like, say, oh, I don't think you're on the right path. Like, I'm going to, like, help you. Like, me and your mother, we're going to sit here and help you. So they're taking the fucking role in the lead. And you're not even in my life like that for you to be saying that. I don't care what the fuck I may have said to you in the past that may have made you feel things more personal. Like, that was my way of trying to, like, trust you and, like, give you, like, little details about me so we could build a relationship. And on my and I'm just like, I'm not dealing with that shit. Get the fuck out of here. No, like, I just, like. But yeah, so I got even more mad because, like, this semester of senior year, the first semester of senior year, my mother, like I said, she's had been getting sicker and sicker and sicker. And ironically, like I said, I'm growing more spiritually and she's losing her vitality. So, and this is going to get a little grim and, like, gruesome towards the end. But yes, she had all of those health issues, so she felt like, oh, well, according to her, this is what she said. She felt like it would have been best for her to, like, invite my father to come help her pick me up from school. And like they were gonna help me move out and stuff like that. And I don't think she told me until like the day of when she was coming, if not maybe like the day before. But I was just like really pissed off about it because I was just like, what the fuck? Like I don't want to see this nigga. Like it just angers me because he had never. Matter of fact, was that what happened? No. At that point in time, I think me and him were actually like kind of cool. I don't give a fuck. I think he and I actually were kind of cool or whatever, and like everything was like chill, super fine, whatever. And then my father, and then like I said, my dad has never he's never been to my college either. Like he was supposed to come like my freshman year, but because at the time him and my mom had issues with each other, I didn't want no drama like on my move-in day. So I told her about the move-in day, and like I moved in with my mom and the rest of my family members. Ironically, she didn't ask any one of them to come help put stuff away or like help me like pack my stuff up and leave that senior year for winter break, but she brought him, right? So that was that. And he came in there. He, like I said, he never been to my school before. This is his first time coming here. And like, I guess maybe he was mad because he missed all the stuff. I don't know what the fuck he was going through, but you could see in his face and his whole energy and aura, like he was just pissed off with the serious ass face, like the entire time. And I'm just like, bro, like I don't want to deal with this fucking energy. Like, and I hated that because I'm just like, bro, like I don't know what's wrong with you. And then like he'll speak in like this very soft, peaceful ass voice that is like. It gets under like a person's skin. It tries to be like therapeutic. Like, yeah, I guess that's him like trying to like remain calm and act all cool or whatever. Maybe he was mad at himself. Or I don't think he was mad at me. I feel like he was more so mad at himself. Like when he got the experience. But it's like I feel that energy. It's like you sitting in the room right now. Like I remember I was in the middle of a Zoom call, a Zoom class, and I was like, because they showed up earlier than expected. Because I told them like when my class was over, they showed up like fucking 45, 30 minutes earlier. So. They came in while I was in the middle of my Zoom class or whatever, and like they was like, "Oh, like what are you doing?" Like I'm like in the middle of like a class, and they stood behind me. It was like, "Okay, well you can finish your class or whatever, and like we'll just sit here and wait." And I'm like, "No, like I don't want to fucking do that shit." So I closed my laptop screen, I started packing my shit up, and like we ready to go. So like because they had came and got me like not at the last day of the semester, but it was like before, like a week or two before to pack my stuff up, and they got like some of this stuff and like left with it. And like I said, he just sitting there in front of the room and put like so much like negative energy and stuff like that. And I was just like so pissed off and like angry because I'm like, why the fuck? Like, what is wrong with this nigga? Like, it's just like, and it was just pissing me off. And then like, I remember like, I went downstairs because like, this is in a semester. I had like one more week left because we doing finals and all that. And it's like, I went downstairs like from my dorm or my apartment or whatever. And I went to the car. And I think I tried to either dap this nigga up or hug him. And he walked right past me. And my mom was just like, okay, dude, we'll see you later. Bye, bye, bye. And, like, this nigga just walked right past me like he didn't want to fucking talk to me. And my mom, like, I'm going to have to get into her because this is, like, pissing me off, too. Like, when she's, like, around my father, I don't know what it is, but it's, like, especially, like, if she's on, like, if he's on her good side, I want to say, it's, like, she kind of just sits back and relaxes and just let him, like, talk. And then she sits back and it's, like, she's, like, this completely different person. Because she was even like this when I was a child. Like, when I remember, like, when my mom was it was just me, her, and my older brother in the house, she was one way. But then when my father came around, it's like all of a sudden, she's so nice. And she started calling, like, my mom curses already, but she uses certain curse words, like, around, like, us specifically. One of the main words that she uses is shit and fuck. She around my father, when I was a kid, she called me a nigga in front of him, and I'm looking at her like, what the fuck? Like, you don't even say that. Like, and I'm looking at her, and I think she knew, like, I could tell in her face, like, shit was weird. But passive-aggressive little old me as a kid, like, I didn't say nothing. Like, you don't talk like that. Like, and it's like, and like, I think my mom is like one of those girls who likes to act a certain way around guys. Where it's like their whole mood and like attitude like switches up. Like, you just get around men, it's like, everything they say is funny, if y'all know what I'm talking about. And shit like that. That's how she was with my dad, because when they had came back after they had took my stuff, and they came back to get the rest of it, because I actually had to get up and go. The entire time from my house, because I live in Connecticut, to New York where my campus was at, it's like an hour drive. The entire time we in the car, when I tell you my father was talking the entire fucking way, he wouldn't shut the fuck up. Like, it was so aggravating. He started talking about like, hey, we think you're on the wrong path, so now we're gonna sit here and help you and like guide you. And like, nigga, like, you're not in my life like that for you to even sit here trying to like walk in and make the decision, or at least to the point where I feel like I should be able to listen to you. Like, I was just so fucking pissed. Like, my guy, I'm so angry. Like, I was just like so fucking pissed in the backseat. This nigga had the audacity, because remember how I told you I went to his house that past summer, and I was telling this nigga like, yo, like I want to be a rapper. Da da da. This nigga had the audacity to say tell me like, okay, well, when you come home, especially in the summer, when you come home, you're gonna look for a job because like he was like, oh, it's okay for you to have dreams, but like sometimes you just gotta like wake up and like live and shit like that. Like it's like he didn't give a shit about my fucking dreams. I knew he didn't when I told him that, but I just like let it slide. This nigga gonna sit here talking about something like, okay, well, when you come home, you're gonna get a fucking job because he didn't say fucking, but I'm saying that. He was like, when you come home, you're gonna get a job. Cause you ain't gonna be no damn rapper. And I'm like, what? Like, I didn't say nothing, but I'm like in the back seat, like thinking to myself, like, who the fuck does this nigga think he talking to? Like, there's something like get into your fucking brain, my nigga, that makes you think that you can tell me what to do. Do you not know your role as a fucking parent? For you to have, like, treated me the way that you treated me, even treated the way that you treated my mother growing up, and how even, like, my own fucking birth came about that you don't even know that I know about, but you want to sit here and pretend. My apologies, y'all. My camera was cut off, and, well, I took a little break because I was, like, spazzing out. In that portion of the thing, but it's like, yeah, like, you just kind of just, like, sit here and pretend like you have the ability to walk into my life and tell me what to do and think that everything is just going to be okay, like peaches and cream, because I guess now, because that's what it was like a lot, like, having my dad, it's 333 on the clock as I'm, like, saying this, by the way. But, like, as, like, as I was growing up, I know he played that game with me, like, a lot. Where he always felt like, whenever if he was ready to be a father was when he could come in, and then when he didn't feel like it no more, which was typically after, like, 3 weeks, he would just disappear. Like, he kept constantly, I blow my shit like that, but, but it's just like, why do you think that you're allowed to do that after having been gone for so long, having done the things that you've done? Like, my father has not invested much into me in my life. He's always been, like, chasing after his friends, or literally, like, one thing that, like, irks me, and both of my parents have done this in some way, shape, or form, but I kind of seen it with both of them. Like, imagine, like, growing up and you see your parents taking care of other people's children and, like, watching them, like, laugh and giggle and play. My dad was a mentor, and it seemed like he cared more about the children that he mentored than his own. Or more specifically, maybe it was just me being singled out. My mom had, like, my mom is, like, the only one of my grandmother's children who has boys, but she's always loved hanging out, like, with my girl cousins, like, and, like, doing stuff with them. Like, she'll, like, have, like, this whole attitude towards me and my older brother, like, she fucking hates us, like, yells at us, and she denies that she ever yelled at me, which I think is bullshit. But, like, yell at us and, like, have, like, this tone of just, like, you know, get the fuck up and all this other stuff. But then it's like, for everybody else, she's super nice. Typically, with, like, all the other girls in my family, it's like I was raised by two parents who kind of probably just didn't want children of their own, but they wanted to take care of everybody else. It's like they wanted to be like the rich uncles and aunties of the family, but it just didn't work out. And knowing that, like, neither one of them are likely where they want to be in life. The fact that you had the audacity to even try to come up to me and tell me about my path, and that you think I'm on the wrong path, and all sorts of shit like that, to me is just, like, freaking despicable. Like, who do you think you are? I don't really give a damn if you're my parents or if you came to me, like, out of genuine concern. It's like, at some point, you got to be self-aware enough to know he's an adult. He's going to do what he wants to do. Not, oh, well, we think you're on the wrong path, so we're just going to come in here and fix shit for you. No. There's nothing you can fix. Like, you're actually getting in the way of the universe right now. And my mom, like, we was sitting in the car, and my dad telling me all this stuff. Like I said, he talked the entire way. My mom didn't say a thing. She barely said a fucking word. And the entire time, it's like she was just, like, kind of like co-signing, like, nodding. Yeah. Yeah, like, okay. But just, like, nodding, like, up and down, okay. It's acting like everything he's saying is, like, perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it, you know? It doesn't matter what the fuck I want. It don't matter what the kid wants. And this is his life. And she's kind of just like agreeing with everything, like everything is just okay. And I'm just like, all right. So I'm just sitting there minding my fucking business. And they kept getting on me so fucking much about getting a fucking job. And it was like aggravated because by then I had already started working on the internet. Like I was away at school. I created like my own little like graphic design page on Instagram and on Twitter. And I was trying my hardest to like create my projects and put stuff out and stuff like that. And I was basically like running it like while I was at home. Like I was putting everything together. I had like the name, I had all that figured out. And yeah, I was just basically starting like my journey as like a graphic designer after having like been at school like for so long, going like through everything I was going through because that's the thing I was called to do by the universe. The page, by the way, is called Aristotle Logos or Aristotle dot Logos. I think the Instagram name is Aristotle dot Logos and the Twitter is Aristotle Logos. But yes, that's like my little like that's what I was creating. And I get home and I remember like we was talking and my mom had the audacity to say to me like, yeah, like I know your father can be like an asshole or a jerk sometimes, but sometimes he might say things that are like really, really smart and I think you should just listen. What? Like it's just it was pissing me off because I'm like, why should I do that? Like why should I do that? And it was bullshit. Like I'm just like how? But you know they're cool with each other now, so of course she's gonna pick his side. Because before growing up, it was always fuck him, talking shit about him, everything. Like I had to come to like you wanted me. My mother wanted me to sit back and always tell her everything that my father was saying. And it was almost like I didn't even realize it as a kid, but it's like she almost wanted to like know it just for the sake of her getting angry. Like she was looking for something to be mad about when it came to him because she was so used to it. And then all of a sudden he apologized to her, and like everything just goes out of the fucking window all of a sudden. And she just loves him so much more. I think you should prepare your relationship with your father. Like that shit was really, really got me really tight. But like I said, I'm home. They're pressing me about getting a job or whatever. I'm already doing my graphic design thing on the internet, and I'm just trying to like do that as much as possible. Um, if you can hear me wheezing, I'm sorry. I'm still sick. Yeah, but everything is just like annoying me at this point in time. And this is around we're in 2021 now. This was in 2020 still. Towards the end of the year, and they're like trying to force me to get specific jobs. They keep telling me to go look for a job, but I don't know what the fuck they thought. Maybe they thought that like if they told me to go look for a job, I was just gonna magically come across the one that they told me, or magically come across the one that they want me to get. Because they were very particular about that. They was like, "You need a job," and like he'll love to put his hands together like this. You need a job or get this like. I don't even remember if they did stuff like that, but I know he's done it before. I just wanted to bring it up. I don't know. I don't remember if they did it at that point in time, but I just remember like him doing that at some point. But anyways, it was like they kept trying to tell me to get a job with like specific things, and like they wanted me to like try out like certain places. I'm just like I don't want to do that because like I was already warned by the universe like what was gonna happen in my life. They told me like towards the end of the year like I was going to feel left out in the cold by like my family or whatever, and it was because I was choosing to follow my path. Like they don't like my family like they don't I don't think they really don't support me like doing tarot and stuff like that. They don't give a shit about me doing tarot or like working on the internet. They feel like this isn't a real job or whatever the fuck. They'll ask for a reading. Excuse me, sorry. But they don't think that this is a real job. They don't support this. They don't really support anything I do on the internet, but they will sit back and watch it and talk about it and like stuff like that, which is like highly strange to me. But as like all of this is going on, I did go after one of the jobs that they told me to get. Like I really like honestly what had happened was, and this was like a blessing in disguise once again. They told me to go get a second job. I mean, not a second job. They told me to go get like this one job that they wanted me to get, and I walked in there. Thankfully, for the position I was going for, they weren't hiring for it anymore, or the only position that I was able to take. No matter of fact, it wasn't. Well, it was a blessing in disguise, but it wasn't. I basically lied to my mom, where it was like they were saying like, oh, they was only hiring like for a certain type of position, and that's all they were willing to take, and I wasn't willing to take that because I'm like, no, like I'm not like I'm not taking those hours. I'm not doing that shit. And like even when I walked into the building, like I just felt so like I didn't belong here. Like I was just disgusted by it. I didn't want to work there. So I just walked out and I was like, yeah, mom, like they're not hiring for the position no more. Like let's go home. And she was like, all right. So as I was on my way home, probably like as soon as I got in the house, I applied for another job working. It was a retail job working at a mall, the mall I used to work at. And they called me like as soon as I got in the house. So I took that one. And I only took the job just so they could get off my fucking back. I don't think the universe like that because I don't know. I'm still like processing and figuring it out myself because I'm still going through this. But I don't think the universe like that or whatever. Did they, angels? They didn't like that I did that. Because I didn't follow what I was supposed to do. I wasn't supposed to get a job at all. I was supposed to work on the internet. And things are meant to come about that way. But I did what I could to get my pants off my back while simultaneously trying to do like graphic design and stuff like that. And I did get customers. But like no one, like I never got paid for anything. Like any ounce of work that I did. Then, with all of this happening, they were still pissed off because they did not want me working at the mall. They didn't want me to work in retail. They wanted me to get a different job and all this other stuff. And it was just stressing me out. And like I do think it did come from like a place of genuine concern. But just given her relationship, like I feel like it was necessary for them to like back off. Like it just wasn't their place. Especially with all the pressing that they did with me over the summer. I mean over the semester, like how much they pressed me and how much it got on my nerves and how much it just triggered me. I'm working in retail. It was so fucking miserable. I hated it. Not the same job I was working over the summer, but a different one. Um, and I was just like pissed the fuck off because I hated it. Like they didn't like train me properly. They didn't tell me what the fuck to do. All they taught me how to do was just like stock shelves. Everything else like I didn't know. I had to learn basically through trial and error. I got into so much of trouble at that job just because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Honestly, I never asked it, to be honest with you. I just didn't care. And the universe warned me about it. They was like, yo, like, you're going to get laid off from your job, but you'll be okay. So I literally, like, I remember I was at work and I was thinking to myself, like, yo, like, what the fuck would happen if I got fired? And then I think maybe like a shift or two after that, I got in trouble or whatever the fuck because my boss, she caught me. We had like these little phones that we had used in the store and I was using the store while I was sitting at the register instead of working. I don't give a fuck. And like I said, I just got in trouble for like a bunch of other stuff. Like how I like other people was like coming to work not wearing a uniform, but they're still working, and for some reason I got in trouble for it. Nobody wanted to give me a fucking name tag. Maybe I just didn't fit in within this work environment because it was like also like a very independent work environment. So maybe that was my fault or something. I just find it strange that you hire people and you don't teach them shit. I just saw 12:12 on the clock just in case somebody needs to know that. I just find it like a little strange. But yes, I got fired from there. That was my first time getting fired. I'm not gonna lie, like I was pissed off, and I was just pissed off because I felt like I just wasn't in control of the moment. I was like, damn, like I really gotta go now. But oh well. But when I got fired from the job, I think that was also a blessing in disguise because I felt like the universe didn't want me to carry that energy into the new year because I got fired on New Year's Eve, like literally, like on New Year's Eve, and I was like, okay, I can see what the universe was trying to do here because they don't want me to bring this energy into 2021, and me thinking that I'm about to get all these like things that not manifestations that they said I was gonna get. I'm like, oh, like this makes sense. Like they don't want me to take this energy into the new year, and I do believe that that's what happened. But like when I got fired, I had 3 weeks before I had to go back to school. My mom literally was pressing the fuck out of me and yelling at me, like spazzing on me in a car. Talking about, not like when she picked me up from work, it was like a couple of days later, because at first she was like, she thought that the reason, she thought that the reason as to why I had got fired in the first place, was kind of like with the way that I had explained the story to her, it was kind of like their fault maybe, for like simply like not training me or some shit like that or whatever. But then it's like a couple of days later, I don't know what the hell, like I guess like she got angry about something. I don't know what the hell she was mad about, but she just started pressing me like, oh no, like you're going to get a job. Like she, like every time I turn around, like walking through the house, like she was like no, you're getting a job, like did you apply for this job? Did you apply for this place? And I had to actually like sit there and think to myself like, yo, like it's 3 weeks left of my break before I have to go back to school. Who was hiring me? And I didn't ask her this, but I didn't say that because passive aggressive. Oh me, I'm about to stop being passive aggressive. Like fuck it, choose violence, Dominique. Choose violence sometimes. But anyways. I'm just like pissed because I'm like, what the fuck? Like, who does this? Um, yeah, she was just like pressing me about getting a job, and it's like I didn't like want to get a job, and I was watching more tarot videos, and I'm always like curious to know like how people see me or what they think of me. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm human. I care about that sometimes. And I've watched videos before about what my mom had to say about me or like what she thought of me. And like, tarot is not set in stone. It's something that is like kind of like in the present moment based off of your current energies when you click on the reading or when you get the reading. It's telling you about everything that's happening right now. So before it would say stuff like, oh, like your mother thinks you like you're an angel and like you're her perfect child. And of course that was back when I was actually doing what the fuck she wanted me to do. But the second that like I stopped and now it's like over winter break of my senior year, and I'm watching tarot videos again. The whole energy shifted. Like now, all of a sudden, it's like she hates me. She's talking mad shit. Like even the tarot reader had to like stop in the middle of the fucking video and be like, "Okay, wait a second. Why does this mom like think this about their child?" Like literally, like it was just like, what the fuck? Like she had like a lot of negative thoughts, and that was one thing. But then it's just like she's like spazzing on me, telling me to get a job, and this, that, and the third, and basically trying to like force me to just do stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, can you like think and be logical for a second and at least understand where I'm coming from? She come at home. That's why I'm like lowering my voice. That says something. But she was like, yeah, she was basically pressing me or whatever, and I'm just like, ugh. Hold on, you guys. All right, I had to go do something. But yeah, she was constantly like pressing me about this job. She was constantly pressing me about like getting this job, and it just wasn't like the most logical thing or even like the most empathetic thing to think that I could even get a job right now. And she just kept pressing me about it, and it was like becoming annoying. And she kind of like my mom, because we did not grow up rich, all right, y'all. We didn't grow up rich. I'm not rich. We grew up poor. My mother has always like stressed money in some sort of aspect, but it seems like lately, even now, and back at that point in time, she was doing it even more. And there's a reason as to why, or a reason as to why that could come across like pretty logical. But we're gonna have to get into the spiritual side of things because that's what's really like affecting me at the moment the most. So, like I said, she's pressing me about getting a job. It's not logical nor empathetic for me to even get one. And honestly, I just remember like I think she slowed down with asking me this a little bit, like asking me about like if I apply for a job, because time was clearly running out. So I went back to school. When I go back to school, I had money left over from working in retail, the last retail job that I had that I got fired from. So that was enough for me. But one thing that was like strange, especially while we were in the car arguing, because like this was like a couple of days after I lost my job. We was at the grocery store and we was leaving, and this is when she started yelling at me. And like one thing I learned in conversation is whenever someone says something like unprovoked to you, like if someone were to tell you like, hey, like I'm not jealous of you, and you didn't even ask them if they were jealous of you, that means they're jealous of you, okay? So we in the car, she yelled at me, and of course I'm not talking. I'm just like kind of like trying to tune her out, even though it was like hurting my feelings a lot. But it's just like, oh, whatever. Like, what else is new? Because my mom yells a lot. So we in a car, and she goes, and literally it was like a moment of silence for like a couple of seconds, and she goes, I'm not after your money. And that wasn't the first time she said that, because over Thanksgiving we had got into it then too. Like, oh, I've never had come after your money. I never did this. I never did that. I don't know why you would think this about me. I don't know why you would act like this. Da, da, da. Like, she was like, I never asked for your money before. I never did this. I never did that. And I'm like, yo, like, who the fuck asked you? And like her saying that was enough to let me know that that's what she meant. And I was warned before, like even within the year 2020, that I had a karmic relationship with my mother. But at the time, I didn't know exactly what a karmic mother was. And two, I was so used to having karmic friends, y'all. I did not give a fuck. Like, okay, like it's just gonna end like everything else. It is what it is. Like, everybody else, like, that was karmic, as far as I know, have left my life. Like, it's 2021 now. I'm filming this October 11th. I'm filming this video October 11th, and, that's, like, I really don't have friends. I'm not gonna lie. I have no friends right now. Like I'm kind of just being alone, and I'm fine with being alone. It's just like this year. I knew this year was gonna be a lonely year because I was worried about that at the beginning of the year. Once again, the tour video told me like, yo, this year is gonna be very transformational for you, and you're gonna like cut off like a lot of things and get rid of like a lot of things, and that is what's happening. Like I've gotten rid of like a lot of old habits that I honestly haven't even realized. Um, like especially like with me having like to add like tarot to my life, and doing it more. I love doing tarot. I like what I do. Right now it's just like finding a schedule, organizing this within my day. It's probably like the most challenging thing, but it's like I want to like keep doing it. I like this because like growing up, like I've always like I used to watch YouTubers and like stuff like that all the time. Like I always wanted to be on the internet like them. So it's like I'm living my dream. Like a lot of the times, it's like people live their dreams, but people dream, but they don't understand exactly how close they are to them. Like everyone has a laptop, everyone has a phone. You can sit online and make your own videos and make your own content and do what you want to do. It doesn't really matter what people say or what they think, because a lot of times when people see content, especially if it's something that they don't care about, that they don't like, or that something doesn't like cross their mind, you just like they just scroll. Like don't nobody care. How people probably look at it for like 1 second and keep scrolling anyways. Like on whatever timeline of whatever social media platform they're on. So it's just like make your content, do what the fuck you want to do. Who gives a shit? Um, But really, it's just like I went back to school, and when I went back to school, I had my senior year. I had two roommates. One was an Aquarius, one was a Pisces. The Aquarius was always off doing his own thing, and he decided to move back to campus because he hated living in an off-campus apartment. And me and the Pisces kind of had a little bit of a falling out. I wasn't sure as to why this person, for some reason, just randomly stopped talking to me. But I kind of just like left it alone, and then I just continued my semester. Like I saw him again. Like I thought he moved out, but I saw him again. Like we were living in the same building. He just moved to a different room. So I had an apartment basically all to myself. It's like me in like 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, kitchen. It was lit. It was lit. Like if you're used to just having like going to school there, like when you have all that space there, especially thanks to like 2020 just being 2020 and all the stuff that we was going through. It was therapeutic because there was nobody else there. I liked it. Fucking walking around naked, like doing whatever the fuck I want to do, just living life how I want to live it, and all sorts of shit like trips and shit like that. And I swear, like it's just like I don't know that. And I caught if you ever heard of senioritis, I caught senioritis like really really bad this past semester. So 2021 this past semester when I'm filming this, but I caught senioritis, and it was just like the worst, especially since when I went back to school, like for the first like week and a half, I think it snowed. So like I live in off-campus apartments. I'm not walking to class. So if your class is not virtual, I'm not coming there. I don't give a damn. Like fuck that shit. So it's like I stayed in my room for like the first week. I remember I went and I bought groceries. I stayed in my room the entire like first week of just like, kind of just being alone and just doing what I love. Like I don't know what it is, but I love showering. It's something about when you have your own place and it's just you there. You shower as many times a day as you want to. Like when I live in a house with other people, it's like I'm less likely to want to clean up after them. I do shower. Don't fuck with me. Like I take showers, but I'm just saying like I would be going from like if I was living by myself, I would take like 4 or 5 showers a day just because like hell shit, taking a shower make me feel good, sexy as fuck. I don't care, but like when I'm here, it's more like once or twice. Oh god. Like when I'm like around like and I have to live around other people because it's like you got to be mindful of like everybody else living there, everybody else's stuff there. It's just so much like I just can't. I feel like consumed entirely too much by other people's energy. But I'm at school, I'm by myself, and my mom is like constantly talking to me, like texting me and complaining, like, because I remember when at one point she was stressing, like, yo, what the hell did you do with your credit card? Like, why did you run it up? Like, why is this so full right now? Like, why? Because she was like stressing about money and stuff like that. And I couldn't like understand why because I didn't know. And later on, like my older brother explained this to me, but I'm not there yet. But she was stressing about money. Like she was like, yo, like why the fuck? Or, like why'd you spend all this like money on your credit card? Like, why did you spend X amount of dollars? Like, how did you spend it? Like, what did you spend it on? And I'm like, I spent it on food. Like, what was I supposed to do? And she spent like, you did not need to spend all that money. And I'm like, yo, like I was at school for like 4 months. I think the amount of money that I spent on food was actually reasonable, especially with New York prices because New York is not cheap. So so it's like I'm at school and let's keep this in mind here while I'm talking about this because this is when shit gets like or kind of starts to get like me pissed off a little bit. We obviously got stimulus checks the throughout the time period from 2020 and even 2021 now, there were like stimulus checks that were handed out. The first round of stimulus checks didn't go to college students. The second round did. Around this time, I should have got one, but I didn't. And like, I didn't normally like file like my taxes. My mom normally handled that stuff for me. Like I remember I used to ask him before because like every last one of my friends at school, like they got credit cards, they doing their taxes, they doing all that stuff. I didn't know how to do it, and like all my life I've been like a very independent person. So it's like I want to know how to do taxes. I want to get a credit card. I want to do all that stuff. I'm telling my mom this, and she's just like making it seem like, oh, like you know, when I let you, you can do stuff like that. Like this year I'll do it for you, but maybe next year I'll show you how to do it. And she's always been like that. Like she always wanted to take control of every little thing. And ironically, this all has to do with money. Credit cards and taxes has to do with money. And she's been very like she'll never tell me exactly why certain things need to happen. She'll just be like, here, like do this, like call the bank, like call da-da-da-da and all that other stuff, right? So tell me why. Like I said, I didn't get my stimulus check. And I'm at school. I'm broke. I don't have any money outside of whatever I spent. So it's like I couldn't really afford to go to the grocery store anymore. I had to like get up and like walk to campus. 20 minutes there, 20 minutes back, walking every single day, more than once a day. Once in the morning, likely once in the evening, and sometimes once in the afternoon. The meal plan I had only allowed me to eat like twice a day, basically. Like it was like 14 swipes. Yes. I guess that's my fault. I could have chosen a different one, but I just didn't. That was me trying to save money as a fucking college student, I guess. In terms of what I had to pay towards the end. Excuse me, but basically, I'm walking to and from campus every day because I need to eat. Can't really change the meal plan. Can't really do nothing. And my mom's not like giving. She gave me money, but it was like weird about it because like at a time like at first it seemed like she was stressing about money a whole lot, and then she started distributing it to me like in $50 like little increments, like how she was my first half of my senior year basically. So let me think. She's distributing money to me. She's doing all the sorts of shit like that. At this point, my father's in my life, but I wasn't really asking him for help. Oh, and plus he and I had kind of got into it like over like that winter break because I was getting tired of him telling me what to do with all these jobs and shit, and I just ignored him. Um, but yeah, so like I'm at school, I'm broke, I ain't got no money, I don't have no stimulus check, and I'm not even thinking about getting a stimulus check. I never asked, I never did nothing like that. So she's distributing money to me, and like at first, like matter of fact, I don't say that. She was acting really, really crazy at first over money, and then over time, it's like her attitude started like shifting, where she went from like being yelling and being so aggressive about it to not being like that. Yeah, like being like more chill about it when she came to giving me money or whatever. But she was still stuff like, hey, like I don't have like all this money, I don't have this, that, and the third, blah blah blah. So okay, I don't know how much was in the stimulus check. But basically, what had happened was I'm at school, and typically, like like when you're in college, like sometimes I think like depending on whatever I don't know way you set up your payments, whether if you whatever it is, you get like some sort of like refund or whatever, or like some sort of like tax check, I think, or whatever. My school, like normally they would give me like 200 at the end of every semester, but due to everything having had happened that had happened the year before, and us having to evacuate and leave, my school sent me like over $2,000. Tell me why? Because I did spend like a tiny amount of it, because like there was some stuff that I needed. I went to like freaking like the nearest TJ Maxx because that's like nearby campus, and like that was like what I knew how to do and like get, and like as far as honestly at the time I was like willing to go. Um and I went there and I bought some stuff. And I spent like a couple dollars. It had to have been like under 100, I think. But it was like things to do in my room, like to like work out and like honestly just keep myself occupied because I'm basically there like all day and stuff like that. And even like buying groceries and shit. Wait, I don't think I bought groceries with that money. But I just remember like I bought some candles and like shit to work out with and like stuff like that. And I knew she was gonna take the money out of there because it already landed in the bank account that we like she had to monitor like that she was sharing with me. She used to always try to play it off like, oh, like I don't give a damn about your money, like I don't care about your money, I'm not paying attention to that, like I'm not worried about your money, I don't listen, I don't look at any of that, blah 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 blah. So I'm like, okay. And I saw it land in the bank account, and I knew she was lying when she said all that stuff. Because I'm like, there'd be times where she'd be like, oh, it's just, I went to go check my account, and it just so happens I saw yours, and I saw like a certain amount of money there. And I was just like, oh, well, he spent money on this. Let me go see. Like trying to play it off like it's not that big of a deal. Essentially just like lying about how she's monitoring my bank account. I had to create like a whole separate bank account like before I went home. I had to create like a second bank account, and she saw it. That I did it because like they send invoices to your house. And I didn't know that. But they sent invoices to your house, and shit like that. Cause I had to like change like the addresses on it. Cause cause I was about to start like my graphic design stuff, and I need to make sure that I had like a place to put that money that was like safe, so that way she couldn't look at it or touch it. And I had like a whole separate bank account that I had to open like separately from her, and I kept it private. But she, I got my car delivered to my house back home. And then I didn't know they were gonna send an invoice because I managed to hide the car from her, but I didn't know about that piece of mail. And she came in the house one day with all the mail, and she saw my name on a piece of mail and fucking opened it. Like I had no privacy whatsoever. And it came from the bank, and she was like, what's this?" And I was like, "What?" She was like, "Oh, it says you have like a whole new credit card." And I was like, "Oh yeah, like I'm not a credit debit whatever." But she was like, "Oh, you have like a whole new card." I was like, "Yeah, like I made one like for my graphic design business." She was like, "All right." And like I could tell she was pissed off, but she was standing in front of my brother's girlfriend at the time, so I guess she had to like compose herself and act like she didn't care. And she was just like, "Oh, well, when you get all these hidden fees and X, Y, and Z, like, don't call me about it." I was like, "Okay." And I just went upstairs. So, we in school, I ain't got no money. Um, like, at all. Like, I think I ran out of all of my money. I couldn't run out my credit card no more, and I couldn't even pay the bill. And I had the money that I needed. I had the money from my job that I ran out of like in the first couple of weeks trying to buy groceries and stuff like that. So I had no money. She didn't really want to give me money, and she distributed money to me back and forth and act like it's such a hassle for her to do so. She's watching my bank account like a fucking hawk, essentially like pissing me off and just making me like super duper angry because I'm just like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Like when I tell y'all, I don't even did I mention this part with the $2,000? She took the money, yo. Tell me why? Like I did spend it on some stuff, yes, but then she took all of the money and was like, well, it wasn't your money to begin with. And and I'm just like, okay, I knew because I knew she saw the money in the bank account. I knew she was gonna take it, and she was like, well, it wasn't your money to begin with. And she had the audacity to sit here and be like, well, hey, like it wasn't your money to begin with. I took it. It's okay though. I left you $40. Mind you, this was around like February, March of a semester, meaning I got like a couple more months left because I didn't leave until May. What the fuck was I gonna do with $40? Would that even be able to get me like through a damn week? And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, I know she didn't just do this and think it was okay. There's no way you can sit here and tell me that she thought that this was okay. Oh, and it was just like so, like it pissed me off. Like I was like, like I got a meal plan. Like let me just go make shit happen for myself. So I kept walking back and forth to campus, making sure that I could eat and do what I got to do with that, while stressing about school and just everything that like I'm going through personally because she didn't give a shit about any of that. And like I said, my manifestations like were supposed to come in. So I'm like preparing for that, like trying to prepare for that. But it's like one of the main biggest manifestations that I wanted was to be able to move out. And obviously that didn't work because I'm back home here in Connecticut. But let's continue the story. I wanted to move out. And I didn't really have any money to like get on the subway and like go places and freaking like travel to go look at apartments. Like there were some times where like somehow I managed to scrape together like a couple of like dollars and get like a subway ticket and like do what I had to do to go like the whatever areas that I wanted to be in and looking at like the homes and places there, not going inside but just looking on the outside because I was looking online for like a while. Since like the previous summer I wanted to move out, but I had to like keep it a secret because that's what I was advised to do by the internet. I mean by like the tarot card readings, and because like the tarot cards say I'm surrounded by narcissists, people who only give a damn about themselves and what they want, people who feel entitled to my effort, time, and energy. Because they've always been like that ever since I was a kid. It seemed like everyone in my family always knew that because I was going to be the one to get up and do something that they felt the need to have to always ask me. And it's like when you grow up around, I don't know, maybe it's like a narcissistic parent thing, or hell, it might be like I'm honestly like a fucking black thing. I don't know. But it seems like a lot of people have a hard time understanding that like your child is like their own person. Like, and everyone feels like, oh, like, you know, like if I have children, like every last one of them is meant to be like my servant. I remember when I was in 6th grade, my mother said something to me. We was outside shoveling snow, and I think I was shoveling snow, and I don't even remember, but I remember I was shoveling snow, and she said something to me about kids, and she was like, oh, well, that's what happens when you have kids. You can make them your slaves, and I'm like, what? Like, of course, like back then, it's like I laughed it off because I didn't think she was being serious. And plus, just like where I grew up at and how things were, like that's how we dealt with stuff like that. Like we laugh at anything that sounds fucked up. Everything sounds funny to us because that's like a coping mechanism, and it's something that gets passed down generation after generation after generation. We don't ever look at things and feel like, well, this is actually bad because it's so normalized within like our culture, within our neighborhoods, our communities, our areas. So we're just okay with that shit. So like I said, everybody in my family always thought that like I had like to be some sort of like I was obligated to help them. Same. So yes, everyone always felt like I was like obligated to help them. My camera had cut off. That's why I am here. Everyone always felt like I was obligated to help them, but granted, like I never really got that treatment. Like in return, and like that even transpired like within like my relationships and friendships, even just like being at school, it's like always feeling like I had to people please, always feel like I had to do stuff, but it's like when you start doing stuff for your own, people don't like that. But let's continue along with the story. She left me $40 there. One of my manifestations was the fact that I wanted to move out, and I didn't get the chance to do that. Um, and there was like, I don't know, like, because this is when I really had to learn about divine timing, and I'm still learning about divine timing. Like, it doesn't really matter like what your age is or what year it is. Hell, it might not. Some things are fated, some things are not. But it's like when the universe, like, I feel like when it comes down to like divine timing, it's like certain things need to be put in place in order for it to happen. So if they told you something was gonna happen in 3 weeks, it could end up happening in 3 months or like 3 years. Like you might have to sit here and wait for it, and I had to wait for that. And I'm still like waiting for it, and still like trying to get into what I got to do. But let's see. I was doing graphic design while I was at school. I didn't make any money off of it. Like I had customers, but it's like nobody really wanted to buy anything from me. And with that having had happened, you know, I didn't have any money, but I was still like putting in work like all throughout February. I was posting like pretty much every single day. And then like I was posting like a little bit through March because like February was like an overload for me. Like I needed to actually sit down and chill, for some time. And y'all ever just like go to sleep and wake up in the middle of the night or like stay up all night and all of a sudden at 3 o'clock in the morning you decide you want to change stuff? Like that was me trying to organize like stuff and get ready to go and like pack my stuff up and leave and come up with plans. Okay, like how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do that? And I didn't even get to why I had to do it secretly yet. The reason as to why I had to do it secretly, let's go to because this was on like around like maybe March that I noticed that yeah, like around March, I was like kind of like starting to change things around March, April, somewhere around that time period. And like I was like being like constantly, I feel like I was constantly getting like a lot of intuitive messages, and that's what I mean when I say sometimes things like there's divine timing involved, but sometimes I just don't want to believe the intuitive messages because they just don't come through. It was telling me like, oh, this like, oh, you're gonna get this money, you're gonna get this, that, and that. Like it never really like came. I'm thinking it was gonna come through graphic design, but it didn't happen. And there was a reason as to why it didn't happen. It told me that I was gonna end up figuring it out as like time like went along. But we're in March. And I'm watching a tarot video one night while I'm in bed. Like after I kind of like organized everything and I kind of just set something up. I don't know if it was March or April, somewhere around that time in that semester. I was still like going back and forth from campus, but mostly just like sitting in my dorm and not really having anything to do, just being super bored and upset. And I remember I was watching a tarot video, and the tarot video like the topic of the video, I think it was like, oh, what's gonna happen next? Like pick a card, what's gonna happen next or whatever. Or like something that had nothing to do with the message that really came out that is damn near manifesting before my eyes currently. And it's like I'm conflicted because it's like it lets like a whole lot of other information coming out that really, really triggers me emotionally and it makes me angry and it takes me to a point where it's like I don't want to fuck with anybody. But then also one that forces me to have to be like a bit empathetic towards the people around me and like my current like present moment situation. But basically, I'm watching this tarot video, and the lady in the video goes, one thing that's gonna happen next, or whatever the fuck, what's gonna happen next? One thing that's about to happen, or something like that, is that your mother chose to meddle It's supposed to be. It said your mother chose to meddle within your older brother's relationship, and because of that, because of her not minding her business, her karma for that is that she now has to die, basically. And like when I heard it, I didn't like think to myself that, you know, it's not that big of, like, I'm thinking to myself like, yo, like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, and it's not that I didn't think it wasn't that big of a deal. It's just I was so emotionally detached and I was in the middle of doing something else while listening to that. It kind of just like skipped over my head, even though it made sense. Because the theory was like, oh, it's either your relationship or your brother's relationship. But she met her in somebody's relationship here, and her karma for it is that she has to pass. So you should go spend some time with her, like hang out with her or whatever. And to like before she goes or whatnot. So, that same tarot reader, I think like a day or two, had posted like some sort of collective message. I never really look at collective messages, hence why like most of my videos on my profile are pretty much like pick a card readings. Like I do collective readings, but it's like I don't care for them as much, and I never really did because it's just like one big like pot where you got to come in, take your messages, and just like go. And this is like around the time I started getting into them because they started resonating with me. Um, I remember at the beginning of the video, the lady was like, I don't know what's going on here with the collective, but there's like very powerful dark magic coming from like a parent or something. Mind you, this is around like April. So this is when shit starts getting like a little bit darker. And she started saying like, your parents have been doing black magic on you like all your life. And it's saying like, oh, like they're like, and it wasn't just this one because I was watching plenty other videos, but this one in particular stood out because it seemed like what she said kind of manifested in my life. Basically, she was basically saying like oh, like your parents or your mother or whatever, like, and it was, I think my father was also involved with this too because he might be like a karmic father, but I haven't found much info about that. I've only heard about the karmic mother. um but it was saying like there's like heavy dark magic being done on a divine feminine, and I feel like I have like a good balance of my masculine and feminine sides, but I mostly like refer to my divine feminine because I'm just a feminine kind of guy. Like I feel like I'm more into my feminine side than most guys. I'm a Libra. I got that Venusian energy. We lit, but yes, they're telling me that this shit is just too much. She's telling me that, and one thing that she was like saying in the video is like, "Yo, like you don't know this, um, but your mother is like fighting like demons in her sleep or whatever, and she sends them to you at night." And she was like, "Yo, like there could be some times like maybe like when you're in your room, and you could be sleeping at night, like you might find a demon or see something there." And this is when shit starts getting woo woo. So if you don't believe in this, like I mean, you probably just got to hear this and be like, okay. But it's like there was like, yo, like your mother, like she be fighting demons in the middle of the night, and she sends them to people that she knows, so that way they can get off of her. And then another one it said it's like, yo, like there was something about like a car accident that could have occurred, and it was something that it was like something about like a car accident could have occurred, but it's like you ended up in it, and like you what the fuck did it say? It's like a car accident could have occurred, but it's like for some reason, some way, somehow, it's like by way of miracle, it's like nothing like happened to you or like your car or something like that. Now, when you watch tarot videos, you take what resonates and leave what doesn't. I don't have a car. I was always walking back and forth. But the day after I saw that video, I got mad high like off of edibles, and I went to campus. I don't know if I'm at the class or whatever, but I went to campus, and then I was walking back. And as I'm walking back, I'm high, so I'm honestly walking like a little bit slow, being sluggish without even realizing it. And you know, New York traffic is fucking crazy as shit. Tell me why, like I'm like walking down the fucking street, and I kid you not, somebody blew their horn behind me. Like they got really really close to me and blew their horn behind me, but it like their car missed me. Like it wasn't like it didn't touch me. So that was one thing that resonated with the video. It's like, okay, like basically like a car accident could have practically occurred, but nothing happened to me, regardless of how you want to take it. However, I just said it. I don't care. And literally, I think that exact same day, I was like laying in my bed at night, and I was like falling asleep, and I was like in between like flat out being asleep and still kind of just like being awake. And in the midst of that, I felt like I saw something like it was like this like ghost like figure like floating right above me with red eyes, and it was like kind of like a black figure, almost like a ghost or like smoke or some shit floating above me. And I jumped the fuck up, and I started like saging my place like, oh no, like I'm not doing this. And I got scared. I think I went in my roommate room, and we probably like smoked or something after that. But it's just like I got scared because I was like, okay, wait a second. She said that because she was like, oh, like what did she say? Like, oh, sometimes you feel like you got to just like get up and start saging. You don't know why, you just do it. That was me. So there was that. Then after that, I was like very obsessed with like the whole karmic mother thing and trying to like figure out what it's talking about. And like I said, when you watch a karmic mother video, you take what resonates and leave what doesn't. One of the things that the karmic mother like collective readings that I was watching, especially in regards to like the divine feminine, it was telling me something about like how like it was telling me about my mother in particular. One thing it said was that her insides currently are like rotting, like they're rotting on the inside out. Like she's rotting from the inside out is what I'm trying to say here. Now, this is senior year. Ever since sophomore year when I got into my spirituality and all this stuff was happening, I told y'all like my mother was like losing her vitality, right? She has all these health issues. She's throwing up. She's going through all these different things. And here we are talking about like, oh, like her insides are rotting like from the inside out. She's rotting from the inside out. She's fighting off demons in her sleep. She has night terrors. And there was like multiple different readers telling me the same stuff over and over again. Like, she's about to die. Like, her time is up. That's what it said. It said the karmic's time is up. Because whatever deal that they have with the devil, it's like over. So every ounce of like energy that she threw my way throughout my entire life, it said she was jealous of me my entire life. It said she peeked into my Akashic record. She knew exactly what I was here to do and what my purpose on this planet was. She knew, like, she probably went to a practitioner or someone or like a witch doctor or somebody to do something on me that basically affected the way that I was able to like interact with people, because all my life like I have been like chronically single. Like anytime I've gotten close to being in a relationship, it's like shit just didn't work out. I've never really had that many friends. Like I'd be cool with a lot of people, but I didn't have many friends for some reason. I was always separated, and I thought because in my birth chart it states that I am supposed to be the type of person where in order for me to have a social life I have to like build it up slowly. It wasn't meant to happen like excuse me, it wasn't meant to happen like right away for me. Like being social was not like an easy thing for me really. Or it wasn't meant to be easy, like to be social or keep friends or whatever. And it's telling me, one of the tarot readers was basically telling me like, yo, like, your mother never wanted you to have like, first of all, I said my mom never wanted to be a mother. She's a scorned lover, which I've been to, because my dad cheated on her. My older brother's father did her filthy, and even her high school sweetheart, who was still in her life at the time, did her filthy too. So it's like she kept them around at that. So it's like she never really healed from like her anger, and everything kind of just starts making sense out of nowhere, but like in a spiritual way. So it was telling me like, yo, like your mother never wanted you to have like an emotional support system outside of her and the family. They always wanted you, and I don't think it's just my mother. I think like other people in my family are in on this, and you going down. That's all I'm gonna say. But it's just like I just don't like after what happened to me like that semester, like prior to it, understanding like how easy it is for me to detach myself from people and just get angry like that. Oh no, I'm not okay with none of this right now, and I gotta sit in the house with them right now. But we're gonna continue going. She didn't want me to have an emotional support system outside of her. They were like, oh, like it's a reason as to why you've been single all your life, all sorts of stuff like that. And it's just like things along the lines of just like her, and it said like it said her insights, like she's running from the inside out. She's having night terrors. She's having like these episodes, and she's not telling anyone about this. And I noticed this when I had came home, because it seemed like every single night in the middle of the night it would be like 2 a.m. Like I would go, because like I said, like we live in a Cape style house. Her room is downstairs, mine is upstairs. I go downstairs, she's still up like watching fucking videos and shit. Like she doesn't want to go to sleep. And she's not telling me anything about this because my mom has never been the type of person to really tell anybody about her problems. She keeps it to herself. Everyone in my family is like that, more especially me, my older brother, my mother. I know are like that. My father is like that as well. We keep our problems to ourselves. We don't really tell anybody anything. And then all of a sudden when stuff comes out, why did you tell me? Like, we learned it from you. Like, 12:34 o'clock. Somebody needs to see that. Hell, maybe I need to see it. Um, but it's just like, yes, like all of that is happening, and like the universe, I felt like while I was at school, they were warning me about this and telling me about like my family, like how they felt about me, like how jealous they were, that they didn't want me to succeed, they didn't want me to win, they didn't want me to do whatever it is that I had to do in order to get to where I needed to go. And like they was telling me like, yo, like the universe is not gonna give you your manifestations until you kick everybody out of your life. Until you like get rid of these people, block them, do whatever it is that you have to do. I'm at school, when I tell y'all like as the like end of the semester is approaching, all that stuff, I'm unfollowing everybody. I'm getting rid of people off of my platforms. I'm like, no, like I don't want nobody in my life, and I want my house. I want like my place to be, so I don't have to be at home dealing with this shit. Fast forward to like the last day we left. I think we were supposed to leave on the 13th, but I told my mom to come pick me up on the 14th because I didn't really know how like the process is to get approved for a house, like how any of that shit goes. I don't know how any of that process like will go. I didn't do much research because I was basically isolated. I felt like I had to isolate myself because like I am no longer fucking with the people I was fucking with like at WSJU. I'm no longer fucking with freshman gang like at all at this point, and I didn't really have like many friends. So the only way I was able to see people connect with them was by either going to class physically, which even then like I never had class with any of my friends, and going to like Monty's just eat food. Typically, that's where I would find certain people to like talk to. But I didn't know too much about it. There was so much going on, like just socially in that time. Even though my social life was trash. Well, should I say romantically? But anyways, yeah, like at this time, it's just like I was alone. I didn't have much to do, and I didn't really know who to talk to or who to call or where to look for stuff like this. So I was just gonna do like how I always do and just make a way for myself to do it. So on the 13th, I thought that like when you go to, like to an apartment, like you have to like you can like I figure like all I had to do was just like sign up for it and hand me the keys right then and there. But obviously that's not the case. Um, that wasn't the case. And like I had to learn the hard way that day. So it's like the day that I am basically like supposed to move out of my building. And I told my mom to come get me on the 14th rather than the 13th. And I went to where I went to go get my home and see if I could get it done that way. Mind you, I had no money in my bank account. I was walking on faith because I'm like, yo, like if God gave me like by way of miracle, if God gave me money before, He can do it again. Like it's just like He gave me money randomly before, like He can do it again. Like I'm just going based off of that. But you know, when you expect stuff from the universe, it does not give it to you. It gives it to you when you least expect it. So I'm telling people, well, I was telling some people like before I left school because I was trying to manifest this at the last minute. So if you feel like I lied to you about that, I apologize. But I was telling people like before I leave school, like yo, like I'm about to get an apartment, about to do this and that and the third. Not too excitedly, but everybody kept like asking like yo, like what are you up to? Like what are you about to do? Like what are you doing? This is like around the time, even like with what had happened like with WSJU, like people was walking up to me who like had nothing to do with the situation, but like yo, like what happened? Like why don't you hang out with them no more and stuff like that. But basically around this time, it's just like I'm sitting here like trying to manifest my home and get it as quickly as possible. Help by way of miracle if I had to make my own damn miracle if I could. But basically, what happened was I left campus on the last day that I was supposed to be there. I had money to hop on the subway. I scheduled an appointment. I was like, look, I want this apartment. Can you like schedule this like schedule like a what do you call it, like a tour or whatever. So I went and looked at like several different properties and I walked out of there basically learning that that's not how the like process works. Like there's a lot that goes into it that I did not know anything about. So I walked back to the train station and I was like very upset. And it got to a point where it's like I got to the stairs and I'm thinking to myself like, yo, not only do I have to go home, but I may have to end up explaining to my parents exactly why I'm late or like why they have to come pick me up on the 13th instead of the 14th. Thankfully they didn't ask, so I didn't have to. But y'all, like I remember like I was just walking through Brooklyn. I got on the stairs. I was climbing up, and all of a sudden I just got down. I was like bawling my eyes out, crying in the middle of Brooklyn, tearing the fuck up, like just like boohoo crying on the steps because I couldn't get what I wanted. I was so mad that I had to go back home. And like prior to this, the universe was sending me signs and symbols like heavy to let me know that my manifestations were coming in. And it told me at the time it was going to be like stray dogs and cats, like stray animals. Like whenever you see stray animals, that's what's going to let you know that like your manifestation is there. And whenever I see jeeps, that's what I'm gonna know like a manifestation is there. So I like was seeing that like all like probably like a couple of weeks and even months like before, like all throughout that semester from walking to and from campus every day, I saw stray animals and jeeps because we in New York, that's normal. So towards like the time that this was happening, I was like literally forcing this trying to happen, like basically ignoring. Like I did see jeeps and stuff like that on my way there, which let me know that like to like towards the building that I was going to, that is. But like I didn't get what I wanted. So as I'm crying on the steps, I'm thinking like, yo, like why is the universe doing to me like this to me? Like it was to the point where I truly wanted to like give up on the universe really quickly and like just simply let everything go. And tell me why I'm like on the steps. I'm still crying. I'm still angry, acting like the kind of like the little spoiled brat I am. That's me. That's basically like my dark side as a person. Like I can be like a spoiled brat at times. And I'm crying and I look up and I see a Jeep driving right past me. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like I still want it the way that I want it. I want it the way I want it, how I want it. And I couldn't get that. I remember like I had walked down the stairs. I went to McDonald's. I was in there crying, bawling my eyes, and I asked the lady behind the counter like, "Can I get some tissue?" Like just wiping my face down. And I remember like I left out there. I'm walking around the block, and I'm like kicking like whatever trash that I could find down there, and just being angry. And I'm like, so like what the fuck? Like what? Like I was so pissed off because I'm like, yo, like I didn't get what I wanted. So I went home. I was crying on the subway. Some guy, like people was looking at me. I was like, this guy was looking at me. I was like, I don't give a fuck. Like I just don't care. Like I'm crying. Like let me just be angry in peace. Went back to my dorm, and I was already late. Like the time that we were supposed to leave the building, I was still there. They locked the door after I had came in, and my RD had came to my room, and he was like, "Yo, like you didn't like schedule to like stay here any longer, so I'm gonna need you to go, my guy." And like I was just like, all right, like I thought he was gonna let me stay another night because sometimes they do let that happen. But like if you like schedule it or anything like that, like he was like, no, like you got to go home or whatever. So I was like, all right. So thankfully I live an hour away in Connecticut, and I had to call my parents. And they came and got me, and they didn't even ask no questions. I was like, Mom, like I know I told you to come get me tomorrow, but they're closing the campus today. I need you to come now. And like they didn't ask any like questions or nothing like that. So I was able to get away with it and still keep what I wanted to do a secret, thankfully. But it was like I was still pissed off and upset. Like it was to the point where it's like I couldn't even be in the present moment. My mom and my dad came to pick me up. My dad fucking ignored me the entire time that we was in the goddamn car. My mom, I just sat in the back, I think, with like my headphones. And my mom, I think, was just like sitting there. She really ever asked me questions. She was just asking me about people that I used to be friends with, like from like my freshman year. Like I'm like, these people are long gone. Like I don't hang out with them no more. Like there's nothing for me to say. I went home. Like I said, I wasn't even in the present moment while I was there, but I was so angry because I'm like, yo, why didn't things pan out the way that they panned out? Like why didn't things go the way that they were supposed to go? And I'm just pissed at this point. But I still, because the reason as to why I'm like really, really pissed is because like, everything they're telling me about my family, like, and that's like what I kept saying, like, and just like asking like the universe and like saying to them like out loud and when I was alone and stuff like that. It's like, why would you tell me to get rid of all these people like out of my life and then send me to go live back with them? Like, what sense does that make? Once again, this is like a divine timing. Like, listen, one of the tarot videos told me that there was something that I didn't like, some sort of fundamental lesson that I didn't learn or something. And as a result, it's like the universe had to send me back to like where I was at. And my manifestations are still coming. I'm still like manifesting them. But it's like, it's still taking its time. It'll get here when it gets here. But it's just like, yeah, I had to be home. Because even the intuitive messages, like the day that I was leaving, was telling me something different. It was telling me like, it was like, yo, like, the universe wants you to like, be more playful and relax a little bit more. And as a result, they were gonna send like children. It was like, yo, like you need to be around children more. So they're gonna put you around children, like in your life. And I'm like, okay, well, the only place I know that I can like be around children like that is when I was back home at the recreation center that I had been working at for years. And that was kind of like a sign that let me know I was going back home. And I'm sitting here, it's like, because you know, you visualize stuff, you can manifest things. You can manifest things with your mind. So I'm visualizing, like, okay, well, maybe I'm going to find a recreation center here in New York and get my apartment and go and like do things the way that I want to do it and all this other stuff. And it didn't happen. Like, I had to go back home. And like, thankfully, like, I did have a great summer. Like, I had like a good, like, I love my job. I love the kids that I had worked with this year. Just like on a spiritual level, I felt like in some way, shape, or form, like we all met each other for a reason. Or I had to be like their camp counselor for a reason. Like it didn't happen for no reason. I love my kids. Like I love them kids. But anyways, yeah. So it's like I'm coming home, and mind you, like they talking about this was when Jupiter was in Pisces. Everybody talking about Jupiter's in Pisces, Jupiter in Pisces. So it's like everybody thinks that you're about to get like a whole lot of blessings. So I'm like looking for apartments and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, like I'm about to get my apartment, and it didn't work out, and I was super upset, and I had to go home. And like while I'm at home, like whatever, because when it comes to Jupiter or Pisces, wherever you have Pisces placed like within the houses in your birth chart, is likely where you'll like benefit from those blessings. Mine is placed in it's placed in a house that has to do with like social stuff. The 11th house, where it's where my queers or whatever. So I had to like my blessings came in the form of like the people around me like kind of like giving me stuff, and they was telling me like, yo, like there's gonna be like a lot of opportunities for you, like you're gonna have to like have options to like pick from and stuff like that. I came home, the options were like job applications from like my family, y'all, and I was not happy because I'm like, yo, like I want to work on the internet, I don't want to like work for somebody else. My mom was already pushing me to do that, and I didn't want to do that, and I kind of just like ignored every last one of them, I'm not gonna lie. But here's like a very, very like important key detail to this story. We already know the spiritual side of like my mom and like her situation and like the things that are going on. Basically, like she's been getting karma like her entire life like thus far. Cause my mom, she's not always had like health issues. She's always had like skin conditions and like bad eating habits and like things in regards to like just like her body herself. She has diabetes. She has so much stuff going on for herself, right? Going on for herself, right? And like I think that like that was her karma. Like if like that they said that the one of the ladies in the video was like, yo, like this is like her karma or something like that. Like she's been getting karma for this like all these years and she's just been ignoring it. And she's been warned like to stop doing what she's doing, but she's in too deep and she doesn't want to. So it's like she just keeps like doing shit basically like to like I guess like behind my back or like performing like magic of some kind to like yes, performing magic of some kind to basically like stop me from doing what I had to do. So Now, this is where this could potentially is it. This could potentially be triggered. I'm not gonna lie. Hell, I probably already triggered you already if you have an issue like death or I don't know health issues or some kind of thing here. Um, but yeah, so like on the way home, like when my mom and my dad had picked me up from school or whatever, my mom looked in the back seat at me and she was like, "Yo, like I got something to tell you when we get home, but don't worry because you're not in trouble." So I was like, "Okay." But at this point, I'm mad because I'm thinking about what I want in my manifestations and X, Y, and Z, and like everything that the universe has been telling me. It's like I don't even feel like I could trust you, like whatever the hell you have to say. So it's like I'm pissed off. Like what the fuck? Like I'm just sitting in the back seat, like just keeping everything a secret, acting like nothing is no big deal. And we get home, my father fucking ignored me. Oh well. When we got out the car and then we got in the house, and I settled in, got my stuff down, and I went downstairs and I was like, "Mom, so like, what is it you want to talk to me about?" And she told me to come sit down next to her. We was in the living room, we was on the couch. And before I even say this, while I was at school, like one of the reasons as to why like all these money issues like potentially could have happened. She stole my stimulus check. That's basically what I want to sit here and say. But basically the reason as to why all of this shit had to happen, or why potentially why all this could have had to happen, is because my mom was out of work. Um, like she wasn't going to work as much, and it was due to like one, the pandemic, but two, also because her health, because she was more likely to be at risk due to like all of the health conditions and stuff that she had. So she was out of work for like a couple of months. Hence why like she was stressing about money. I guess I can say that. That's what I'm gonna assume because that's what my older brother told me. He was like, "Yo, like she hasn't been working a lot lately." Not that he didn't explain that. I don't even think he knew about the money, but like it's just like I mean she's going through her own shit. Thankfully I had a meal plan, but it's like I'm going through my own shit too. Like I need money as well, but like I guess she just didn't care. I didn't tell my brother that. He don't know that, but I didn't like. I guess she just didn't care about the fact that I needed money. So fast forward to we sit on the couch with each other, and she's telling me she pulls out like this binder of like all this information, and she's telling me that she has stage 4 kidney disease. And think about all the stuff that I said about like the Karmic Mother Collective readings that I was watching and stuff like that I had mentioned thus far. 555 on the clock as I'm recording this. I've been doing this like all day, y'all. Um, but we're talking, and she tells me she has stage 4 kidney disease, and she mentions like two different ways that they handle this. So one of them, one of them had to do with like getting a tube stuck inside of your body, and like it sticks out of you like from like your kidneys through your stomach, because when you have like that particular type of disease, you can't use the bathroom properly. So she has to like drain herself like twice a day to get all of the fluids out of her body. That's the one that she chose. And then the other option she mentioned had something to do about like your insides rotting out. Like rotting from the inside out basically. And that's when like everything kind of started like making sense. I felt like the universe basically brought me home because they wanted to let me see what the fuck they were talking about. And like my whole mindset kind of just like had changed a little bit then, because I'm like, okay, wait a second, everything that they've been telling me in the tarot videos is actually like happening before me. Like they're showing me this. Like I'm able to see like in my family like who could I trust, who I couldn't, and I knew who I couldn't and could. I knew who I could and couldn't trust when I had that epiphany at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I was worried about my friends because I was like I thought about them and I had epiphanies about them mostly, but then I also had epiphanies about family, like who I could trust and who I couldn't. So it's like yeah, she tells me she has that disease and all this other stuff that basically it's like what the tarot videos were telling me, it started to kind of like manifest before me. And yeah, I'm at home right now. Like I said, I ignored all the job applications that people had came and like gave towards me because I was more interested in my creative project and like doing stuff my own way instead of doing what they were telling me to do. She was still pressing me about getting a job. I ended up working at like the recreation center that I've always been working at. Thankfully, like they were able to like give me an opportunity. I love them for that. But like I'm like talking, not talking, but like shit, like it's a lot, y'all. But I'm like like getting that job, and like she was still pressing me about getting a job because they kept pressing me like sending me job application after job application. I'm like dubbing all of it. It was like I'm not working for whatever field y'all want me to work in. Like I'm sorry, I know you're trying to help, but I just didn't care. And excuse me, that was my Jupiter and Pisces for me. Those were all my opportunities that I basically exhausted and ignored and went back to what was familiar because I just didn't want to take those jobs. So over the summer, I'm working my job, I'm doing my thing, whatever I gotta do. I love my job. I love those kids. I love being there and how everything was for fun. And like how it was a very fun experience. Like I love the kids that I had this summer. Like, but towards the end of the summer when I was working, she started pressing me about getting a job again. She was like, and then she had the audacity because like I was going to the gym, I was working out, I was taking good care of myself. Like I was looking for ways to like work on the internet because it's just like why like I don't want to work a job with anybody else. Like I was about to start becoming a sex worker. I want to do OnlyFans. If you notice, like especially like a lot of my earlier tarot videos, like a lot of the piles, whether if you've seen it or yeah, probably if you've seen it only, like a lot of the piles like had to do with like sex work. I have a lot of respect for sex workers. I love respect like sex workers because I knew I wanted to be one myself. So it's like I was like, yo, like why would I go and like work a job with all these hours when I could just stay home, make videos of me jerking off and fucking posting it on OnlyFans and doing shit like that? Like why would I go and do all this other stuff? And so, like, honestly, like, being a sex worker was like, push me, like, wanting to be a sex worker at the moment was what, like, had pushed me to be like, okay, like, I want to go to the gym, I want to start eating right, I want to get fit, and that's exactly what I was doing. Along the lines, I started feeling like maybe just, like, thinking, like, weighing the pros and cons of, like, just how I wanted my own life to go. I figured either, like, that wasn't the right time, like, to venture into sex work, or it just wasn't, like, the right fit. I felt like my angels and my spirit guides a little bit were advising me to, like, not take that route, or at least not yet. But anyways, it doesn't matter. All this stuff is happening. I know exactly what the fuck is going on with my mother. I know everything that like they're like doing like behind my back, whether they want to talk about it or not. Because I remember we were sitting at the cookout. We had like a 4th of July cookout or whatever, or a Memorial Day cookout. I don't think it was 4th. It was probably like Memorial Day. Yeah, because it was after Pride. I had went to Pride at NYC and I had came back. And I'm sitting there and I had my tarot cards out because I had like around the summer solstice, which is like June 21st, 2021. Something had happened within my like intuition, or maybe like I don't know if it was like Jupiter or Pisces or what, but my intuition just became like incredibly fucking strong, like more than usual. And excuse me, I tried reading tarot cards around like my when I was still friends with Sagittarius, like right before I think my junior year, after sophomore year, I tried to do tarot card readings then, but it's like back then, like I don't know, I was approaching it very logically and I didn't know how to do it, so I kind of just like gave up on it. But I kept my cards with me everywhere I went, so or like everywhere I moved, like they was always in my room, they was always in my desk, my bag. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but I kept them cards on me, and my intuition heightened like around like the 21st, and I started picking up tarot cards like I think like on the 23rd, and it was like ever since then it's like been history. Like I've just been like blessed, thankfully, to understand these cards and receive and give messages. All throughout the summer, I was doing tarot readings for like the kids at my job and my staff and like everybody I was working with. Like it was just like great, and I loved it. Hence, like that's what led me to doing this. Like, doing like what I do now. Like I do tarot readings now. Obviously, if you're just like watching this video, some way somehow you came across, and you don't know what I do. And yeah, she goes like towards like the end of the summer. The universe was like already urging me to like create a YouTube like channel or something like that, and they have been telling me for like years now, like yo, like you're supposed to be on the internet, like healing people, like doing stuff like this. So I didn't want to agree, believe it at first. I'm like, I don't want to be a tarot reader. I want to be a rapper. Like, what the fuck you mean I'm a tarot reader? But like, I started doing this. So with all of that having happened, or having had happened, fast forward, or more specifically rewind back to I want to say like August. Yeah, around August of 2021. We in the car. My mom is like, "Yo, like, you need to start looking for a job." And she kept hitting me with that over and over again. Like, I hate when I get asked that question. She's like, "Did you look for a job? Did you look for a job? Did you look for a job? Have you applied for anything?" And she kept asking me that towards like the end of it. And she was like, "Look, like, excuse me." She was like, what the hell did she say to me? She was like, she told me like, "Look, like, when you're done like working this job, like." Only place I'm taking you to is a job interview. Like, you ain't going to the gym. Like, to her, like, the gym, I guess maybe because it was a part of her life, or honestly, I feel like maybe deep down inside, she must fucking hate me and wants me to suffer. She didn't want me to go to the gym. So I haven't really been able to go to the gym since, like, these past couple months. I've gone, like, a couple of times because, like, she said, like, the only way she was taking me to the gym was, like, on Saturdays because she works on Saturdays, so she has to head her second job. So she was like, the only way you're going to be able to go to the gym is, like, on a Saturday when I'm on my way to my job. Other than that, your ass is going to be, like, in the house and you'll be applying for jobs. And she was like, I don't know if she was adamant about it or not, but I got, like, really, really pissed off because I'm like, yo, like, I can't go to the gym. Like, I was enjoying going to the gym and, like, getting, like, more, like, fit and just, like, in shape. Like if you notice, like at the beginning of like my terror, like I started wearing like more gym gear, like and stuff like that. Like I was kind of showing off my body a little bit more, just like being a bit more confident in who I was and myself and my looks. And she's like, "No, I'm not taking you to the gym no more. Like, you don't need to go to the gym in order to be healthy." Blah blah blah. And like, I feel like that was just like her trying to hurt me or like piss me off or whatever. And obviously, I never went to go look for a job. I stayed on the internet and did what the universe told me to do because this is what they asked me to do. I think like a year ago when I had came home in 2020, and I chose to go work at freaking retail instead of doing what I was supposed to do. So it's like I kind of got like the opportunity to redo this like all over. Excuse me, but it's just like it pissed me off because it's just like, what the fuck? Like, why would you make sure that I couldn't go to the gym? And then she was like, this like stems literally like into now. Like there was this one time I remember like my older brother, like I was asking him like, yo, can you take me to the gym like this Saturday? Can you take me to the gym this Saturday, whatever? And he was like, yeah, and like she like kind of like just trying to like interject, and she was basically trying to like schedule everything else. She was like, look, like don't nobody care about him like going to the gym or something like that, something along the lines of that, and like talking about how like she didn't care about me like wanting to go to the gym. But essentially, she just doesn't want me to have what I want. She wants me to do what she wants me to do. Once again, like how she always has. Aries always wanting what the fuck they want. Hell, I'm a spoiled by two, but it doesn't matter. But just making me want to do what it is that she wants me to do, and not really caring about what I want, not really having respect for it. Y'all, I have been sitting in this house since August, focused on what the universe has been telling me to focus on. She told me that I could just eat whatever is in the house. Like she don't really give two shits. Like she taken me to the grocery store since I've been here, yes, but it's like I'd be scared to ask because whenever I ask my older brother to take me to the grocery store, it's like either he just doesn't want to do it, or he could be busy, and then I ask her, and it's like, oh, well, I forgot, or it's just like, oh, you could just like eat what's in the house, like she hasn't like said that like while I've like been here, but it's like the last time I asked her to go to the grocery store, she just gave me like $40, and like I needed more money than that, but she didn't care. She was just like, no, like I'll give you $40, and like that was that, and that was probably like the first time I think ever since she's given me money, like since I've been here. Now, mind you, back in like June, May, or whatever, I'm telling y'all, she basically stole my stimulus check. She took my stimulus check when I came home. She told me that the reason as to why she hid my stimulus check from me is because she wanted to make sure that when I came home, I had some money in my pocket and I could spend it. She gave me like maybe like $300 of that stimulus check and whatever little teeny tiny amounts that she gave me while I was at school. And it wasn't many because it got to a point where I think I stopped asking her for money. And she had the audacity to basically sit here and tell me like to my face like, oh, I ain't got no money. Like I'm gonna just give you $40 and $30. Tell me why. Like she's sitting here telling me she ain't got no money and I barely spent the entire stimulus check. Because what was the stimulus check? Like what, $1,200 or some shit like that? And I spent like 300 and probably like some more change. Hell, at the most I probably spent like maybe 500. I'm not gonna lie. And like I'm at school suffering with no money. I ain't got nothing to do. Like I can like barely. I gotta walk back and forth to and from campus every single day in order to eat, which was bullshit to me. But I did what I had to do. And you talking about how you ain't got no money to get X, Y, and Z. My mom got like a whole fucking bedroom set, a whole new one, basically, in the middle of the fucking summer. But you ain't got no money. And then her and my older brother, they both got their own cars. I don't have a car. I don't have a license. So I just be sitting here chilling. Her and my older brother, I like literally have to sit in the house like all the fucking time and just be chauffeured around. Because like I said before, when she was watching my bank account and all sorts of stuff like that, she used to spaz on me every single time I spent money on an Uber to go somewhere and get something. Because I hate the fucking bus. Like the buses in Bridgeport move slow as fuck. They come whenever they want to come. I don't like it. So it's like she spazzes on me every single time I spend money on an Uber. She was like, oh, you could have asked somebody else to take you here. Or you could have asked somebody else to do this. Why would you go spend money on Uber? Because I want to fucking take care of myself and do what I want to do. I want to do it. And like now it's just like I'm still stuck sitting in the house, like kind of like not doing what I want to do. Thankfully, I'm on the internet like doing tour videos and shit like this. Like this is like what I like to do, like I said. So I'm doing stuff like this, and like this provides me like happiness and like stuff like that. When I read your guys' comments, I mentioned that a lot in my videos. Like I love reading your guys' comments. That makes me happy. I'll be at the gym and they be like, yo, like this resonates with me, and this, that, and the third. Or when I was at the gym, that is. And like they be like, oh, this resonates with me, and this, that, and the third, and like all this other stuff, and it makes me happy. Like I'm helping people without even realizing that I'm doing for people what other people have been doing for me for years. Watching tarot like readings and like providing like help and stuff like that for them. So it's basically like I'm at home, I'm doing this, and I'm trying to focus on what I can focus on, and I have been eating in the house. Let me tell you no. There's another thing that happened before I even get into this, but I'm gonna say it before I forget. She telling me she ain't got no money, but she out here buying like expensive meats and shit for like her to eat. And she don't want nobody to touch it but her. And she'll buy and be like, don't touch this. And she's always been like that. Like, well, she'll buy stuff, bring it in the house and be like, okay, this is mine. You can't touch that. Da, 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 da. Like how, like, I remember when I was a kid, like, me and my older brother used to have to drink tap water while she went out and bought bottled water. And we couldn't touch her bottled water. So that's that. We fucking here we are. This was like, I think if not this past weekend, like I think it was this past weekend. I had like went into the fridge because she told me like, well, you can eat what's in the house. Like, I don't care. Like, essentially, like that's just her whole attitude. She don't give a fuck. So I'm eating what's in the house, and I guess because I touched her steaks or her filet mignon or whatever the fuck, she spazzed on me and talking about some like, I told you not to touch this. Like, why would you get your stuff? Like, it was just like, I'm just like, you told me to eat what's in the house. I didn't say that, but I'm thinking to myself like, you told me to eat what's in the house. Like, don't get mad at me for following your instructions. Like, that's the shit that's like getting me so tight. And then like rewind back to I think like September, she tried to apply me for food stamps, and this is like the part that really like kind of like gets on my nerves. It's like because she was out of work for a while, but now she's back at work, and it's like she's been working the same two jobs that she's been working all her fucking life. Raising two boys, so it's like you don't really have to worry that much about the older one, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I know, I don't know if she's giving him money or not. And then there's just me, and I hate this here. It sounds so entitled, but it's just like, bro, like I'm kind of like struggling here while you're not supporting like my dreams, and you don't think that I have a job. Like this is a job on the internet, be talking to people. That's a fucking job. So it's like while like this is like going on, it's like she doesn't want to help me. She really wants to give me money. She acts like she has none, but she out here buying expensive meats and bedroom sets and shit. Like really? And then you took my stimulus check. Like she, see, I guarantee you, she still has some of that money left over in some bank account. And whether she does or she doesn't, I don't fucking know. But it just doesn't make sense. Like, how do you give me like $300 and probably like a little bit more that you gave me while I was away at school? And you said you wanted me to have spending money when I came back home, but you over here crying about how you have no money to give me when my stimulus check is sitting in your fucking savings. So I'm eating what's in the house, and like I said, she spazzed on me for eating her fucking filet mignon, and she tried to like apply me for food stamps or some shit, right? And like I said, my mom has always just told me to do stuff, never really explained to me, and I sometimes like I never really like ask why, because it's just like she wouldn't tell me. She was like, oh, because I said so, or like whatever the fuck else she would say. So it's like I did what she like told me to do. I'm pretty sure whatever the fuck that she was trying to get me to do was basically illegal. Like I would have gotten in trouble, or she would have gotten in trouble had you know, I don't know, like I answered some questions I probably shouldn't have, or whatever the case may be. And I made sure, like, when I did the interview with the lady, because she was pressing me about it over and over again. And let me tell you something, because this shit really, really got me so fucking tight. I'm like 21 going on 22 right now. I'll be 22 October 21st. My mom is basically spazzing on me talking about, because, like, I was scared. Like, I was, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I was kind of scared because I've never, like, applied for, like, this type of stuff before. Like, you know how, like, when you become an adult, you gotta, like, now start scheduling your own dentist appointments and doctor's appointments. So you just get, like, a little bit scared because you don't know, like, how to, like, do stuff like that. She just, like, hey, like, call the fucking, like, Snaps place or whatever and like get them to like do this stuff like or whatever. Like you gotta like answer, like she has set up everything, and I had to like get everything done by a specific deadline. And because I wasn't doing it when she asked me to do it, because I was scared, like I said, I don't know what to do. She like, I remember like I was on the phone when she had just left the house. I was on the phone. She was like, hey, like did you call like the place and like do this? And I was like, oh, like I didn't call them yet. And like, oh, and she was like basically telling me like you need to call like your last job and ask them for like a pay stub and like a letter saying this, that, and the third. And I didn't know what the fuck that was about. I just went and did what she told me, but I had stalled a little bit because I was scared because I didn't know, like, how do I tell people this? Like, I was uncomfortable with having to, like, explain this because I just didn't know what the fuck to do. I didn't know what was going on. She came up with this idea herself. And I was just basically following along with it. So, y'all, I'm in the house. My mom is always, like, very, like, loud and yelling and violent. And like I said, she speaks to me, my older brother, in a way that she don't speak to nobody else. So it's never like, oh, can you please come do this? Like, hey, yo, get over here and do this right now. Or like, hey, go do this. What did I tell you to do? What did I ask you? Like, yelling at me, all sorts of stuff like that. She on the phone with me, and she's talking about some, like, she asked me, like, oh, hey, did you, like, call, like, your job and ask them for this, that, and the third? And I was like, oh, no. Mind you, this was a Friday, so I had to wait all the way until Monday. She was like, you know what? You really starting to piss me the fuck off. When I come home, I'm going to, like, beat the shit out of you. Like, you wait until I get there. Something along the lines of that. And I'd, like, spaz on her. I was like, yo, like, you cannot talk to me like this. Like, stop talking to me like that. Like, I don't know who you think I am. Like, once again, I think she has mental health issues because she really thinks I'm a little kid. Let me tell y'all something. Around the time that I was working at Target, like I was like starting to come to my senses more just about life because my mom has always like been like work, 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 work. She don't care. It's just like work, nonstop working. Her life literally consists of just like working and being a mother. And that's what the tarot video was telling me, like, yo, like your mother, she never wanted to be a mother, and she never built an identity for herself outside of being a mother. So she only focused on being a mother. That's her only identity. Like that's the only thing she knows how to relate to. So of course that explains like why she wants to like sit back and control me and make me feel the way that like I've been feeling and projecting her shit onto me because like if she lost control of me, she wouldn't have anything. She'd be alone, and I think she's scared of that. But it's like I don't give a fuck because now it's hurting me and what I need to do with myself, and you're not caring about that. When I was like working at Target, it was this day in the middle of the winter. There was a fucking blizzard, job, and I tell you, like we woke up normally like in my household, like for us, we wake up in the morning at like 6 a.m. to get up and go shovel to like kind of like make it easier for us. So when it like as the snow stops, like our stuff is already plowed and moved out of the way, and we gotta worry about it. It's in the middle of a fucking blizzard, and she woke us up. I had to be to work by 7, and it's 6 a.m. I'm snowed the fuck in. I'm not getting up and going to fucking work, and she just like yelling at me like yo, like you need to like come on, like let's go outside and get this that. And I remember I like went upstairs because I was starting to have a meltdown because I'm just like pissed off. Like, how is this like happening? Like, how have you not learned to just sit back and relax for 2 seconds? Like, there's no fucking way we're getting out of here. Like, we're shoveling our driveway, y'all. The streets was just done. Like, you can't get out of there. And I don't live like on like a main street where like they plow it right away. I live more off like on like the little like not like a side street, but you know it's like say if this is a main road, you go down this way. I live down this way. So she's like sitting there, like just like doing that, like pressing me like about like getting like shoveling, and I got to a point where she was like, yo, like I don't want to do this anymore. So I started like going back in the house because I'm like, yo, like are they crazy? Like it's still snowing, it's not gonna stop. Let's be real here, it's not gonna stop. So she kept calling me like I'm going upstairs and I'm upset and I'm mad. I'm laying in my bed and I'm like crying and like angry, and because I'm just like, yo, like what the fuck is going on? Like why am I dealing with all this shit? And like it's just like I just didn't get it because I'm like, yo, like, why doesn't she get it? Like, there's no way I'm leaving. And she kept pressing me, like, yo, call your job. Tell them you're going to be late. Like, just basically trying to force me to go work. And I'm like, no, like, there's no fucking way I'm getting out of here, bro. Like, I'm not doing this. So it's like, I'm upstairs in my room. And I'm, like, banging my head up against, like, my headboard. Because I'm trying to, like, basically trying to fuck out. I'm, like, going crazy a little bit. Because it's like, she's, like, what basically really happened was, like, I'm upstairs, she's downstairs. She has health issues, like, a lot of health issues to the point where she can barely climb a set of stairs without getting out of breath. So it's like, and we're gonna get into that too because of like her health issues with that or not being able to walk up and down the stairs, I have to do her laundry like all the fucking time. She's like constantly telling me over and over again, do my laundry, wash my clothes. Like I had to just do that like earlier today, like in between piles, like as I was filming, like she was telling me to wash her fucking clothes. And she's been telling me that for years. And what pisses me off about it is that the house that we live in currently, we didn't always live here. We moved here around like my junior senior year of college. I mean high school, right? So she bought this house literally with like her own selfish ass interest. She didn't care about nobody else. She was like, look, like you're about to be a senior in high school going off to college and your older brother is an adult. I want y'all out of my house. And all this other stuff. And like, so she basically just bought the house with 1 bathroom and a basement where we gotta like wash all our stuff in that. And she just like doesn't care. It's like basically, she just only thought about herself when she got this house. So every single time, like, I gotta, like, wait in line in my own damn house to go to the fucking bathroom. Or, like, every time, like, I gotta go wash her clothes. I think of this as, like, her just, like, simply being selfish, essentially. Because it's, like, you chose this for your own, like, fault. Like, you wanted this to happen yourself. Like, you bought this house for your own selfish reasons. And now you don't even have the health to even be able to get up and take care of it yourself. So now you sit back and expect everybody else to do it for you. And you're rude to them about it. So over this like break or whatever, let's go back to that. Yeah, I was like banging my head up against like the headboard and like I'm crying and like as I'm like I'm upstairs like I said, she's downstairs. She's calling me on the fucking phone. Talking. It's like every single time, like she called me because she kept calling and hanging up and like she kept calling and I kept hanging up. She kept calling and I kept hanging up because she was like, hey, like, did you call your job yet? Did you call your job yet? Did you tell your job yet? And I'm just like, yo, just getting on my nerves. And it got to a point where it's like, I kept hanging up on her and like she heard me banging my head up against the wall. And I remember like the second to last time that she had called me, she was like, did you punch a hole? She was like, did you punch another hole in the wall? And I was like, no. And it's kind of strange because like the way that she reacted when I told her, and even then it's like she was okay with that type of behavior coming from me to the point where I felt like she had to ask me like, did you do it again? Like, did you do it again? Like. And that's what it felt like. I have no idea, like, what the fuck. Excuse me, sorry. But that's what it felt like. And it was just, like, pissing me off because I'm just like, bro, like, leave me alone. And then she called me one last time. And her whole tone of voice went from, like, regular to, like, just straight up deep. Excuse me. But, yes, her whole voice. I have a feeling... Hell, y'all might have thought that was funny. I don't know. Like, I get it. Like, my whole... Because, you know, the camera cuts. I just get it. No, that's just me and my laptop. But, yeah, like, her voice went from, like, flat out regular to, like, straight up demon. And she was basically telling me, like, you know, like, stop, like, making all that noise and stop doing whatever the hell you're doing before I come upstairs and punch you in your fucking head or some shit like that. And my mom has always talked to me like that. Like, but she only, like, I noticed it, like, as, like, the camera was off. I'm like, wait a second, she only did that to me in private. Like, she don't talk to me like that in front of anybody else. So it's just like, what the hell? It's like, why do you, and I knew she wasn't gonna do nothing, but it was, like, literally at a point where I was so, like, hurt that I really was, like, willing to, like, beat the shit out of my mother in case, like, the time had to come. It didn't come. But I mean, yeah, like, that's what had to happen. And it's just like, I've been sitting in hell kind of like ever since, like, at my own house, like, not really feeling comfortable with asking if I could go to the grocery store, like, in my own little prison cell here. Um, but it's just like pissing me off. It's like, I can't do anything without having somebody else, like, take me, excuse me, like, take me there or do stuff for me. And all this other stuff, and like, honestly, I feel like this gives me purpose, because it's like, I know I wake up in the morning, I got something to do. Like, me doing tarot videos, me making videos to post them on the internet, that gives me purpose. That lets me know, like, I'm doing something right. People are telling me, like, oh, like, this resonates with me, or I love this, like, that, like, lets me know, like, I'm doing something right. But it's like, bro, like, I am, like, I want to say I could be stuck, because I don't want to get, like, a job. Like, I don't want to, like, get, like, a real job. I didn't want to, like, do that or nothing like that. And they don't really, like, support this. They don't support this, but they watch me like a fucking hawk. Like, she won't support this, but she'll, like, tell me, like, randomly one day she told me, like, oh, like, you know, with those tarot videos, huh? Like, they, what the fuck did she say to me? She was like, oh, maybe you should, like, slow down with the way that you speak in your tarot videos. I'm like, you watch them? She was like, no, like, my cousin just showed her, like, a snippet of the video. I know she's lying. Just like how she did with the fucking bank account. It's just, like, so much shit that is just, like, adding up. And it's like, I feel like the universe is, like, giving me an opportunity to see her karma, but, like, unfold for her, because there's a lot of stuff that's meant to happen, and I don't, honestly, like, speaking, like, from the heart, like, I don't want to see it, like, but I get tired of being bossed around. I get tired of being treated like shit pretty much, like, all my life, like, through family, through my friendships, and stuff like that. And, like, it's to the point where it's like, I'm just, like, disobeying, and, like, you know, the universe has, like, told me, like, yo, like, your mother has been, like, you know, like, jealous of you, like, all, like, your life. And it's to the point where, like, she completely forgot about her own path, and now she can't help but sit here and want to, like, worry about yours. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, why? Like, she's my karmic mother. Like, I deal with this. This is, like, the typical karmic shit. But it's like, I'm kind of just, like, here. Like, at the moment, I'm just here. And currently living under, like, a roof with, like, two people who I want to say just really give a fuck about themselves and nobody else. Because, like, with me, it's like, I got to get up and go wash my mother's clothes, but she can't remember to take me to the grocery store. Or, like, you know, I can't eat what's in the house, but you're telling me to eat what's in the house. You ain't got no money, but you out here buying yourself all this stuff. They get up and go to the grocery store. Her and my older brother get up and go to the grocery store. They don't tell me nothing about it. They don't ask if I want to go. They don't ask me if I need anything. And they're just focused on themselves, and then they come in the house with, like, all this food, talking about, like, because I normally, like, I guess, like, I don't know, I'm known in my family for, like, eating a whole lot of food or eating up whatever the fuck is inside. Let me tell you something. They go to the grocery store, buy all this food, and tell me not to touch it, not to eat it. But then when it, like, basically, like, they'll leave it sitting in the fridge for, like, weeks and potentially even months, like, on end. It's like leaving the fucking food there, and they get mad at me when I touch it. But, like, I can't touch it. I can't eat it. Like, I can't eat whatever the fuck you left laying around. Like, essentially, like, it's not my fault that you buy food and you want to, like, leave it here, and then you tell me to eat what's in the house, and I'm eating what's in the house, and I just can't, like, fucking do that. Like, fuck, like, and then on top of that, like, just about when the food is, like, damn near spoiled, it's like, oh, well, you can have it. Like, thankfully, I've been trying to focus on what I do have, because, like, I'm, like, the universe is, like, making me be more grateful. Or, like, they've been wanting me to be more grateful. And, like, I have been practicing gratitude a little bit, because it's like, yes, like, shit is bad now, but it could be worse. Thank God I, like, have a roof over my head. Thank God I have a laptop to the point where I can, like, shoot these tarot videos and talk to people and communicate and network and, like, all that type of stuff. Thank God I am able to be in a position that I'm in at the moment. No, it is not the most favorable, but I'm not gonna lie, y'all, this is bullshit. Like, that is fucking ridiculous. Like, you sat at home. You sit here talking about how you ain't got no money, but, like, the lights are still on. I mean, the lights are still on. Bills getting paid. You go to the grocery store, but you ain't got no money. And you ain't got nothing to give me, but you going out and buying yourself stuff. And they get mad at me for, like, eating your stuff. And like this was like my childhood. Like this is like stuff that was like very very normal for me to have to go through like ever since like I was a kid. Like I said, she went out and bought water, bottled water, and we had to drink tap water. It wasn't like it's not until she starts feeling like bad or looking bad that she wants to sit up and lie. Like oh, like there'll be times where it's like I'll be like I like like you ever like as a child or not even as a child you like watch a child like tell on an adult or a parent and then it, like the adult comes in and like lies and then everyone believes the adult and not the child. That was like my childhood. But it's just like until you like get embarrassed to like look and see what the fuck like you are really doing. Like until someone else is present to recognize your behavior and what the fuck you're doing is when you finally begin to realize how selfish you are. When you finally begin to realize that oh shit, maybe I did do something wrong. Like I don't want nobody to think that I'm like this. And it's not just me that I feel like my mother has fucked over. It could be, but it's like I think she managed to get like my family involved within her little plot to like destroy me, or like make sure that I can't do what I want or be whoever I want or whatever the fuck the case may be. Like other people are involved within this, and like did y'all like what made y'all think that this would work? It seems like all my life at school, at home, hell, even around just like authority figures in general, it's like and I will take ownership for this because this is me not knowing what love is and me choosing to be around people who treat me like shit. I'll take responsibility for that. But it's like everybody around me always wanted to like destroy my confidence. They didn't want me to be who I wanted to be. They didn't want me to like be happy and be the person that I am and live in like my true colors. I had to like sit back and stifle them because if I didn't, I would get made fun of for it, or I would just have to deal with some shit that I probably shouldn't even have to deal with. And then it's like you try to hurt me, you try to destroy me, and then just expect me to do stuff for you because that's like all that you thought I was good for. When I started working on the internet, that's when like everybody in my family was like so curious, like, oh, like what is he doing? Like, what is that like? Like, da-da-da-da. It's like all that stuff, but it's like, where's this? Like, there's no support. It's just like a matter of being curious. It's like the tarot videos kept telling me that they were like gang stalking me, like collectively watching me on the internet and what it was that I was doing, and like telling each other this shit. And I know they do that because my family has a group chat. My family has a group chat that I'm not in, and I know they be talking shit about us. My mom, all her life, like you raising your own sons and telling everybody about how nasty and dirty, disgusting your sons are, but you're not teaching them like anything and making us look bad like we're not your kids. Like how? Like this is dumb. Literally, like how do you think that's okay? How do you, as an adult, as a parent, have the nerve to sit there and think that it's okay for you to talk down about your children like that to other people? How? They're your kids. You taught them that. Your kids ain't washing your ass. You're probably not doing it either. And even if you are, you're not giving them the resources to do so. But you got all the money to be walking around here looking good and eating good, and you don't give a shit about nobody but you. And then you try to make it seem like I'm being the selfish one. All my life, I've like sacrificed a lot of shit to help other people and people please and all sorts of shit like that. But the second that I need something, it's like in the rudest way possible. No. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, you don't want to give nobody else your effort, time, and energy, but you just like, hey, can you do this for me really quick? Like, no, fuck you. Fuck you. All that shit. Take a broomstick and stick it up your fucking ass for like here. Like, are you kidding me? Even like the tarot videos were like what they were saying, like yo, like there was like yo, like your mom, like she's caused a lot of chaos in your life. So it's like me not being 100% aware of what the hell was going on in my childhood and in my life. I want to know like what happened exactly. Like I want to know that. And it's just like it pisses me off because I'm just like, what did I see? What happened that I didn't know? If somebody was like, yo, it's like somebody's doing MK Ultra on you. Like it's like you see something exactly for what it is, and then like other people, everybody around you is just like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Like it's like, especially because I feel like this happens a lot, like within like children, where it's like when you grow up in like communities where it's normal for people to get like ass whoopings, 10 on the clock. I just said that, where it's normal for people to get like ass whoopings and beat and treated like shit by their parents. It's like everyone can see what the fuck you're going through, but nobody wants to help you, or nobody's going to help you because you're not their child, and they don't know what to do. And it sucks that you have to sit back and live like that, especially where it's like, especially when fucking two idiotic parents who both beat their children become friends with each other. Like they just bond off the fact that ass whoopings are so normal. Are y'all stupid? Like, what if there was like a person bigger than your parents that was willing to give them ass whoopings every time that they decided to do something? Like, what? How would that make you feel? A lot of y'all are not like tapped into your emotions to even understand how to fucking make you feel. So you can't be empathetic enough to know how that makes somebody else feel. Like, this shit is fucking crazy. It's ridiculous. How do you have kids and just not give a fuck about them? I get that I'm 21, but bro, like, one thing my parents seem to have like the hardest time understanding is that when you are in college, just because you graduate does not mean that you are going to leave and get a job in that field. It doesn't mean you're going to graduate and leave a job and get a job at all. So it's like, why are y'all pressing me so hard about this? Trying to tell me, oh, like, I want to make sure you're on the right path. And you're not even on the right path. You ain't even making no damn money. Like, what the hell? Like, you can't do it, but you're expecting me to get up and go do it. I don't give a fuck how you see me or whatever I've done before. Don't ever do that shit ever again. Not to me and not to anybody else. That shit is dumb. Until your ass is sitting in my shoes and understanding what the fuck is going on. Will you get it? Hell, like, when you sit in, like, hell, will you, like, are you capable of even understanding the lesson of shit like this? Because it's not fun to have to sit back and be treated like this by your own fucking parents who still feel like they're obligated to your time, energy, and effort. Like, I feel like every single time, like, the reason as to why she was pressing me so hard about getting a job is because she wanted to take money from me. She asking me what's going on with the second bank account, how much money you got in there. Mind your business. Like, it's rude. It's disrespectful. It's annoying. And then when you're raised to feel like, you know, you can't talk back because it's disrespectful. Oh, you don't talk to adults like that. A lot of adults sit here and demand respect but don't fucking deserve it. Like, all of y'all elderly niggas don't fucking deserve the respect that y'all think that everybody's supposed to give you. You rude and disrespectful to everybody else and all the fucking children. And you wonder why they want to be rude back to you. Like, are you fucking kidding me? We're not allowed to communicate. We're not allowed to express our feelings. We just gotta sit there, shut up, and be. Because you grew up at a time where I guess you were only meant to be seen and not heard. You're hurting too, and now you're hurting everybody else. Imagine being the one of your family that gotta break all the generational curses and you dealing with all this shit. Because you chose to be selfish and think, well, nobody else did it, so now I gotta be, like, nobody else did it, so now I'm not gonna do it either. Like, granted, I feel like that's a lesson we all need to learn, but just like, it's just a lot, y'all. But yeah, that's my story, like what I've been going through. Like a lot of it, and just like being pissed off about the fact that I don't have money, that I'm not really able, like at the moment, to do what I want to do. That I'm living in a house with two people who, for some reason, don't want to give a shit about anybody but themselves. Like the other day, my older brother offered to get me food, right? And I thought that he was like, you know, like doing this to be nice, because I was like, he asked me like, yo, do you want some food? Like, I didn't have no money, so I'm like, nah, like I don't want no food. This nigga went and got. He told me like, okay, like I'll just pay for it, like, you know, like I'll get you the food. And I'm thinking he's just being genuine and being nice. I don't know where this nigga goes like, so can you walk the dog for me? Because that's supposed to be his responsibility now. I walked the dog all my fucking childhood. Like, nigga, it's okay for you to do it for a couple of years because I've been doing it since I was 10. Taking care of her. Picking up, like, the slack after you. Like, I don't know what it is or why, but it was like he was able to get away with so much. Everybody else in my family, like, all the other children were able to get away and do so much, but I had to be the one that had to sit back and help. Like the fucking male Cinderella or some shit. Everybody else can sit back and get what the fuck they want, but I can't get what I want. Everybody else is allowed to sit back and relax, chill. Oh, Dominique will do it. Don't worry. Like, seriously, unfucking believable, yo. Like, I don't trust nobody around me. They're thinking it's weird like of me, of the fact that I won't want to talk about my problems and why I'm acting the way that I'm acting. Like, I don't trust you. There's nothing I can tell you that you aren't gonna sit here and try to fuck up. So everybody was telling me, like, you know, someone around you is aware that you're trying to move out and get away from them, and they don't want it to happen. Like, It's a lot. But that's my spiel, y'all. That's my story. That's like what I'm going through. That's where I'm at. Doing what the universe like told me to do. Telling my story my way. From my perspective, alright? If you've made it all the way to this point, I thank you guys. I appreciate you. I love you. Um, but thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for watching. I love watching I watch other people's story times on YouTube too. Like I know. I love you guys' content, alright? Um, but thank you guys. I'm gonna go and find food. um, yeah, I'm gonna go find some food. Alright, I will talk to you guys later. My name is Dom. I go by Dom the Healer. I'm signing out. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you stayed this long, bye.